So what's your opinion? Do you think refraction
Like
exists,
20
or do you
miles.
think refraction doesn't really explain?
20 miles horizon. Where should it be? It should be 270 foot drop. One of the tests they did, they set their laser up at 5 foot, 21 miles, 23 miles, 4 foot at the other end. It's shooting at over 270 feet of the ground.
So you're disagreeing with the idea. Your voice is kind of cutting out. I'm so sorry, but are you disagreeing with the idea of refraction, or do you just think refraction doesn't correlate to their argument?
I do not disagree with refraction. Refraction is king. The issue is globers just blurting out the word refraction. You're referring to looming or you guys. Refraction is just I'm just going to blurt this word out as a saviour. Start specific about what you mean. You say refraction. If you're talking about sinking, hey, sinking. That's what I think is happening.
Is Matrix just cutting out for?
Yeah, he is. He's also cutting out for me. So it's kind of very.
It's just cutting out every now and then, man.
So it's kind of like I hear you guys are blurting out refraction, and then something.
Yeah, look, this is the thing, man. Like, most globe earthers, they just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and that's the limit of their knowledge. Or they'll say light bends or something like that, right? They've never researched it. They've never really looked into it. They don't understand it. They just think that if you say the word refraction, then somehow all of these observations over huge distances might work on a globe. It's not the case. It's not possible. It's not meteorologically possible, right? The actual weather conditions, right? There would have to be so much refraction to explain these observations that the globe would look flat. According to the globe earthers, right? According to the refraction coefficient, okay, you would have to have such a high refraction coefficient that there would be so much refraction, the Earth would just look flat in all of these observations. Like, that's according to the globe earthers. I don't know if you know what the refraction coefficient is, but basically what they do.
I'm like, what's Matrix's bane of existence? I'm a very ignorant glober, but at least I'm self-aware.
No, you're good, man. It's all good, right? So this is the thing. You would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. And then we do the observation again, right? And there's still this magical refraction there that's not meteorologically possible to have. And then you have to look in what would cause this refraction and what temperature gradients you would have to cause this type of refraction. It's not possible, okay? Because we're doing it here. We're doing it at a frozen lake, and then we'll go to California, and we'll do it there, and then we'll do it in all of these different places. This magical refraction is just making the Earth look flat. It's just flattening all the water out perfectly everywhere. It's the craziest claim. It really is. And it's not just the observations, it's the laser tests, right? Where we've got engineers going out with these high-powered lasers, and they're accounting for refraction. They're using weather stations, and they're accounting for refraction. And it still matches up perfectly with just a flat surface. And then there's zero laser tests or long-distance observations from all of the scientists, from all of the globe earthers throughout all of history. Not one observation where they've gone out, done an observation or a laser test, accounted for refraction, and bam, it matches up with the globe. Not one. It's crazy.
I'm not here to disagree on those experiments.
No, you're good, man. You're all right. You don't have to. No, you've been good to talk to. Just asking questions and learning more about where we're coming from. I'm not expecting you to turn around and say you agree with everything, right? Just to get a better understanding of these things.
You've been absolutely lovely to talk to, DJ. You're answering the questions, and you seem like a very nice guy.
Cheers, man. Just trying to get the information out there. That's all.
So now I just have a question on Matrix's theory. Since I believe I believe flat earthers come from a variety of different perspectives on other things, right? So, for example, Matrix, we can both agree that you agree that the Earth isn't flat. Do you personally have a theory on what the shape of the Earth is?
Do I have a theory on what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, like do you think the Earth is a certain shape?
Of course, that's
I know the surface that which we dwell upon, measured as flat. What the extremities are, I do not know because I have never been there.
That's nice.
Wait.
Okay, so it's flat,
You
but
guys
you're
think that
kind
the
of
Earth
unknown
is
what the
flat?
Earth is. Yeah. I'm a personal glober, but I'm just the rest. I'm assuming flat earthers, and they're really nice to talk to, Max.
They're nice to talk to.
Yeah, these guys are nice to talk to.
Well, like how?
They're kind of presenting their argument in a fashion that's kind of hard to disagree upon in certain areas. Like, for example, they're gonna do a laser experiment across a blue large lake, and they're gonna account for a fraction, and then it will show it's flat. I'm not gonna disagree with them on that.
But people have already done that, and the light doesn't go through the hole, so it shows that there's.
Yeah, but this is the problem with that, right? That was just like a Netflix mockumentary to tease flat Earth, and they didn't even show you the test. They showed you 50 seconds worth of footage, and they said they just told you, "Oh, this is what happened." Whereas we can go out to a giant lake that's 14 kilometers long with a torch, and we can see the torch from the other side of the lake, completely contradicting the crappy footage from the 50-second clip out of the mockumentary on Netflix. So we have...
What would happen if you did that and it just proved that Earth was a globe? Like, what would you guys do?
We
then?
did do that. Well, okay, we would test it, and then we would admit the Earth's a globe. But every single time we go and do the tests, like properly, like proper tests, it doesn't come back that there's any curvature. Okay, we've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser beam, and they're shooting it over 40-kilometer distances, and they're accounting for all of the weather conditions, and they've got a target on the other side where there should be like 400 foot of curvature, and the laser's hitting the target every single time. They do different tests on different days, and the laser keeps hitting the target where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. And these are all documented. There's technical PDF documents that go along with it, with the videos, and they show all of the results, and people can go and repeat these themselves.
Okay. Wait, that actually. Okay, that's smart. Where
Yeah,
where are the PDFs though?
Yeah, I'll put a link to the exact one I was just talking about in the side chat. 1 second. All right, so it's a group called Field Engineers Corps, and it's a group of field engineers in Europe doing the test. So I'll just put the link to the video. It's like an hour-long video, and then there's a 180-page PDF that goes over all of the technical stuff.
Is there
Right, so here's-
other like tests you can do to prove that the Earth is round or flat?
Yeah, you can. So even if you go to like a 10-mile lake, for example, you can calculate that over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. That means that
Isn't there like a tool that you can use, not like a laser, but like an actual tool?
Yeah, you could use a theodolite, or you could use a super zoom camera. You could use infrared camera. You could use there's a bunch of different devices that you could use.
Okay.
But it's really easy, right? Because like things should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth in the distance. So, have you heard the argument like ships go over the horizon, and that proves the Earth's a globe? Yeah, so we can calculate that, okay, at 3 miles, the ship should start to go over the horizon, and then by the time it gets to 10 miles, you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all, for example. And then we can go test for that, and what we find is that doesn't happen the way that we're taught that it happens at school. In fact, we can go to a 10-mile lake where there should be 66 foot of curvature, and we can set a camera up just above the surface of the water, and we can zoom in across that 10-mile distance, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the 10-mile lake that should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature consistently. And then we can go to a 20-mile lake, and then we can go to a 30-mile lake, and we can do different equipment. And look, this has been done over and over and over again, where no curvature is detected. And then we can't find a single test that proves that there is actually curvature, apart from silly things like the one that you were talking about on the Netflix documentary, where they picked some stoner flat earther and tricked him into going on like a hit piece documentary on Netflix called Behind the Curve. And then, and then they didn't really show any footage from the test. They just showed like some close-ups of the guy's face, and then a close-up of him cutting out a little bit out of the cardboard. And they're like, oh, look, he lift up the light. Oh, I can't see the light. Oh, interesting. But you don't see the setup. You don't see the test. The flat earther that was in it said that they lied about the footage. There's also like sorts of stuff behind that. But we've got like proper footage. We've got like professionals that have gone out and tested these things.
That's pretty
like
cool.
the test that I put in the side chat there. It's a very, very well done test, right? They account for all of the variables, and they got like a $30,000 laser beam. It's a crazy laser beam. It's huge. And yeah, they're shooting it over 40 kilometers. So if the Earth were a globe, and you put the laser beam at point A, which is on one side of the 40-mile distance, and you align it horizontally using a leveling tool. Okay, so the laser's completely horizontal. And then if you've got a second person at point B, 40 kilometers away, if the Earth's a globe, that laser beam should be 90 meters, or about 400 feet above the person's head at point B. It should be up in the air. And if the Earth's not a globe, then it will hit the target, which is at the same height that the laser beam's shot from. And it hits the target.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so like, do you believe in like the ice wall? Stuff
No.
like that?
Not really, no. That's more like you'll see like some... Yeah, it's like a bad argument, I think, in my opinion, that some flat earthers make on like TikTok and stuff like that, you know, like kind of bad arguments, you know, like you would have to like be able to prove the ice wall. Now, what the ice wall is, that's the coastline of Antarctica. And that's what the government calls the coastline of Antarctica. So if you look up the documentation by the government on the coastline of Antarctica, it's actually mostly a big giant wall of ice, because Antarctica is the highest continent on the Earth, and the average elevation is like 8,000 feet. So most of the shoreline of Antarctica is literally a giant wall of ice, and that's where the term ice wall comes from.
Okay, because people think it like spans the...
Like around the flat Earth. Yeah, no, I've seen that map, and some flat earthers do think that is the flat Earth map. Personally, I think that's a bad argument. And what that map really is a globe map. It's it's called the azimuth or equidistant projection. It's the AE projection, which is basically like if you get a globe and then you like stretch it out onto a flat surface, and everything in the south is distorted. And the further you get south, the more everything's distorted, right? Like if you got a balloon and you stretched out like the bottom of the balloon and stuck it down onto a table, everything that was on the bottom of the balloon would be stretched out and wrapped around like a big circle, and it would be like crazy distorted. And that's why Antarctica looks like it's going all the way around the outside, because of the projection distortion.
Okay, because it's just like
yeah.
on the map, it's because it's on like the top kind of thing. Because like I go on like Snapchat, and like on the map of Snapchat, it shows that it's like on the top of the world. So does that like have anything to do with it? Because people think that it like projects around the whole world.
Well, I mean, you've got the Arctic at the top of the globe, and then the Antarctica at the bottom of the globe.
Yeah.
And all that flat Earth map is just the globe stretched out. So it makes Antarctica stretched out all the way around the rim. Yeah. You know, it's a bad argument, in my opinion, that some flat earthers say that that's the flat Earth map. But I haven't checked. I haven't gone south to check, you know, so I can't make any claims about about what happens if you go all the way further south. But, it can't be a globe because
Yeah.
you need to have the curvature locally, like over these tests that we're doing everywhere. Like that curvature has to be there because of gravity, right? To have the globe, you need to have gravity. They say mass attracts mass. Okay, that means that the water all has to be curving at a specific rate. Has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, because everything's being pulled to the center of the globe, right? And that means that the water is curving everywhere, on the outside of the globe. And they tell us that over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. And then when we test the water, it's flat. What flat earthers say is that to have a body of water, like a pool or a bath or a pond or a lake or anything like that, to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, and that's common sense. And then the water on the surface, right? The water will take the shape of the container underneath the surface, and then the surface is flat. Like if you have a pool, that's a container, and then the water will make the shape of the container. It'll conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface of the water is going to be flat. And then you scale that up to a bigger size. The same thing still happens.
I think he's gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think he came in. I think he looked.
He
for a
came
mic,
into
but-
maybe came in to troll,
Oh well.
but ended up being okay.
Anywho, I think I'm gonna take my leave now.
Yeah. I gotta go too. It's like nearly 3 a.m. for me.
All right, man. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too, man. Appreciate the chat. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Matrix, did you fix your mic?
It's not the mic. I'm on my phone. It's just shit reception.
Yeah, you're cutting up a little bit there.
Yeah, that's all right. If I'm ever cutting out and you tell me, I'll just someone else deal with it. It's all good.
Very good.
The hardest bit about having crappy reception is if it cuts out, you don't know, and you'll have people going, "You're breaking up, you're breaking down, you're not working, you're doing this," and then 3 minutes later it comes. You've just had some awesome deal.
Yeah. You're making a good point, though. I was following along.
Now that little fellow, that what was his name, Omni. On my cross team, he was more of a troll. So I think something's finally sunk in that what he's seeing out in the real world isn't matching up to what he was taught. And that's a good thing. That's what we want them to do. Go out and check it for themselves.
Right. Yep. I love it when they come in and say, "You guys think the earth is flat?" And by the time they leave, they're like, "Whoa." They know the earth is flat here. Pretty fun.
It's all right. They're just kids. I'll work it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Something to talk about, I guess, for them and their friends tomorrow.
Yeah, but the real question is he going to go and tell his friends that he was in a flat Earth server?
Probably not.
I think that's the issue with a lot of them. There's quite a few people that actually do want to drop in and put their 10 cents worth down. They don't want to because if somebody finds out that they were in here, they might get labelled as one of us.
Right.
We couldn't have that.
No.
I know my best mate won't come in. He is full on anti. He can't stand it at all. He watched a Professor Dave video that debunks flat Earth 26 ways. That was enough for him.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all it takes for some. But really, just need to measure it. Flat.
Well,
DJ said it good.
what I'm
Like,
saying, what's the thing that's in contention? Shape of the ground. Okay, so here's an idea. Let's all go and stare at the moon and see if that proves anything. No, it doesn't. Point at the sun. Does that prove anything? No. It does get pretty hot outside. What else can we do? We can do stargazing at night time. That'll definitely prove the shape of the ground. Right. Okay. I've smoked lots of drugs when I was younger too, but I still didn't think staring at the sky was going to prove the shape of the ground. Like, seriously, kids, if you want to prove the shape of something, we should be measuring what you're talking about. So in this case, it's the ground. Let's just go and measure it. Solve
right.
all the problems. Is it flat? Is it a square? Is it a freaking circle? Triangle? Answers to these questions. You must measure it to find out.
Yeah. The most basic. Seems pretty easy to me, but I don't know.
I just like that young fella. We suggest measuring it, and he goes, "Oh yeah, but it's like," and jumps straight back to the moon. Okay.
Yeah, they're always looking in the sky.
Uh,
And that's all right. I mean, think what they want, but I mean, I've seen the moon zoomed in and whatnot on the craters and stuff, and it seems believable, the story behind it. So we're not measuring the ground, though. We're looking at the moon. Still don't think it's a rock in the sky, though.
I like when they ask what shape the moon is, and you give them the answer crescent shaped. That stuffs them.
Uh-huh.
I love that. Right.
Yeah. Toenail. Today it was a toenail. What do they say it is? 246,000 miles away? Seems like a stretch, but I don't know. My New Year's resolution is not to be so dogmatic anymore. I used to be. I've lost that loving feeling. Kind of just give it up now. Still love the argument. Just can't contribute anymore. Anyway, TJ, you did great there. Matrix, good to hear from you. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Catch it, mate.
right? So it's like I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So
not.
it's not.
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
Yeah, to a degree.
you
To a
see-
degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe. They don't even understand the concept of authority. Their mind just does it naturally.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right, as an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion. And for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the Earth at all. Like it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about this in the context of the shape of the Earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the Earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the Earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like yes,
No, I mean, yes and no. They don't accept it simply because the
they don't
person
accept
has
it.
the
No,
perceived authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that the conclusion makes sense.
yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them, "This is the reality you live in. This is the truth."
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like they're convincing, sure. They're really they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean like it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, well, it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like you're not actually taught it; you just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So like nobody's convincing you; it just happens.
I think that's quite different. Seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like if you're like if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but
Right,
my children watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words,
Okay, I think
So I agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
I think a language is very different from an idea. Like the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
Yeah, it's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary, and then they're told that it's not like they see it. It's contrary to their common experience. And then they have a conflict inside. And then they create in their mind a two model system where they recognize that the earth presents itself as flat and stationary. And then when they imagine the earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic a reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay, sure. Right. I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably. Right.
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though, because that would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like that isn't. I don't know. The shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in children. Like there are a bunch of other stuff you tell children. Just
I agree.
they'll be part of your part, like function.
Yeah, that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. We just look at kids stuff that you can buy.
So
Like a large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
Right. Two questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I believe in them or don't believe in them. Why is it so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale, have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
Well, how about living animals that are actually alive that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay. Besides that,
Rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like I don't think I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do, but
No, see, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview.
Oh,
It's not about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about the
I get
worldview attached to it.
I get that, but first of all, if you were to, like, I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because like raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching, like, that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like, that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary that, and therefore it's inherently like indoctrination. Like, education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like, if
Yeah, exactly. So you're right. So if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
No, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
Right. So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. And then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
Sure, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point is,
I am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat earth and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream, why are they considered a pariah in society and that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so?
because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children?
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it.
No. It's not a standard to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is, though. It is, though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard, though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur smells.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly 1 trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so-called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science. Like,
Well, hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society as being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid. Literally, I get paid a shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like, in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah, I do.
So what do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay. So research isn't just like making stuff. Like when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like it's not I make drugs.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa Prime 10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
Sure, cool.
So instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
No, see, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward.
Thanks.
Versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money is being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I was
Yeah, bro, that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that
It
quote
does.
unquote research.
It definitely does.
It don't, dude. It has zero. The only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only thing that it's ever done for anybody.
You'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless, and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years, and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like in good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question, brother. Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've only dug down 8 miles approximately.
Okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true. Seeing how
Yeah, no, it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
No, it's very no, I get your point. It's not intuitive at all, but a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not
Dude,
sure.
listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the Earth we're literally standing on, yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the Earth, right? Like for example, you know how how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
We don't know how that actually works. Like we don't actually know how lidocaine works.
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the Earth and the interactions between the body and the chemicals and all of that. Yet they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
No. My point is there's a bunch of stuff we don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not going to use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the Earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen a paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the Earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had
It is stupid.
It may
It
sound
is
someone
stupid.
that doesn't have any formal training in the field, but I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal.
No, dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here
Cool.
specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
Right.
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid, where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you
Right.
know that from the 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model, right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah." And I go, "Well, what's that math based on?" Because all you see is these pixels and the scales. And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town,
Yeah.
brother. Get out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry.
Endometriosis?
No, NMR spectra. It's something like whatever. It doesn't matter. When you look at it, it looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed. Stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see that. But I can tell.
Can you do it from 16? Yeah. Cool. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need.
I know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have access to the sample that they claim they know the composition of. They don't have access, and they've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that. I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure the.
Oh, dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine, like, how did they make their claims then? Like what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like, so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, "You guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur." Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like, what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy. Hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas. It's something novel. Hold on.
Well, before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article. So here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name, PENIS.
Wait, do you have it in front of you?
Just hold on, brother. The organizational name was called PENIS. It was an acronym. Hey, let me finish. Okay. You're ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "Joke incoming, do not ruin"?
Yeah.
Now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times. Holy crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah, are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be
Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Google Scholar. Cool.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use, it's called Near Infrared Integral Field Spectrometer.
Oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Okay,
No,
wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected 0.3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? Of what'd you say? Gas?
The gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no.
Well, you talked about nuclear resonance imaging.
Yeah.
That you've seen.
That usually.
Yeah. So
but
that's not as precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
No. But NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can usually go to maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro.
It means
it's a ratio of a number. It's not subjective.
But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling.
Yes, I know what coupling constant are.
Oh, you do? Wait.
I graduated university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait,
longer than that, 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What did you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually.
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
To represent and select your detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
some of the techniques they use. Yeah, so CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested.
Why wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a fool not to be skeptical.
Wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy.
Wait, let me see their discussion. If we could be sure.
Or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally say fucking anything.
How many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. Which is
We need some elevator music.
So analysis to model the observe. Now let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed spectra, we used the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blind. So it's another published paper, right? So
hold on.
You do chemistry, right?
I'm not here to prove this article wrong.
Do you do chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay. So the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay. The techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound.
Hold on, wait.
Because all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually, in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay. Now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side, and then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking, I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. He fucking wrote a chemistry paper from the telescope, right? But they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. For refraction, okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave observatory. Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
LIGO?
LIGO. LIGO.
No, I haven't heard of that, no.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of
They
that.
claim that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that. I can, yeah.
That's 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thanks,
definitely
dude.
small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure. What can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing, like something that's like submolecular. You don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting light.
I can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit. You level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side, and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up to the 25-mile shot.
No, man, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well reviewed. What does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
You know,
Okay,
most
so the
peer reviewed.
No, but I can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I agree with you, brother. So the first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed, it's called the Peer Review Crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not going to doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
So you do realize that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer-reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
Most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
How can you prove that? I can know.
Indio, we got to be gracious. Indio, real quick. Got to be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields, which is his error.
No, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
Is this the thing from PubMed?
Yeah.
Santa Dagaz? Okay. This why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's you said he's a physicist?
Yeah, PhD, specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a question.
You could do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like, why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface, or is it measuring the curvature, or is it just like not measuring anything, it's just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the point
you get the laser.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right, yeah, no. But I mean, like, but my question is, why do you believe this certain physicist, not every other one? Like, what makes
because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question.
There's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, hey, this is wrong.
What do you mean? No, there is, though, because if there wouldn't be any contrary data...
Okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't post anything in the chat. It's not like I...
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude. 6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said, it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means... And he went to go look. And now
No, the
6
thing
years
is,
ago, and he's never been back.
look,
So
I
listen,
just really want a paper about this test specifically, like this globe test, like not a YouTube video or a documentary, because I'm not going to watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read. Like
I
that's
just posted one. These are the measurement results. Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay, then what is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive with me. If you're going to talk,
What is the point of peer review? Why can't you just answer? What is the point?
I'm not going to speak to you if you're going to be aggressive.
Listen. I
Look,
want to know
if you wanna be
why
nice,
you're appealing to peer review, because it seems very cowardly.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to.
It is cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, hey, now we got something peer reviewed? So what? Then you'd say, hey, this isn't the right journal.
Are you going to let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence by having an impossible standard that can't be met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere...
Would you accept if you did it?
Published.
If I did it?
Define published. Hey, bro, define published.
We didn't define published in a journal, in a scientific journal. Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something.
Then what good is the peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as some gatekeeping device?
I never said that.
Why are you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal.
No, here,
why
let's do peer
do we
review.
need that, dude? I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Why is that important?
I'm not going to respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not going to do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding when I asked you nicely.
I'm not going to be doing that. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Citrus Fruit.
You didn't
I'm going to
respond
take
when
care
I
of
talked
this.
politely to you.
No, hold on, Citrus Fruit. I'm going to handle Indio real quick. I'm going to peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer reviewed and published, you can accept it.
I don't get what you guys are acting like.
Can't you do the peer review?
Anything mean to you?
Yeah, listen.
No,
go ahead.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're going to scream at me, we're not going to go.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're going to stop screaming at me?
Okay. I'm going to ask you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed. You look at the number of citations, publishing date, and methods used. Why? Because that's the way in which you can assess an article.
Why? Why do we do this?
Sorry, to determine I told again, if you're going to be aggressive with me, I'm not going to talk. So, can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I want you to tell us. I want you to justify why we should. Brother.
That's how I speak.
Brother.
Okay.
You know what I want, and you're being obtuse on purpose. Okay. It isn't going to work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know you're being obtuse. Yeah, we can hear you giggling. Don't mute me. I'm a mod. I'll ban you. Okay.
I'm not talking to the other guy.
I'm going to ask you again. Why are we using peer review?
I'm sorry.
You're still just talking over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm going to ask you again.
Article someone sent.
I think this dude muted me. So
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this fee core thing is published somewhere, right? Is that?
Dude, unmute me, or just stay the way you are.
Hey, Citrus Fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why, when asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want a. He's probably not even listening. We want a justification. In case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not.
Yes or
muted,
no?
it's fine. You're good.
Okay, so really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd
Go
like
ahead.
you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there was no peer review. They didn't do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And was that
If you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era, it was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name is Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier.
Wait, so
Right.
is that,
So that's a whole nother story. The point
Cool.
is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like you to
it's not
justify
my
that.
thing. No. Again, I didn't say.
Still
like,
talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Grow up, bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry. If you want?
Why are you laughing?
We can talk.
He's laughing because he's a child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree in goddamn anything. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay.
to be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because you said you appealed to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just answer the question.
You're a university student that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't. Okay.
You want to
listen?
I can answer.
Yeah. So. Okay. So give us a justification
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
the justification on why you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. 1, 2, peer review is important. Yes, we look.
Why?
Because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at
Yeah, that's your claim. Why? That you're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure, that's where you went wrong. That's where you did good." Like that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor.
Does it prove a point? Really?
Yeah, does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of all, science doesn't prove things. Okay.
It does though. Like that's the whole. Like that's how a research paper works. You have a title.
So you graduated university, but never took philosophy 101.
Yeah, no, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and stuff.
You don't take philosophy 101? It's pretty much a required course in every university going back probably 200 years, if not 500.
Every science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole.
Oh, no
Not in
wonder, dude.
France.
Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
Yeah, no, I did.
Not in France. So they don't
No, no, you
have
don't do. You
philosophy
don't,
in university in France.
yeah, no, you don't do philosophy on a STEM degree. You just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which is plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France.
Yeah,
I just find that hard to believe.
you can look it up.
No.
I can give you the name
Okay.
of my.
Well, science doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type in "does science prove things?" No, it doesn't, because it uses induction, which contains the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually, most science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a hypothesis.
Not all science is theoretical, though. It's not all theoretical.
You can't eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude. This is the problem.
I mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true, though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, citrus fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake, and that is the mistake of I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to like say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like I never said any of that. Yeah, I guess this was just turned into a whole discussion about.
Okay, so there's two parts of. Okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you got that result. Now you can mix, you can do your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened, and you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I agree with you. That's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer-reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process is just like, hey, man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
Not really. Peer review doesn't. It's not. Peer review isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper. It's not really what they do.
No, what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over-processed?
Sure, yeah.
Do they have all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this is the stuff they review, right? So this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now, anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like, you don't need, it's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
Right.
Right? You can, you go to the doctor's office, anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor, can measure your height, right?
Yeah, sorry, wait, I don't think, what's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the Earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the farther away from the surface of the Earth it should get.
All right.
right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it.
I'll show you. I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I can't.
Oh, shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. So now all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now, the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this the...
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this... Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put, like, they flashed light between two, like, boards with circles.
Holy crap. Hey, brother, hey, Citrus Fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great. Thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done, if you read the report, which I just posted.
Okay.
They had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, FECOR?
They're a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's?
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like that. I think you're some people. I'm fully convinced now.
Check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results, like, scientists post on, like, in known journals, you're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking, like, a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false. And now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly, like...
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true. Because we know that on Earth, the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay? And they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay? Which is capped,
what I'm looking at right now... Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now, just so you... Oh, okay, wait, I can't share screen? Oh, okay, fuck. That's awful.
Funny how you keep...
Address the laser, dude.
I can...
Before you address the laser, Citrus, it's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm going to point something out. I'm going to point something out, and I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities, where you keep bringing it back to the people. Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like, I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make, like, a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be skewed.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah, brother, you're not talking about
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data. That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a
So
No, it's not.
Their biographical information changes the test results.
you can't.
What if it's you and me that go and do this, Citrus?
Sorry,
Citrus, what if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well,
that.
how about instead of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so...
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So, step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any further.
It doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like...
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not straw
Nobody
man.
said anything. That's the third time.
Okay,
now.
okay.
The third time.
So does that mean you don't believe
Nobody
that?
said anything like what you're saying.
No, so
Not
you don't
even
believe that.
remotely close.
So you
We
don't
did not
believe that,
appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So with the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your
You've been
issue?
over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're a dishonest
No wonder
fuck,
it can't
bro.
track India.
Just go on mute, bro. Just fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try, though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are gonna look at data,
Let me help you.
look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on. Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems
How come
legit.
it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know
Yeah, I
what
don't know if
that
they're the
is?
same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was like, if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view."
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that. But the Olympics, I thought was cool. And then he was like, the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So, anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon's in it, and right there, right off the rip, and he said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny, just a blatant. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took it isn't academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was basically like a 3-on-1 Glober debate of 3 people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this we have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking, it's so bad. But
So yeah, so it said on there.
Let up from go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit, yeah, flat versus round summit, applying the scientific method. So like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude! How much stupider could you be?
He said you have to express your hypothesis into a mathematical equation.
What the heck?
Yeah, bro. It's a freaking train wreck, bro. And he used the example of F equals ma.
Holy crap!
Yeah, dude. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It was so much worse than I thought.
So basically, dude, we should retitle this video "Examples of the Dunning-Kruger Effect."
Yeah, and his example was 2 competing hypotheses, F equals ma versus F equals ma squared. And it more closely fits F equals ma. Well, how did you get those variables? What did you measure to get any of those variables? The values, to know if it fits in the first place. How'd you measure the mass? How'd you measure the force? Acceleration seems straightforward. But then you would need to know what are the other 2 variables. Well, where'd those come from?
Just read the first comment. These people are retarded.
It was so much worse than what I thought. I was actually in the chat for a while.
It's like the first comment. I caught the live event. It was such a rich exchange, teaching and learning.
He kept saying the flat earthers. He has to teach him like he's in kindergarten. So the person that was the flat earther, I think it was Kevin Samuels. That's his name. He's not a native English speaker, so he's talking like him. But you can tell that he's having trouble speaking because he's not a native English speaker. And Shiva kept saying, "Do I have to explain it to you like you're in kindergarten?" He said that. He said that like 6 or 7 times, and that was like very irritating to me because it was obvious he was having troubles not only expressing himself, but understanding what was being said because he doesn't speak English. Which begs the question, why was he involved in that anyway? And where were the other flat earthers? And I thought they were all supposed to fly out and go in a conference room and write it all on a whiteboard. And like everything he said would happen, none of that shit happened. There was 3 Glovers, because I'm counting him as a Glover. There was McToon, another anti-flat earther that did radio, so some sort of he did radio, some sort of radio stuff in the military. And Shiva, the radio dude that was McToon, just sat there doing nothing. The radio guy kept talking about, well, there's no mirages in radio waves, and if the Earth was flat, there'd be no radar horizon, and so it's basically almost like a debate. It was almost like a flat Earth, one flat earther with broken English versus 3 anti-flat earthers debate, more than actually collaborating to get some freaking test done. But the radio guy just kept saying shit which is just blatantly wrong. Oh, water doesn't really have an effect on UHF. You could just like Google it, dude. Water is like the only thing that affects VHF, which is crazy, dude, that this guy's saying that shit. Water increases the absorption and attenuation of VHF, and he said the exact opposite of that, and claiming he's an expert in radio. UHF, rather. He said there'd be no radar horizon on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah. None at all. Just go forever. It was bad. It was bad, dude. If you value your like literally, it's like puke in your mouth level bad.
Dude, I posted, why would anyone need the scientific method to simply measure a shape of an object? Perhaps we need a summit on teaching how to measure for children. Holy crap.
Yeah, and they're butchering like they didn't, what were they saying? They were like, instead of using the term for the imprecision of a measurement, like the uncertainty of a measurement, they were using a completely different word. And Shiva was using it too, and I'm like, how the frick did this guy get into like in the university? It's called, there's 2 measurement things, right? There's the precision of the measurement, and then there's the uncertainty of the measurement result, which would be a bounded range. They were calling it something completely freaking different, and I'm like, man, but this guy, he's an MIT graduate with freaking 3 degrees or whatever. Like, why doesn't he correct them and tell them these are anti-flat earthers, mind you, and correct them and tell them they're like using like the wrong terminology. Like it was just I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It was so much worse than I thought. This guy is like, no matter how bad I think it is, this dude's like going down fast. In my opinion of him, like fast.
He might have to have a special meeting with his employer.
He has his own employer. He's got a lot of grips going, I found out. He's got a lot of like donate to this and donate to that and donate to this other thing. And I'm sure it's a legitimate employment thing in Massachusetts to start a nonprofit, make yourself the head administrator, and pay yourself basically the proceeds of that nonprofit administering the penny that's left.
Yeah. There's one corporate structure, which I don't know if it applies to nonprofit, where you as the owner are entitled to 10%, and then after that, the remaining 90% is then considered the shares. So what was one of their ideas?
I think the Globetrotters want to do another sun observation, which is I don't even know, like predict where the sun is based upon some model, but they're so stupid. And I've told McToon this already. That in like another thing where he starts some shit in an X thread and then bails on it. That they don't use a globe model to predict where the sun is. So that would be quite a litmus test to Shiva's veracity, quite honestly. Because if he doesn't look at the math and see, hey, in the math, there's no globe model, there's no globe in there, then it's not a globe, and that it's not actually a globe prediction. Then that what this dude was proposing, and he said it wasn't even his idea, it was to get the elevation of an airplane when it's coming down on its glide slope at 20 kilometers away and making a elevation prediction, flat Earth versus globe prediction, which is convoluted, and they didn't like that one. And the reason they gave is because the radar measures the arc length, or the radar measures the straight line distance, but it's supposed to be the arc length. And so basically, the radio guy was coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. One of them being the imprecision of the measurement, that it was accurate to it was only accurate to within 0.6 of a kilometer or something. I mean, that was for the distance, but that the difference in drop would be 20 meters. And then he was like, hey, well, you can just do it farther. And then they're like, no. Then Shiva just literally just shut that down. As soon as he said farther, he just shut that shit fucking down right away. And of course, the other guy, and so the whole time she was lecturing this dude, Kevin Samuels, the whole time he was lecturing them. But when the Goldbergs can say any fucking stupid thing they want, and he doesn't say a goddamn word to them, he actually lectured. Well, where'd you get that from? You have to give a citation. So in science, we give citations. When the Glober right before him, just spouted a whole bunch of nonsense claims, and he did not demand a single fucking citation for any of that shit. Anyway, that's not the point. So they were like, okay, well, you could use UHF in a freaking airplane and get a receiver at some lighthouse far away. And if the Earth's the globe, there'll be a radar horizon where you won't be able to pick up the UHF signal. But on a flat Earth, there'll be no radar horizon. And so then they started arguing about that. Well, we don't. If this is kind of like the seeing too far thing. This is what the Glover said. This is kind of like the seeing too far thing. But there's no mirages in radar. Yeah, there is. Fucking simple Google search. Yeah, there is. They're not visible mirages. They're just not qualitative, but the same effects, right? The reflection, right? So the radio waves will reflect. You'll get multipath interference. All these things, all these problems with UHF that you'd have, that you would have a flat Earth radio horizon. And he even said, he's like, well, sometimes the radio horizon is real far away. And that's ducting. That's ducting around the globe, right? So he already made it so that that no flat Earth observation can disprove the globe, because he can say, well, it's ducting. It's ducting for fucking 500 miles. So, you can't, dude, it's such, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, kind of have to see it for yourself. I don't recommend it, but it's pathetic.
It sounds like ducting is what he had to do to pass MIT.
This is like, they had two Globers. They had McToon and some guy, he worked in radar, or not radar, but radio transmission in the military or as a hobbyist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what his background was. He was clearly an anti-flat earther and clearly knew what he was talking about to a degree, but he was making claims that are just baloney, dude. That you literally can just Google and see that his claims were just baloney. Like I said, the water absorption, the attenuation, the lack of mirages, the no radar horizon on a flat Earth, just all sorts of crap. And then after he did all that of going back and forth, now Shiva's buying this supposedly as if he probably is buying it. Well, I brought this guy here, and he's an expert in the field, and why don't you just go with his experiment? Why, because they poo-pooed the one he wanted to do with the plane glide slope, and then he's trying to go with and then he's trying to push his lighthouse experiment, and then Shiva's trying to push that on him, right? Based upon all these other things, but like I said, right at the end, he says, well, sometimes the radar horizon's far, and then you have ducting because of a temperature inversion. Well, you just said you're supposed to be doing an experiment that says positive flat or globe, and then you just eliminated the globe as being falsifiable by this experiment by saying, in some instances, there's no radar horizon, right? And that's ducting. So if you have a no radar horizon, it's not a flat Earth, it's ducting. And if there is a radar horizon, it's not absorption or attenuation, it's a globe. It's so scummy. I don't even know it. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It was irritating to watch that shit.
Hey, when they were talking about the glide slope, I mean, somebody could have just said, hey, how about we just get the pre-fusion algorithm Adiru rotational attitude data? Yeah, for you Glovers out there who don't know what I just said, supposedly there's a system on the plane that measures the reference frame of the plane relative to the Earth and its initial attitude and its flight, and it would prove that it would be rotating or not rotating as it travels in an arc or over a flat, parallel line to the Earth. So supposedly that already exists in the airplane's subsystems, and if you just can get that pre-algorithm, you'd have some data that might be useful. Too bad they hide it and then put an algorithm on it and then make it to where you can't tell what's really going on. And so the end result, the end data of the plane, this is their own language. The plane recognizes it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So that means that the plane is fully capable of flying exactly congruent with flying over a flat Earth. So the data is 100% congruent with a flat Earth and shows absolutely no curvature whatsoever. And they should have had Wolfie 6020 on. He would have set him straight. He said, hey, it's all in the black box, brother. Yeah, we all know it isn't in there, though.
Oh, why not just have Will W? I want to know how McToon fucking weasels his way into everything. Fucking everything, dude. When Witsit went on Infowars, the Harrison guys, that dude Harrison said that McToon was fucking like in his DMs, like blowing his shit up, sending him fucking emails. He like weasels his way into freaking everything.
Yeah. You know what's funny, dude, is you remember back when McToon debated Brian's logic? Part of it was, I think they were talking about some of the aircraft data. Supposedly, he was personally invited by Duffy to debate McToon. But yeah, they all work together. And wasn't it McDuffie that was on McToon where he lied about not knowing him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
Maybe they all have the same agent.
Well, I just told you, dude. The dude's a blatant liar, dude. You can go look
Satan?
at that video, look in the chat. He says multiple times that he was banned from the server. He's not banned now. He's never been banned, ever, since the server opened. It said, you can go look at it on the live stream, and it clearly shows him disconnecting from the VC because he couldn't answer a question about where he got the distance to the sun. Meme was asking him, where'd you get the distance from the sun? So what he does is he goes on mute, tells his audience, oh, they measured it with radar, blah, 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 and then he disconnects from the VC. So he muted the VC, our VC that he was in, to monologue to his audience, and then disconnects. And claims he's banned, which is a lie. Never was banned.
All right, listen, I'm back from the future, and McToon has a public announcement that although it may appear that that's what happened, he was actually hacked by the expert Flat Earth hackers to make it look like he was lying. It's funny how you can just make up excuses after the fact to explain anything away, kind of like their stupid globe. Unfalsifiable gibberish.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Cyclone.
How well doing?
Pretty good. Josh was in here about an hour ago, hour and a half. Had to go.
Who, Josh?
The satellite guy.
What the?
Satellite guy. What was he saying for himself? Has he presented his official apology to the room yet?
I don't think he made it official, but...
Well, I demand an official grovel.
Well, that'd be entertaining.
So I might extract that from him the next time he's in.
I was hoping to get through to him earlier that calculated distances between coordinates is not the same as measuring those distances.
I can't imagine that he doesn't understand that.
I know. But he'll make a comment, regarding GPS systems can accurately calculate your distance between point A and B. It's like, well, how do you know it's accurate?
Yeah, that's just rhetoric. I think he knows. I think he must know. He's not a dumb guy.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if he's secretly troubled by much of this, which is why he keeps returning again and again.
He literally wouldn't return once if he wasn't.
Right.
Like, there's a reason, like, guys who are supposedly at the spear's tip of globe technology and activity want to spend their time hanging out with flat earthers. Like, I'm trying to think how you could change that. Like, I'm trying to think what an analogy for that would be. It's so bizarre.
It's kind of like they have such a hard time accepting that this is true, that they need to continuously play devil's advocate with themselves and argue against it with us, just to make sure they're not going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't really want to. It's maybe not a good example, but it's almost like imagine like a high-end cancer research scientist or something spending all his time hanging out with people that say cancer doesn't exist. And it's not like he's in there debating them all the time. He's just hanging out with them and like speaking to them. Like on the surface of it, you'd be like, well, why would you do that? Doesn't that infuriate you? Doesn't that? It doesn't seem to. It seems to be more. I mean, it has to be a level of intrigue, because otherwise that reaction doesn't really make any sense. At least intrigue. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. And to the point where he even pays for a vanity license plate that says Earth Flat on it.
No. Shut up.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah, he's got a Prius. He posted a picture. and yeah.
All right. He's fucked up in the head then. I don't know. Now that's too far. Maybe he's just a troll or something. I don't know. That's crazy though. In his field, I mean, that's just trolling, isn't it? But
I think it's a catfish.
I mean, that would make sense for a guy maybe who's just straight up trolling. But you'd have to be pretty triggered about the whole thing to go and buy a vanity plate, go to the effort of putting it on your car, go through the hassle of just having that as a vanity plate on your car. So either you're really upset about it, or I don't know. That's a bizarre thing for a supposed globe believer to be doing. I mean, I could maybe see that from someone like McToon or something, just going absolutely crazy and just trolling. Even they wouldn't do that, right. But that's weird. Why did he say he did that?
I don't know. I've never asked him. I think that'd be a good question to ask as part of his groveling.
Yeah. I need to understand that psychology. I mean, well, on the surface of it, you just say, well, he's just taking the piss because he thinks it's a joke. But when he's in here, he can't pretend that he thinks it's a joke and that he can just take the piss of it, because he literally can't argue against it. He has nothing to say against it. So he knows full well that it's not a joke in the sense that he can just dismiss it and debunk it. Certainly not that. Maybe it's just a projection. Like, it is a joke,
right, so it's not
really.
It's not like the same thing as a flat earther who wears a NASA shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in reverse.
yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You come in this room and you're not debunking it. So it's not a joke. Because that just doesn't make any sense. Like, none of that adds up. Unless it was just like a massive piss take. But then when he's in here, he's like, no, I support you guys. I'm speaking to my friends about how you guys are not crazy and you got good arguments and stuff. Another reason to think he's just totally disingenuous. But maybe he got that plate long before he actually started speaking to actual flat earthers. Maybe he was in his own little Dunning-Kruger cognitive headspace when he thought, I'll just buy a vanity plate that says Earth's flat.
Yeah, I could see that. He had not heard of FE Core this entire time until today. So, giving you an idea, like he's been in this arena for 5 years, and he's like, "What FE Core? What's that?" Like, either he's not been paying attention, or he's trying to pull one over.
Or by arena, he means like Reddit and Quora and Facebook. I don't know. I don't know what
maybe.
he means by arena.
That's true. I mean, he's probably wasted a lot of time with inferior communities.
So when Josh first came in, I think I might have been people to speak to him, and I told T-Dub this the other day, but he was very measured. He was very well spoken. He was very formal in the way that he spoke. Very well behaved, like clean. He didn't swear, none of that. And then the transition has been over the last 2 or 3 months or whatever it's been since he's been in here. like the mask has slipped off, and he's become just kind of like this degenerate trying to take the piss. And yeah, there's been an evolution for sure. But no, he can't be trusted as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's like, I'm just trying to wonder if the psychology is like just the cog this. He can't help himself. He can't trust himself. He himself is trying to work through it. Or if he's like already decided something, you know, that we're, I don't know, dangerous or something, and he's doing his own slow strategy of something nefarious. I don't know. I'm generally not that paranoid about that kind of thing because I just can't see it coming to anything. But I think that's the only question that I have. Is it like genuine cogdis, or has he got some strange game that he's playing? I don't know. Not that I really care, because either way, it doesn't matter what anyone says, thinks, or acts like. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. But it is interesting. The psychology interests me. But in a way, it's almost like the guys that are at that level or have the quote-unquote credentials for the globe, even just them admitting that the flat earthers have good points and they're worth listening to, you almost can't even give us that much. Like, if you give us that much, you've killed the globe, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like, it has to be ironclad for it to be a globe. Like, imagine little noob globers listening to the guy that they're like, oh, the satellite guy is going to prove the globe, and then he starts being like, you guys are cool. I don't have anything to argue against you. I like you guys. The glober's like, what? Nah, you've got to be debunking these guys. I mean, if you guys are wanting to hang out with the flat earthers and you say they're sound and you can't really debate them, what chance have the rest of us got?
Hey, Josh, bring some of your friends by. Let's have like 2 or 3 of your buddies come in here and let's hang out.
I think I already asked him that, and he said they wouldn't do it, which is no surprise to me.
Mic check.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. I mean, the guy makes 6 figures by promoting, you know, globe ideas and, let's say, services. So he's not gonna put that in risk, right? Just by making friends with flat earthers on the internet.
Yeah, he really couldn't say anything else for his own job. Like, I mean,
He says he tells his friends and coworkers about us, and he represents this idea on occasion at his UN panel.
Yeah, but not in any way that's like, he can't be doing it in any way that's like, hey guys, we need to seriously look at that, because as soon as he does, either one of his colleagues or someone else is going to try and get him to lose his job.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
So there's no way to, I mean, even if he understood it and he accepted it, he would have to pretend that he doesn't. Like, he couldn't even have one of those jobs where he can be a flat earther. Even though technically everything he's doing is on a flat earth and doesn't require a globe at all. But the optics of it has to be all globe, globe, globe.
Right, and he's always retreated to fallacy of pragmatism each and every time.
Yeah.
Well, it works.
Yeah. Well, you guys get your Amazon spatulas, don't you? There you go.
Right. Yeah, hey, guys, but we all know those flat earthers are crazy, right? I mean, we all know that this stuff just actually works. It just works, guys. We all know that.
We all know the Emperor is not really naked. We all know that, guys, right?
I mean, shouldn't you be a little bit concerned when the best you have is everybody knows it works? Yeah, we all know it works. Well, not us personally, but like, John over there in space payloads, he knows it works, right? And like he said that other people knows that it works. So
he actually gives us quite a powerful concession, because when I've asked him, when I've like really pushed it, his argument basically comes down to, well, sure, the general public can't know it, but us who are working in the industry in specific roles, we have access to data and technology that allows us to know it. I mean, that's almost like the best front you've got. And that's literally saying that 99.9999999% of the world is just trusting the word of 0.000000001% of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so even if the globe is true, that's a huge problem, epistemologically and culturally and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it was true, it wouldn't be logical for us to be believing it. Wouldn't be justified.
Right.
Well, I mean, what would be the danger ultimately in giving the public the knowledge that they would maybe be interested in having, such as Earth curve measurements?
Exactly.
Well, he told me to get in touch with some guys in Spain who got some radio satellite. I was like, come on, Josh, really? So you're going to tell me to do? Now I've got to do this?
He once said that that basically the globe itself is such an artifact from deep history that nobody's bothered to actually measure it, and they just work with it, and it freaking works, and that's the way it is.
There's some truth in that.
Yeah.
You just wonder if it's really like landing some of the admissions he's making. He's not realizing how damning they are to his position.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we assumed the circumference of the globe, and we did all these V2 rocket tests, and we just got damn lucky, because I guess it was true after all that Earth is a globe.
Like, he's falling back to, well, no one else knows, but I know, because I'm in this special position. So I'm cool with it. Obviously, that's very flimsy.
Yeah, and why would I be in such an industry that receives such high-profile funding if none of this was true? Somebody's got to know. I'm surrounded by all these people who know. People who've been in the industry for decades. Of course it's true that Earth is a globe. Why would they lie?
The whole space fantasy industry, though, is in absolute turmoil, right? You know how quickly this whole thing has fallen apart. Within, 10 years of modern critique. Now NASA is no longer a space agency. It's intelligent.
Right.
Now they're no longer even updating their website. They're like basically non-functional. You go on the social media pages whenever a space article or a news story is posted, and it's like 50-50, almost. Like, half the folk are like, fake. The other half are like, why would they lie? How could they fake it? Why wouldn't Russia tell on them?
That's true. I remember 10 plus years ago, industry magazines talking about how the commercialization of space is looking for cheaper alternatives to these expensive self-orbiting satellites. So we're going to go back to balloons. The whole thing was about making the vast reaches of outer space much closer, much more accessible through more conventional means.
And I think
it's like, oh, this lie's too expensive for us to keep up, folks. We got to transition the whole space industry down to more conventional things, because
it's all
of this exotic technology from the Cold War is too expensive to keep up the illusion of its existence.
Well, that's what they're focusing on now, in my mind. It's like, on top of kicking the can down the road endlessly, they're trying to look for a transition, like you say. Like, they're finding a way to pretty much put space exploration to bed in people's heads while still maintaining this globe in space fantasy. But they can't figure out how to do it. And realistically, they're probably... I'd like to think there is no way that they could do it, but given the state of the public credulity at present, maybe they could.
You know how things come in threes? Well, maybe they got their Challenger, they got their Columbia. Now they need a spectacular finale, some disaster of epic proportions that'll keep us generations of ever wanting to endeavor to go to Mars.
Yeah, like a new Hindenburg.
Yeah.
They'll shut down the industry entirely, and they're going to be like referring back to this one incident forever. Oh well, look what happened here. What I like to do on those threads, I just like to put the comment, "Are you guys figuring it out yet?" Question mark. Nothing else, just that, and they lose their mind. Figure what out? What are you talking about? Oh look, another retard. Blah blah blah. They just lose their shit.
Well, I kind of think if we are to get a mega space disaster, that the buildup has to be proportional to the epicness of the disaster itself. So we might be a long way off right now before that happens. They really need to make like Mars trips seem so accessible, the technology seems so mature, and then bang, and then oh shit, we will never go there ever.
The thing about the space news and all that thing is though, it's got to be a very clever type of propaganda. It's got to be a type of constant background propaganda, the type that's so present that it's never far away, but at the same time almost not juicy enough that anyone really digs into it. Because in a way, it's like a Barbara Streisand effect, right? It's like they don't want too much attention on this because as soon as you start digging, it all falls apart. So it's kind of like it just has to be very surface level stuff, quick, short little snippets that look like, oh, it's raining diamonds. Oh. Let's move on. Like, can't be too juicy. So I don't know if they will try and whip everyone up into a massive obsession over space again, because it's almost like you're rolling the dice too much by even drawing too much attention to it. You just want people endlessly distracted with millions of other things, which is exactly what we're seeing going on.
I think it's expensive. They need to pivot, but they also need a story.
Yeah. I think a good example of how it's kind of breaking the zeitgeist is that they just had what's his name? Bart Sibrel just had some debate with a actual actor. Did any of you see that?
Yeah, I did. It's but for Bart's faults, he's not a logician at all. That astronaut dude, he looks suspicious as hell.
So I didn't watch it, but I heard just a few snippets of it. It sounded like the guy didn't even know what he was there for, and he was surprised that he was speaking to a guy who was like challenging the whole story, which he's probably not used to. Because I was like, why would this guy even agree to this? Then he's like, wait, what are we doing here? What did you say? And I was like, oh, he doesn't know what this is. That's why he's here.
All right, I gotta get going. But yeah, I mean, that astronaut fell back on some old scripts over and over and over again when challenged. And to me, that was a big tell. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, peace, bro. Well, yeah, imagine trying to tell a convincing story like you went to the moon when you didn't actually. Under the scrutiny of the whole internet. At like 90 odd years old. These poor guys. Feel for them.
Honestly, elder abuse.
It is elder abuse, 100%.
And very few people know that the ratings for Apollo 12 were pretty abysmal compared to Apollo 11. 60 to 70% lower.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Probably because people saw Apollo 11 and went like, well, that looks like crap.
I mean, the same thing happened with the DM2 mission in 2020.
when it was the first time that SpaceX had used the Falcon 9 and Dragon capsule to launch astronauts to the ISS. And so the first mission, DM2, was like, all the news was covering and everything. And then when they did the next one in October, it was just like, oh, okay, that occurred. No one really paid attention or watched.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's kind of how they want the propaganda to go. Get a bit of excitement about something, but it's nothing really groundbreaking, just moves the needle slightly. And then it's just, people are just bored of it. And it's just background noise. It's almost more effective to be background noise in terms of its acceptance in the public than it would be to really shove it into people's faces.
I'm excited. I'm building an S-band tracking station for the Artemis 2 mission. Basically an antenna where I'll be able to try and track some of the health data coming down from the Orion capsule. When it takes when they're planning on sending folks into orbit around the moon in February.
You ain't getting shit. You're not getting shit from them.
Sorry, what? No, I mean you can. There's folks that tracked Artemis 1 using the same sort of tech, just random civilians.
No,
I didn't even realize that was you, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say the TT&C data. They have both encrypted and unencrypted channels in S-band that you can listen to. You just got to buy an antenna and point it at the sky at the region where the spacecraft is.
Yeah, but Josh, we don't believe in space or any of that.
Oh, I know. It's just okay. A radio signal is coming down from the exact place that the globe model says it should be, and at the exact.
Globe doesn't have a model. We've been asking you for a model this whole time. You won't give us one.
Wait, the signal is coming from the globe model. That's amazing. A model is doing all that?
Well, no, from the sky. But the motion, and where
not the
how
globe,
it moves.
not outer space. No, not that place in the cartoon globe fantasy.
No, I'm
concussion.
saying relative to your position, right under the globe model, this is where the object would be.
The globe model, remember, requires essentially surface curvature, which the Earth doesn't have. So that frame of reference that you're using doesn't work.
Well, from your point of view, it doesn't have that based on your measurements, right?
Well, based on any measurement. What measurement's measuring curve?
Most things from above a certain altitude.
But no one actually on Earth, like no member of the public, is able to measure any curve.
Member of the public. I mean, there's commercial space outfits all over.
No one in the public, no one in the private sector either. So nobody measures that. Not just the public. No one.
I dispute that assertion.
Have you got the measurements of the satellites?
Go ahead, Josh, and post the curve measurements that you made.
Yeah, just give that.
Oh, that I made?
I mean, I can't imagine that you could. You're saying that they've only measured curve with these multi-million-dollar metal boxes floating in the space, and they can't just measure 8 inches per mile squared of drop over a lake. Like
it's just hard. It's hard to do optically with the optics traveling through the medium.
What do you mean? What, over a lake?
Like
the medium of the atmosphere.
You mean the medium of
all
air?
the lasers away then, Cyclone. No more lasers for us. They bend all over the place. It's going to be a problem when we're shooting things down.
Yeah,
because you can't use lasers.
Like that all the
Call the military.
Yeah, Josh, they've been doing this for decades. Over tens of miles at least.
Directed energy weapons. Huh.
So that excuse doesn't wash. You're trying to maintain that they're doing all this from space, quote unquote, but it cannot be done over a lake with a laser or an optic.
I was going to say that I introduced the conversation based off of me being excited to independently track the TT&C signals of the Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah, but then you said that's over a globe.
And I
model.
said no.
And we pointed out that the globe model requires curvature that it doesn't have.
Oh yeah, you can turn the conversation back to that point. I'm just restating
Well,
where I started.
we have to, because we can't start saying this is going on in reality when the foundational premise of that claimed reality is false. We can't just continue off in fantasy land. We have to say, oh, wait, remember, the lakes aren't curving. So how could you say this is occurring on a place with curved lakes? There's no curved lakes. So that doesn't work. Sounds cool, though, getting signal from the sky.
Does, doesn't it? My heart's a little bit broken. We can't use lasers on the floor.
Shit,
lasers are cool.
To me.
Lasers are cool. It's my job every day, man.
Okay, cool.
They really tried to complicate the laser.
I thought you built satellites, not lasers.
Maybe puts lasers in satellites.
Lasers on the satellites, man.
Or do you put sharks? Do you have sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
Nah, no underwater lasers, unfortunately.
All of that refraction, right?
Yeah, we don't like doing medium stuff.
It's not just the lack of curve, though, Josh, as well, remember. It's the fact that having a little gas pressure system in a giant vacuum doesn't work according to natural law. That whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, just dispute that assertion as well.
Okay, well, could you show us a little gas pressure system within a giant vacuum with no physical containment? In order to dispute what I said?
Continuous curve and asymptotically approaches zero.
Come again?
There's no termination, altitude. It just asymptotically approaches zero.
Yeah, but you're claiming that it's a gas pressure system like we've got here with a higher pressure going into radiating into a vacuum? Show us that.
I mean, once again, you'd have to believe that we could go there and take pictures and measurements for me to provide any evidence for that.
So that's the problem. So we just have to believe. I mean, this is a stunning admission, Josh, considering your status in this whole thing, your credentials. You're saying we just have to believe.
No, you have to, trust that you're not being lied to.
Trust and beliefs. That's all we need.
That's what you just said. You said, well, you have to believe that we can go and do X, Y, and Z. All right. So if I don't believe that, I can't
based on the evidence
know.
presented to you. Correct. That's how science works.
No, science doesn't just require believing stories and claims.
Yeah. Science does not require belief in unverifiable things. You measure signals, you assume that those signals are trustworthy.
Yeah, Josh, this is shocking. You can't be saying that science is just belief and that we just have to believe the globe. You're supposed to be the guy convincing everyone here that the Earth's definitely a globe because you've got
no, I'm not. I don't have to convince anybody of anything. I just enjoy talking to y'all.
That's suspicious too.
That's weird though, because why would you want to talk to us when we just fundamentally don't believe in the thing that you think is going on? Like, why would you want to talk to us about it? Like, you must think we're crazy.
I find it educational.
Are we
I mean,
crazy?
when scammers get paid to push the scam, when scammers get paid well to push a scam, they're not gonna tell you they're scamming.
I'm not even saying that Josh is a scammer. I don't know if that's
No,
fair,
I'm saying the globe scam.
Oh yeah. Like, I don't think Josh is wittingly scamming anyone, but you're certainly projecting your desire to believe this story outwardly as if you know it to be true, when in reality, you're literally verbatim telling us that we just have to believe it. We just have to believe that we're doing these incredible sci-fi adventures that they tell us and show us little images of on. Give us no evidence at all, really, just claims in articles, one or two images. easily fakeable. Don't give us anything, and then we just have to believe that. Ignore the fact that gas pressure requires physical containment in all observable, measurable aspects of reality. Ignore the fact that the lakes aren't curving.
Disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you said that, but then when I asked you for an example or a demonstration, you gave nothing. So it doesn't matter that you disagree.
Because I'm agreeing. I'm conceding. I'm conceding your stance as far as there is no overlap between the evidence that you could be provided that would change your mind and the evidence that I can produce. Like I'm ceding that point.
No, that's a bit of a weaselly way of saying you're correct that all the evidence agrees with what we're saying in terms of gas pressure requiring containment.
I'm just saying your bar is too high, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow. Well, no, but the reality is that it wouldn't matter what our bar is. You cannot produce a demonstration of your claim that would then dispute ours. That's what it is. Doesn't matter what you try and dress it up as. That's what it is. A lack of evidence or demonstration on your side. In order to
that would be believable to you, correct?
Fuck.
Well, that just means it's not demonstrable, not verifiable by the public, which is again just gatekeeping.
But your definition of the word public is not, I can say the public is this entire industry of commercial space industry engineers and folks that are building these things that are not government folks.
Well, let's try and narrow it down.
That's not the public.
Who can prove it? So who can prove it?
Once again, I would make the assertion that the reason that you haven't found any evidence is not because the evidence isn't there. It's just that your, the bar that needs to be met in order for you to be convinced is there's no overlap. So even if I say,
you totally dodged the question, Josh. You dodged the question.
I'm saying I don't know if there is anybody.
Yeah, there is no body, there is no evidence. That's the whole point. It does just rely on pure faith and belief in these stories. We already understand that. I think you're starting to understand that, but you're really projecting the opposite. That somehow you're being unreasonable. We've just got too high a standard for the evidence. They're not presenting a single piece for us to have a bar to even compare it to. There's nothing on the table.
I disagree with that as well. I mean,
right, well, what have they given us to show us that gas pressure doesn't require containment, for example? What have they given us?
I mean, you have tons of satellites that are operating with.
No, that doesn't mean anything when you say satellites. Like what data?
Exactly.
What evidence,
that's what I'm saying. You're cordoning off things that are being used to quote unquote show evidence,
just saying the word
it doesn't mean your bar.
Just saying the word satellites, if that's what it takes to convince you, that would be a pretty ethically low bar, wouldn't it? So obviously we need something tangible. Like, for example, is it something that you could post as a link in the chat that we could review?
Yeah. On my profile right now, there's a paper that goes over the subsystem on the ISS that does external pressure.
I already looked at your profile yesterday. Went over your shit. Yeah, nothing there.
What part of it? Okay. What part of it addresses having gas pressure without a container?
It shows that there's an external piece of hardware on the ISS that does pressure center pressure measurements, and that shows that it's E-7-ish, E-8-ish. So therefore, this object is operating in an environment that's a near vacuum, and you're operating in an environment that's not a vacuum.
So that would just be another example of a completely unverifiable claim for 99.
Once again, the bar is too high. That's my assertion.
Oh, it's too high. So if it's unverifiable by 99.9999999999999 continues of the population, it's unreasonable of us to say we need more evidence than that. That's what you're telling me.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's unreasonable.
You are. You are.
No, not at all.
That's what you're
saying. I'm just saying the bar is so too high.
You're saying our standard's too high. Because it's something that 99.999% of the world cannot know. Josh, you're just saying that this knowledge is restricted to an ultra elite that we just have to believe and cannot question. That's awful. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys.
The first person observation. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, no, I need to get running, but have a good one, bros. And Josh, nothing personal. It's just this is an important topic that we need to be straight about.
There's a reason I don't white knuckle over it. I appreciate the candor.
So,
All
do
right,
you
you have a good night,
proof
boys.
that the
I'll listen in,
experiment
right?
was done in space, in orbit? Do you have proof the experiment was done in orbit?
So, I mean, Rel was on the launch manifest on one of the resupply missions going up. You have the engineering unit that was produced on the ground, and you have the team that's operating it once it got transferred up to the ISS. Like, you can take a picture of the ISS using a ground-based telescope, and you can do radar ranging off of that to figure out it's actually 400 kilometers away. So, you know, all of those things put together is what I'm saying, right? You know, science is making making a conclusion based off of evidence that's provided to you. And here's all the evidence.
No,
you
no,
can make
no.
whatever conclusion you'd like
Not
off of it.
science. Don't redefine science. What you're telling us is that you have a lot of hearsay, and yes, we reject hearsay as evidence.
I mean, hearsay is in like public documentation that you can go look at and people you can reach out to and talk to.
They're just claims. Yeah, they're just claims. The guy asked a very specific question about, this being verified in space. Don't have any
Again,
evidence.
how
for
do you
that.
verify it? That's the question I would put back to you. Like, what would be
Exactly.
verifiable?
Thank you. That's what
No,
we're
I'm
asking you.
from your perspective. Because from my perspective, that evidence is verification.
I want to go. Can I go? Can I go to space and check this out?
I mean, sure, if you'd like. You just got to pay.
Great. Who am I paying?
You have the money? You can contract Axiom Space. It's about $55 million for a ticket to the ISS currently.
Okay. So you do have to be an elite then. You have to have elite level money to go to the ISS. That about right?
So you're automatically grouping in folks with capital with the elites as far as like knowledge? Is that the assumption you're making there?
Oh, I take it back. You got to have boatloads of money to even sniff this, right?
I'm just saying, like, it's not like you have to.
Is that practically
pass some secret club?
How come no one's doing this?
People do it all the time, man. I mean, Axiom has launched four commercial missions to the ISS in the past 3 years. Like,
okay, and so who am I going to believe that these things are happening?
I don't know. Who are you going to believe? That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out where your bar is.
The bar is me. I want to do it. Maybe you can sponsor me. I mean, these folks. We should get a flat earther on one of these ships, right? One of these rockets and get them up to the space station. Sounds real easy. So maybe somebody should sponsor this and just put this to bed. I'll go.
I have tangible evidence within the last year of someone philanthropically sponsoring a quote unquote flat earther to experience something that should only be experienced by a very few amount of people, and then the instant that data was presented that was contrary to things like the Gleason map or the Tryptophan article, man.
What about it?
Or TFE.
What about it?
I'm just saying, like, somebody did sponsor a bunch of flat earthers to go on an experience and observe things that should only work on a globe, and then they went and did that, but those people got attacked.
Only works on a globe. So you're telling me that the sun being above the horizon only works on a globe
for 24 hours a day, assuming a spotlight sun, as opposed to
Oh, wait a minute. Who here claimed a spotlight sun? I'm sorry.
Well, wouldn't you always be able to see it if it's above the globe then? Shouldn't we be able to have a 24-hour sun everywhere?
I don't live on a globe. What are you talking about?
Sorry, above the plane.
Who made that claim here?
Well, I'm just interested why it wouldn't work that way.
Oh, well, maybe you can eliminate a few of the possibilities yourself since you're inquiring. I didn't make a claim about it.
But I'm basically just, this is besides the point. I'm saying that, somebody...
Besides the point that you created a false equivalence. Yeah, so a false equivalence. I'm talking about going to the ISS, and you're talking about going to a landmass. Good job. 55 million versus 50,000. Good job.
Sure. No. I'm just saying. I understand that they're an order of magnitude or two different, so...
yeah, so thanks for bringing up a false equivalence. Do you have anything comparable?
50 million? No, I mean, you could go up on a suborbital flight for $250,000. So what, 50K to 250K? Is that close enough for you? Well,
we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Who's going to sponsor this? I don't have the money.
Yeah, I don't have the money either, man. I'm trying to trying to buy a house.
I don't care. So So what are we supposed to do then? It's just the hearsay then?
No, it's the identification of the evidence that's being provided and identifying where your personal bar is, where, you know, what level of evidence can change your bar.
Yeah, so numbers on a screen and hearsay, I need a little bit higher than that. That's good for you. You accept numbers on a screen and hearsay. Great, your bar is way low for evidence. Congratulations. Mine's higher.
No, I mean, yeah, so I went and bought, you know, in grad school, I went out and built my own, and, you know, satellite ground station, completely independent of any specific, you know, system. It's just an antenna that's tuned to a specific frequency. And then we are able to figure out where satellites are in the sky, and I'm able to downlink data, and it matches up perfectly. So that's, you know, that's where my bar is.
All right, so great. Can get that radio, get that antenna, show it to us working, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the satellite and then see if it's transmitting what you're receiving. Can we do that?
Well, see, again, your bar is you're alluding to the fact that your bar requires, you know, your own 5 senses directly, and that proxies of that automatically throws things into contention.
Yeah, that's terrible to have physical evidence for things. It's a bother, isn't it?
I mean, think about it this way though. Go ahead.
How do you know that the timing is not pre-distorted?
The timing is not what?
The timing on the signal is not pre-distorted.
Pre-distorted. What do you mean by that?
It's you can change the signal from the starting point. This is how stealth technology in the military works. What's it called? GNSS spoofing. And basically, you can send out a signal to make it appear that you're further away than you are, and you can pick up the observables from the ground, and it can appear to be in a different place than you actually, or where it actually is.
Oh, so I'll do you one better. You know, that's the basic stuff that I did during graduate school. You know, now that I'm in industry, you know, you're getting the signal back, and it's encrypted using the same exact encryption key that you designed into the radio, right? So you're the only person that on Earth who's able to actually decrypt the data that's coming back down, because you're the one who designed the radio and you're the one who has the encryption key. So even when you're talking to the government, you know, you go talk to the FAA to get a launch license, you go talk to the FCC to get a license to transmit in specific spectrum, you know, during none of that process. And I know I ran a regulatory affairs team for a commercial space company. Nowhere in that process do you have to hand over the keys to your encryption. And so after the thing launches and you point your antenna at the location in the sky that you expect the thing to be at before right after you get deployed from the rocket, you know, you're able to decrypt the signal and start getting health data back. And you're the only person that would be able to do that. And the only thing that would be able to, give that data to you is your satellite.
If I may, Josh, that's not the point of contention here, though. I don't think the term distorted is like having some sort of man-in-the-middle attack that's going to perform some operation on the signal and then relay it. I think it has to do with more in this case because you know that the source has the keys that you have, or the public or the private keys or whatever that you have to decrypt it. The source itself, when it sends a signal out, right? It's got a timestamp in it, right?
Right. It's more than just the data layer. We're talking about the actual signal itself and tracing it physically to its location.
Oh yeah. Right. Well, so you can get the signal to noise ratio, and you know exactly what the path loss is.
Hang on.
So Josh, you know how far away the thing is.
But hold on. So
that relies on assumptions.
There's two things here. Right. So there's two things here, right? If you send a signal and embedded in that signal, there's a timestamp, right? The receiver can pick up that signal and then decrypt it and whatever, parse it, and then, okay, I got a timestamp about, whatever, 10 seconds ago or 5 seconds ago, whatever it is, that the satellite embedded in it as to when it claims it sent it, right? That's one way to get the time, right? The difference between when, the travel time, let's say, right? The time that you picked it up minus the time that it was sent. Okay, you got some delta there, right? And I guess there's another way to assume the travel time is by the signal strength itself, right? In that case, you would have to
You need more than
assume
that.
the actual signal. Huh?
Because that's just a scalar value. You're going to need way more than that. I mean, you can do like, right, so you're going to be analyzing, like, you're going to get maybe, you're going to analyze the phase. You're going to use maybe 2 different directional antennas and see if you can triangulate. There are all kinds of different methods. And it really depends what kind of signal you're receiving in the first place. I mean, a lot of analytic work has to be done. So, like, it doesn't matter that it's encrypted.
I'm just saying that it's my object that I'm hearing from, nobody else's.
But I just wanted to point out, like,
I call BS on even that, though.
So I was just going to say, would it not also rely on the inherent assumption of a particular strength of emission, right?
You design. You design your antenna. I know how much gain I have. I know how much power we're putting into the amplifier. I know what depth of discharge the batteries will go to when I run it for this amount of time. Like, I designed the thing.
Was it in under your control all the way up until it was supposedly in the place it is? No. So there is a chance for someone else to manipulate your equipment, and you cannot deny that.
I disagree. We get full transparency for commercial missions with SpaceX. You all the way through. We don't believe
you believe there's full transparency. That does not mean there's not something outside of your purview.
I disagree.
Dude, you do not have all the information.
I'd love to see how easy it is to send encrypted transmissions.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, for anybody who's a licensed radio operator, it's illegal to send encrypted transmissions.
Well, that's why you go get an FCC license.
No, with an FCC license.
Disagree. They actually ask for you. They ask for you to name your encryption schema in the license application in Form 312. That is not accurate.
And then what happens?
Well, they just ask for the schema. They don't ask for the key. I was going to say, you can look it up.
How many people have the key? Only you have the key. Nobody else that you worked with had the key.
Not me personally. The ops teams have the key.
Okay. Well, there's a break in custody right there, and it's probably not even the main bottleneck.
No, I'm saying me as in the organization, right? We're talking like a couple, less than 100 people hanging out in Silicon Valley building a startup.
What's the level of your encryption?
AES 256.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, if not the strongest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And we're working on. There's an executive order that all federal systems need to be post-quantum protected by the end of the decade. So that is the floor. We're moving up from there.
Well, there's a grand keymaster. Okay.
I'd be interested to see evidence of that.
Well, it's called the crypto clearance.
Yeah, once again, nothing. At least for this level of system, right? This is commercial systems. This is not.
Yeah, and the agency that does that has actual keys in their emblem.
Once again, this is for commercial systems, right?
That's the most interesting.
Internet.
That's the most interesting because it's the hardest and most difficult to control.
But once again, if that's the place that we go to in this conversation, is that okay? It doesn't matter how good your encryption is. We can't confirm that it's actually the object because
no.
There's this
not saying that.
Oh, go ahead.
You don't have any knowledge of who has the keys.
The procedure's written down, right? It's the ops team.
You have no knowledge of who has the keys.
Dude, have you
I was
ever
gonna say,
written
disagree with that.
standards? Have you ever written standards?
What type of standards are you referring to? Like security standards?
The kind where you give this group of people the standards, and then this group of people over here has other standards that aren't their standards. Have you ever done that? Because I have.
Okay, you can appeal to your lived experience. I would love to hear more.
You seem to think you have access to this one document that just tells you the truth, and that's not true.
Well, I'm the person who represents the company to the federal government, so there's bigger issues there.
You're the scapegoat then.
Sorry, what?
You're the scapegoat then if something goes wrong.
That's the lawyers. I don't actually have to sign on the dotted line. I'm not a JD.
The one that represents themselves most highly to the government in your case is going to be the facility security officer, and I guarantee you're not him.
Yeah, Chris is a good guy.
Yeah. He knows more than you, I bet.
I'd assume so. He was Secret Service for 20 years.
Wonder why they need him there.
Well, they don't need him. It just helps with government customers.
And he won't know everything.
Absolutely not.
But once again, this is referring to a commercial system. Everything is, for the pursuit of profit and revenue generation.
Yeah,
beyond just
right.
ITAR.
So they're worried about. Yeah, ITAR is a big thing. Like they're worried about supply chain interdiction from like the Chinese.
Agreed. Yeah, we have to do supply chain reviews and understand where the primary source of all electronics is or are. I agree. But I'm saying that for a commercial system, it's authorization, not supervision for these activities. You go to the FAA, you go to FCC, you go to NOAA, you get your 3 licenses in hand, and you're good to go.
And it's just so easy to just do all kinds of encryption from space, and nobody but you knows the keys.
Nobody knows what you're sending. Yeah, that's amazing. They allow you to do that.
Yeah,
So we
getting
tell
all
them what
these
we're
3
sending.
licenses is an easy test, right? It's pretty easy to get them.
If you tell them what you're sending, then why do you encrypt it?
So because it's encrypted for user data, user privacy. These are telecom satellites. It's basically like a utility pole. So it's encrypted for customer security, not for government security. Once again, this is revenue
right?
generating.
So what's to say that like the Chinese aren't like trying to develop some kind of covert communication network through cutouts of commercial companies? See where this is going?
Yeah, that could be occurring, and that there's reasons that we would increase our internal security standards based on external threats like that, but it doesn't mean that we're being mandated to.
Well, I mean, if you were a patriotic American company, you'd hand over your keys to an organization so that they could make sure that your company wasn't getting co-opted by an insider. Listen, Josh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Josh. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to counterintelligence issues.
Heavily disagree with that.
Oh, really? That's what I used to do for a living.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying that there's opportunities for us to have conversations in a different arena than this.
Quick FYI, we do have some new people here. We got Grenade. Is that? I'm not reading the whole thing. Grenade Head, welcome. We got Mia, welcome. You guys got any questions? Engage in the convo. Okay, just checking. Continue.
No, it's all good. If anybody has questions on mission authorization and the relationship between the federal government and commercial space companies, more than happy to dive into that.
We definitely don't need to go there, but I hope you understand the rigor that at least members of our community have gone in order to try and understand the fundamentals of this issue.
The fundamentals of this issue ultimately lie with geometry, to put it bluntly. Geometry, the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science. Problem of mathematical underdeterminism, in which models cannot be the be-all end-all explanation of things, but there are multiple explanations that are also equally valid. Philosophy of science and potentially semiotics, how people think of how people put the map before the territory all the time, how people do concept reification fallacies all the time, how people affirm the consequent with their demonstrations and experiments all the time. You know, when I was not joking earlier when I said that flat Earth laser measurements define the topology of Earth as such that it cannot be curving in the manner that the globe is presented, which means the entire spherical coordinate reference system that we rely on has to be wrong, unless it is mitigated through corrections. Now, guess what? There just so happens to be an entire volume dedicated to these so-called corrections. It was actually produced by a German back in the late 1800s, F.R. Helmert. And he describes exactly what to do in order to correct, in order to take your planar measurements of a flat Earth and contort them into a spherical reference ellipsoid and a geoid. And the corrections that he introduces with the math require you to accept that there are meteorological conditions that are present that you cannot actually measure, that have to be present in order for these things to occur, in order for you to have a globe. And the temperature and pressure differences in the air, along with the claims like gravity warping from the stars and everything else that go into both deflection of the vertical and atmospheric refraction corrections, are all based off of conditions that are not proven to be physically present whatsoever. And if they were present, it would require temperature variations and pressure variations that nobody's ever been able to measure. So incrementally, all these corrections are introduced based off a belief that it has to be true because we have to be living on a globe.
Yeah, no, I can get behind that.
What's happened is people believe so much in the globe that they shoehorn all of their physical measurements into it. It shows up in air data inertial reference units that's used in commercial airliners like the 777. It's used also in star trackers. It's used in satellites. It's used in balloons. It's used in boats and even long haul trucks. Everything. It's used in GPS. It's in your TomTom. It's in your Garmin. It's in your iPhone. Everything is construed. Everything is twisted and contorted with mathematics. Everything is trying to make the map fit reality. So when you go look at like an FE core measurement where they're shooting a 40.5 or whatever kilometer laser over the surface of frozen water in the dead of winter, and this is done repeatedly over and over again and done in other parts of the world. And this isn't the only evidence we have. I mean, we've got a whole bunch more. It's just a whole giant stack of stuff. You've got to start wondering what's going on. So listen, I mean, the globe as a coordinate reference system, we can make it work. We've made it work. We have spent over 100 years using modern technology in the second post-industrial age to make this work. And it's working. But it doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. And it, you know, for most practical purposes, it's entirely accurate. You know, but how do you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without calculating it using latitude and longitude? I mean, these are insurmountable challenges. You know, we can propose ideas like, I don't know, anchoring beacons every 10 miles or so across the ocean, and then using like infrared light or some kind of, I don't know, maybe microwave transmission, installing timers on them. I mean, it'd be great if we could have that, but nobody does that. Instead, boom, I mean, we're launching stuff into space.
Hey, hopping on mute for a second. Appreciate the candor. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
No.
Funny
I
thing is
appreciate
they're
it.
all
I'm just
launching stuff
grabbing,
into
running
space.
errands.
Yeah, man.
They're launching stuff into space, spacing it on half-naked Greeks, looking at shadows.
Yeah. Like you can be a flat earther and work for NASA. Not even joking. You just have to
Not a few.
understand what you're working with. You're working with a convention, a way of thinking. This is all an interpretive frame. And it's okay to use it. It's okay to be a flat earther and use the globe and use it successfully to navigate, as long as you understand fully and deeply what you're working with. I don't have any problem saying it works for all practical purposes. So far. What we haven't done is we haven't had to use it for the very impractical purposes, the kind of impractical purposes that challenge the topology of the Earth. You know, there's a gigantic margin of error that's introduced in the fields of geodetic surveying and navigation and so on and so forth. And that's where the globe finds its easy resting place, within that margin of error. And if you endeavor enough to go check, you can actually narrow the margin of error and submit the Earth to a test and find out that the results lie outside of that and that Earth does not comport to a globe. And this has to be done using very precise methods, and it gets very costly and it's expensive to do for many cases, if you want to do it definitively. And now there's some cheap methods you can do, like mirror flashes, and I think those are great. I think those are definitive as well. But the problem is convincing the public that it's definitive. The public likes flash. They like technology. They like sophistication. They like stuff of the likes that FE Core has done for us. So
it's also the ad hoc excuses. Like if you do not account for those variables, if you do not try to somehow get the temperature, the humidity, the pressure at some intervals between you and the target, that becomes harder for you to argue, and it creates doubt. And so all they generally have to do, and all they generally do, is just say, well, refraction could be happening, therefore it must be happening. But the problem is when we start to look for the refraction itself, like that's why I like the infrared camera arguments, and I like looking at the pictures and looking for the refractive effects. I'm not seeing the effect of light bending around the globe, hugging the curvature, making it look flat, because that would result in effects, and I'm not seeing those effects.
yeah, exactly. Like when I've heard Indio bring up two great points. I don't know if he talks about them that often, but he does. And these two really stuck with me and got me digging and researching. He said, look, if there's refraction, you're going to have chromatic separation. And like, duh, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like take a 10th grade physics course and you understand that different wavelengths of light have different optical paths. And then secondarily, if there is refraction happening the way it does, then it doesn't match the geometry of what you see. So what you're going to have to require is a meteorological condition over the area that you're observing, in which the temperature gradient changes from where you're standing all the way out to the horizon and beyond. And that change is commensurate with the rate of change of Earth curvature, such that the light happens to unbend itself, and not just at a singular rate, but at different rates, a continuous rate of change difference between your feet and off to the horizon. You have different ray arcs at different rates of change that happen to take a curving surface and producing a flat and stable image. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of conceptual mathematical rays that you ray trace that are all following different rates of change of arcing paths to every point from your eye to that surface. And all of them are being bent by physics, by weather, by
by something happening in the real world such that those rays of light produce a flat terrain instead of a curved one.
Yeah,
And
it's
to me,
basically
that's
it's
yeah,
impossible. It's impossible because, like in the example of the black swan, the horizon should be so close that when we zoom into that picture and we take the black swan, that should all just be sky.
right.
You shouldn't see any of that. And so, if the globe was true and the light was bending around the curve and allowing us to see these things beyond the curve, they would be projected above the eye line because they're coming from above, and you see all sorts of floating anomalies, and the horizon would be a sine wave and jiggly all over the place depending on the conditions between you and that point on the horizon. But we don't see any of that.
That's well said. And the farther you see, the flatter it is, the greater degree of chromatic separation should be present, which is not evident in anything that we've ever seen. And then you're like, okay, let's bust out the infrared. Let's go freaking put this to the test. Because if infrared light doesn't bend as much, then I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. The geophysical horizon of the Earth should be popping out at me in all of its glory. So I throw it on, and guess what? It looks even worse. Like it's flatter. Like it doesn't look more curved. It looks more like what is going on, folks.
Yeah, that just destroys it, because if there's more refraction and you're supposed to see further, then less refraction should make you see less far. The horizon should appear to be closer. But what happens is you cut through the haze, you have better resolution on those far targets, even though the overall resolution starts dropping fast. It just allows, because of the scattering in the air for visible light is more than scattering of infrared, and that's what allows you to see through that haze and detect things much further away. It just doesn't work on the globe. But I am creating an optical framework that goes into this and explains all of this.
We can take a look at what's happening, and we can kind of we can start to figure out and properly frame what it is. In visible light, we have Rayleigh scattering, right? So the blue, the very high frequency wavelengths scatter the most, and
Mia scattering.
And it goes down to red, and then infrared, but then it gets even further. You get down to microwave, like they say in the visual spectrum, it's the optical horizon averages out to about 7/6 R being the radius of a globe. So you're seeing effectively like 16.67% further than where you should. Not exactly, but that's the idea. And then as you move down to longer and longer wavelengths, you get to microwave, like you get to VHF. Then you get to VHF at like 144 megahertz. And around there, the radio horizon is 4/3 R, so that's 25% over the radius of the Earth. And you get further and further down, and the longer the wavelength, the longer the horizon. You get down to freaking Marconi using like whatever it was, like 1 megahertz, like 2 megahertz to transmit from the UK all the way over to Australia.
Fucking nutcase.
So you have Marconi doing a transmission from the UK all the way to Australia, 10,000 miles at a very low frequency. And he's able to hit Australia, and he's able to get a return signal back. Like, what the heck is going on? So what is the conventional explanation for long waves hugging the curvature of the Earth as it wraps around 10,000 miles? How much curve is there in 10,000 miles? Is there a Fresnel zone? Is it like diffracting again and again and again and again, diffracting in a downward pattern? What causes the downward vector around a curve? Is there some kind of?
It's incoherent. They assume
absolutely.
They assume, because they believe in the globe, that all of the waves that go beyond the globe are either the closest to the visible light, they believe, are super refracting with no evidence, and then the shorter wavelengths, they end up frickin'. I'm missing the point I was gonna make.
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's wavelength dependent, that the distance that they can travel, besides power being equal, is wavelength dependent.
I had an extra point that dovetailed perfectly onto this. I just forgot it. I just been studying this so much lately, the optical horizon, the limitations of it, and I've been gathering citations and sources. But yeah, it's the reflection. That was what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, the reflection.
Yeah.
How do you have a reflected beam off the surface of the water?
How do you have a reflective beam of nothing? They claim it's a vacuum, okay, and then it's supposed to reflect onto the ground, which is like not a very good reflective surface, and then perfectly reflect straight up without like losing like integrity of the message or anything, and then back down again and up again, down again, up and down again, up and down again, all the way to the other side of the globe. This would destroy the signal if it were even happening. You try to beam that signal, and you got, like you said, Fresnel disruptions. You got like a little tree in the way. It's not even blocking the line of sight, direct line of sight. It's just in the way of the cone, like between the two transmitter and receiver, and just being in the cone. Sorry, you're getting disruptions.
Yeah, you got absorption and scattering, and you've got a continual attenuation of that signal.
You're telling me you're gonna bounce that beam off of grass and have it come off like no problem?
Yeah, or bounce it off an ionosphere with negative refraction. It's crazy. It's so the mental leaps, and it goes back to the point I was making earlier. Like the mental gymnastics people go through to shoehorn their physical measurements of reality into a conceived model of how Earth should be knows no boundaries. I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
See you later.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, my friend.
Oh, crazy.
I can ask the same thing for you. Do you believe it's a ball?
I don't know, man.
Now you're thinking about it. That's a good start.
Well, you live in Earth. Why do you care if it's flat or a globe?
Why do I care?
Yeah.
Well, you're in here also. Why do you care? Obviously, you must do.
No, I don't really care.
So why are you here then?
You mean in Earth?
In here, this channel.
Oh,
if you don't
I was
care,
bored. I was
so
bored.
You're bored.
Yeah.
So you don't care, but yet you're bored enough to go somewhere that you don't care about.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Look, man, I am in a college dorm and I have nothing to do. It's morning, so I got on Discord. I saw the room with too many people. I was like, what are they doing? So I joined.
There you go. So you think you live on a ball? Why do you think that? Why do you think it's a sphere? What makes it a sphere for you?
I was on a flight, and I think the Earth is a globe.
So,
Maybe.
I've been on flights before, and that doesn't give you any reason to think it's a globe. You just fly from point A to point B.
I was once in a taxi. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
Well, I have another argument. Well, I live in a city with a beach, and when you look out the beach, you don't see a mountain, but on the left, on maybe how do I explain this? Look, there is a city on the east, and it has a big mountain in it. From my city, I cannot see the mountain until I get close.
So why are you expecting to see the mountain?
Because if the earth was flat, I would be able to see the mountain.
How far do you think you can see? Normally, just on any given day.
In kilometers, I can see a city that is far off, like 150 kilometers.
You can see a city that's 150 kilometers away.
Yes. If it's if it's high enough.
Well, that was my next question. From what elevation?
I didn't really ask about this, but I think it's just higher than my current city.
Just higher than your current city.
Yeah, it's 150 kilometers away. On a good day, I can see it.
150 kilometers away. So you're not sure about how high your city is?
No, I am not. It's sea level because, well, it has a beach.
So let's go 100 meters. Interesting. If you can see a city that's 150 kilometers away,
yeah,
that means that the city would have to be 1,025 meters tall. So it'd have to be 1 kilometer up. In order to see around the curvature.
Wow, dude. Wow. Interesting, dude.
So that's based off 100 meters high. So I don't know what elevation you're looking from. So you're looking across the water and you see another city?
Yeah, it's called Tipaza, I think. I live in Algeria. I can see it.
So just to give you an idea, if we lower your viewing height down to 10 meters, okay, all of a sudden now the horizon should be at 11 kilometers and the city needs to be 1,509 meters tall in order for you to see it. So it has to be taller than that.
Brother, I may have given incorrect information because I didn't really research about this.
That's all right. It's easy to do. But just so you know, to make it nice and easy for you, if you jump onto Google and type in Earth Curve Calculator, there's a whole heap of Earth Curve calculators there. And what you can do is when you're out and about in the real world, you can go, oh, look, I can see, for example, your city. I can see this city, and I know how far away that is. And you can put that information into the Earth Curve calculator. So, for example, if you're only 6 foot tall, you can say, I'm standing at the beach, I am 6 foot tall, so you can put in 6 foot tall, and I can see the city that's 10 kilometers away or 20 kilometers away, whatever the distance is. And it will tell you how tall that has to be. So you can work out for yourself how far or how high the city would have to be to see it.
Actually, I will see how far the city I see, because I don't think it is actually 150 kilometers away. Maybe I am just wrong.
Maybe a bit less.
Let me see.
I'm going to say 25. Just a wild guess.
Measure distance. It is 13 miles away.
Imperial miles 30. So 48 kilometers. So nearly 50 kilometers.
48 kilometers, man. I thought it's more than 120 at least.
Well, just so you know, at 48 kilometers, let's say that you're still 10 meters up in the air. Your city has to be 107 meters high in order for you
it's
to
on a
see.
mountain.
So it's up on a mountain. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So that mountain is over 107 meters high.
I think it is. I don't know.
Well, that's the cool part. We can look this stuff up and check it out.
Actually,
Sometimes
I
they are right.
will. Shriya mountain height.
Sometimes you can just Google
is
city directly, and it'll give you the
no way,
elevation of
man.
that city.
It's 1,540 meters
high.
Yeah, the city is not on top, by the way. It's not on top. It's on the side.
So the city is more than high enough for you to see it.
Yeah, I can see it because I am
to be
on
over
sea level.
107.
Yeah.
So what we've done here is we haven't proved anything. Haven't proved flat, haven't proved curve. Okay.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's measured as
How-
flat.
How
There's no
can
measured
you
curvature.
how can you prove it?
Well, how about we start off with the physical properties of water?
Wait. I have another question. Please. Sorry. Why do you think people believe the Earth is the Earth is a globe?
Why do they believe it? It's because that's what we were all taught at school.
Why do they teach us in school that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question. Without understanding the motives and who is organized this or who has organized this, we will never know. The reasons for it, no one will ever know. Whether it was a practical joke, whether someone had some ill intention towards people, I do not know. Maybe it was just
Do you have any
misinformation.
idea?
Maybe
So
just
we're told
misinformation
that-
getting passed on. Don't know.
Yeah, because Copernicus just interpreted his observations in a certain way, right? And that caught on, right? And then it was further developed by Kepler, and then others after him, right? Until we have the standard solar system model that we have today. But nobody sees that. Nobody's observed that ever. Like that's nobody. That's just a way to think about what you actually do see, right? You can imagine that if the Earth was a ball and it was going around the sun, and if you were really far away, and then they just show you cartoon pictures of that. Like there is no photos of the solar system, right? Absolutely none. There's no photos or video footage of the Earth orbiting the sun, right? And then you got some Greeks, like a couple of thousand years ago, there's some Greeks supposed that they might be on a ball, right? To explain certain things they observed, right? But that didn't really catch on, Like, that wasn't, it didn't, wasn't like for the last 2,000 years, everybody thought we were on a ball. That idea in the Western world's really only, and the Eastern world, is really relatively new. Like, it's developed over the last, 500 years or so, right? Become popular. A popular way of thinking.
I saw a video of someone hooking up a camera to a balloon and sending it in the air, and when it got far enough, you can see the Earth's curvature. I
bet you can see it from the ground. I bet you if you go back to the beginning of the video and watch it, you see the same amount of curve just before they release it, or just not far from above the ground, as you do when it's at its peak.
So the Earth is curved, not flat.
No. Why would it be the same amount of curve from ground level as it is at its peak? Like, I'm just guessing that if you watch the video footage, you'll see the same amount of curve from ground level before they release the balloon as you do when it gets to its peak. And if you watch it, right, if the field of view, right, the camera sort of pans down and then up, right, and the horizon goes above and below the center of the frame, you'll see convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat, right, because of the type of camera lens that they've used, like a GoPro.
Actually, you are very correct, my friend. I am watching the video now, and it is curved from the second the camera goes up, and it's going flat and curved every second, fluctuating because of the camera FOV. Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens with fisheye lenses or wide-angle lenses like GoPros, and that they distort horizontal lines, so that when it wanders below or above the center of the frame, it distorts it, gives it a curve.
Do you have any idea what would be out there in the edges of this world if the Earth is in fact flat?
It's a great question. Beats me. I have no idea.
Do you have any thoughts, any theories, any?
Probably, if there's no source of like a nearby source of light, like the sun, then it's going to be cold and probably pretty dark. I don't know what conditions exist beyond what I'm told, right, about the Earth. Like, I just don't know.
What if there is a sun? How do I call it? If the sun rises and then dips below the horizon, that means there is a source of heat in the edges, right?
Oh, that's just an apparent effect due to perspective, right?
I know that though.
So, Matrix, you can come back in, man, because I'm kind of busy anyway. So I just really only just wanted to jump in real quick about that, but you can.
Right, yeah. So what did you want to know, Hermano?
So I started thinking about the edges of the Earth.
The edges of it.
Yeah, if it is in fact flat, what is out there in the edges?
I don't know. I've never had the privilege of bumping into an edge or falling off an edge or being stopped because I've hit some limitation.
Okay. Another question. Quick question. If the Earth is flat and someone goes from the United States of America to Japan in a flight, do they have to go from the route like directly or fly on top of Africa?
I dare say they could fly in a straight line. I don't, unless there's some other reason that they're flying in a different manner, whether there's flight corridors or for safety reasons.
Well, if someone takes a flight from Japan to the United States of America, it wouldn't be more than 2 hours. But if you take a flight from, let's say France to South Africa, it would take more, which seems to be a more distance. You get what I mean?
Well, if you've got a longer distance, I would assume that would take a longer amount of time. To me, that's pretty normal.
So if the Earth is flat, shouldn't be there a more distance from the United States of America to Japan?
Well, just because now that you see the ground as a different shape or a different description, if you've got point A to point B is longer than point A to point C, then point A to B will take more time to fly there. This has got nothing to do with what you witness on a map. Maps aren't the reality.
Oh.
So just because you change the map doesn't mean the ground has changed magically. So if point A to point B normally takes 2 hours to fly there, and point A to point C normally takes 1 hour, nothing's going to change just because someone's handed you a different shaped map.
If the Earth is a globe, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly. But if it is...
So hold on. So if the Earth is flat, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly.
No. There are vice versa. If
Why
it is
not?
a globe,
Why not? If flat, why not?
Look.
So why not?
If it's a globe,
magically changes? What magically changes if all of a sudden, if it's flat, what changes?
If it's a globe, you can take from America to Japan directly. If it's flat, you will have to fly...
No. So what changes? That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying globe, you do one thing. Flat, you do something else. I want to know what changes.
I will explain. The language is not my best. Look, if it's a globe, you can take a flight from Japan to America directly on top of the sea without having to go through any other country. On top of the North Pacific Sea, ocean.
If flat, the same.
No, if it's flat, then you can't, because
why not?
Because there is no route.
Why not?
You won't go to the edge of the Earth.
What edge? Are you thinking that the map that they used to show you at school was the edge?
Whoa. Okay, I have just seen your profile picture. I get what you mean now.
Bro, my profile picture doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Nice argument, actually.
Do you know about Tartaria? No.
I didn't
all I
hear
heard
you.
Was, do you know?
Tartaria.
Oh?
I still don't
That's
know
why you
what he
have this
said.
ideology of flat Earth,
No.
Never mind.
We have this understanding of the Earth being flat because it's measured as flat. There's no measured curvature. That's why we say it's flat.
Never mind, man. Take care.
Cheers, mate. So, yeah, it made me laugh, that one. I think he was another philosophy student. Easy win, yeah.
So, do you personally think that the Earth is flat and the moon is a globe?
Well, the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, I personally understand the Earth is flat. The moon, however, I don't know what the moon is. It's a light in the sky.
You can use a telescope.
I could use a ball of string too. It's still a light in the sky.
How about other planets are the same?
Yep, they just look a little bit smaller. There's still lights in the sky. What they are, don't know. I don't know how anyone would confirm what they are. But the planets, as you call them, from the olden day term planetus, meaning wandering star. So they're just stars that have their own particular patterns.
Well, if you zoom into the moon using a telescope today, you would see a side, and then you can wait another month and zoom in again. You will see another side of it. Doesn't that mean that the moon is in fact a globe and it is spinning?
Not really. Doesn't really prove anything to me.
With the side
really
you are
that
seeing
worried what the
has
moon.
changed.
For some reason, a lot of people seem to be of the idea that because the moon is doing something or behaving in a particular way or looks like something, therefore the Earth is that also. No, the moon is not the Earth. It's up in the sky. I can look at that, and it is definitely not the ground. So it's up in the sky. What it is, I do not know. So me making claims of what the moon is would just be ridiculous because I could never go to it to verify what it is.
So you definitely think that footage from the space is in fact fake?
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, me too. I think it's fake.
You'd be surprised. A lot of people do. A lot of Globers actually will come in and say yes, they think the moon footage is fake. So we're not the only ones that do that. Some of us for different reasons, but yeah.
How about satellites?
Okay, what about satellites?
They are launched in the air and you can see them at night in the space. Doesn't that mean that humans have the technology to launch a rocket into space?
And okay, so let's go through this step by step. I've got my rocket, I've shot him up into space, and what does that do? The ground is still measured as flat. So now I've got flat ground with a rocket in space.
You can put a human into the rocket and send them to the space to see the globe, to see the Earth, and verify if it's flat or a globe.
Well, why would I want to go away from the thing that I want to verify? You know, if you're looking at your house and you say, my house is made of bricks, you don't confirm it's made of bricks by going to the opposite end of town. You go to that house and you check that out. Like measuring the ground.
You can see your whole house just going outside of it. So going outside of the Earth, you can see the
you're
whole
telling
of
me,
it.
You're telling me you're going to confirm your house is made of bricks by going further away from it rather than going closer to have a look.
It's not how, but the material it is made of, but like the shape of it. You can't see the shape of your house if you're inside. But if you go outside,
you're talking about going. You're not talking about going from inside house to outside house. You're talking about going from the outside of the house to the opposite end of the city.
Still, if you launch someone in a rocket outside the Earth,
what we've got, this is the problem. The ground is measured as flat. There is no curvature. So you're telling me by putting someone in a rocket and flying them away from the ground, all of a sudden, it's going to have curvature.
No, you can verify if it has a curvature. The globe will not change if you launch someone to space.
Why can't we measure it at the ground level? Which has already been done.
Well,
Why do we have to? Why go to space when we can do on ground?
Well, the ground has mountains, has elevation changes, so can you really?
Yep, over a large lake, large bodies of water, 20 miles across, should be 270 feet of drop over distance, none measured.
Do you have any theories, just thoughts on why do they advertise the idea of Earth being a globe?
Why the lie? People lie for many reasons. Maybe it's not even a lie. Maybe it's just misinformation being passed on. Without knowing the original story behind it or where it came from, we will never ever know. Unless somebody comes in tomorrow and says, I'm a time traveler, I'm the one that caused this is the reason why I did it, we will never know.
Damn, I didn't expect to wake up in the morning and believe the Earth is a flat. You actually convinced me, brother.
Well, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here to get people to think for themselves.
You actually did. I maybe it's because I didn't care if it's a globe or a flat thing. Like now I do. And the thing that motivates me is why do they push the idea of it being a globe? Not even like it's flat. I don't care if it's flat. Why do they push the idea of it being a globe?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Why people do that. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Whether it's for money, for power, maybe they're just sick and twisted in the head and they get off on it. I don't know. Everyone, you tell me, what's a reason why people lie? Why do people tell lies?
Ego, money, power.
Exactly.
So, if NASA itself pushes a discovery that the Earth is flat, wouldn't they make more money because of the advertisement and stuff?
Well, the issue is there comes other problems. If they turn around tomorrow and said, that's it, Earth's flat, there'd be a lot of other issues. So you think about it. What are all the problems that would happen in the next month if the NASA and the television came out tomorrow night and they said, game over, no more lies, the Earth's flat, and that's that? What do you think would happen? The education system would start to fail. So you think of all the possible things. You're at university, yeah? Or at school?
Yeah. Yeah, I study cybersecurity.
So people's faith in the education system would run down. So they would not trust the education system anymore. NASA would just close tomorrow.
Actually, yes. Yeah.
No one would trust NASA because they've been lying for the last 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
People with all and anything that uses satellites, people would lose trust in. So Google Maps and all that, people would stop using them because all of a sudden, now they understand that it's all a lie. There's a whole heap of problems that would slowly come along because of this. So I'll ask you now, if you found out that, now that you know the Earth's flat, they came out on television and said it's flat, NASA said it's flat, would you catch a plane and fly somewhere?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe anything anymore.
Exactly. So there's a lot of industries that would get shut down very quickly just because of the truth being told. But the good part about it is, eventually this system would right itself. It would correct itself. People would realise, and a few pilots would stand up and say, don't worry, the maps haven't changed. We still fly the same way. We take a compass bearing and then we fly in that direction. We will still fly along flight corridors. So nothing for pilots would change. From our perspective, yes. From their perspective, no. They'd still get in, they'd still throttle up, they'd still put their planes in the air, and they'd still go to wherever they go.
NASA runs a live stream of Earth from space 24/7 on YouTube. I just saw it. So do you think? Okay, of course you think the live is fake, and I could agree with you if it's fake. If the Earth is flat, then I would agree with you. The live is fake. So do you think if like 100 people get together at night in an isolated area and shine a light to the sky, do you think you can see it from this live?
No. Just because it says live doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree with you.
A lot of people have trouble with that. They just see the word live, therefore it is being broadcast live and direct right now. But a lot of people don't realise that live means it's just being presented now. It could have been recorded last week or the week before, or who knows. It could have been made in a studio, and it is actually being presented now. It is live in the respect of, yes, we've just uploaded the footage now, but you don't know how old it is or where it came from.
It was actually just a theory, because I live in Algeria. It has a pretty huge desert. And there was a theory about NASA filming footage from Mars in here.
I see that.
yeah. And actually, I went to the desert once, and it looked similar.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works.
A nice gift this guy sent. Can you see it in the chat?
With the big screen?
Yeah, the Ball Earth Studio, man.
Yeah.
Okay, theory confirmed. Algeria is Mars.
Yeah, there's some very interesting things out and about.
Any other things you think people lie about other than the Earth is being a globe?
Well, it's the questions that get led on from understanding of where we live or what we live on. See, what have we been told? It's a globe. This is what we've been taught at school. It's a globe. How did it come about? Through the Big Bang. Now that you know that it's flat, how did it come about?
I don't know, man.
See? Now we've got more questions than we have answers. And that's all we want people to do. I'm hoping that you will actually go out to try to test for this curvature and check and see. So not only, it's one thing for me to say, hey, it's flat, that's all well and good. But it'd be nice if you actually went out to validate this for yourself and check and see. Maybe I'm telling lies.
Dude. I am intrigued now. I will.
So is there a large lake anywhere near you? I'm not expecting there to be, but
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Is there a large lake or a large body of water near you?
The sea?
Just the ocean, yeah. Because what you can do is what's called a mirror flash test. So you go to a large body of water, you put yourself on one side, your friends on the other side, and when I say large, I'm talking 16 kilometers, 20 kilometers, that kind of distance. So what happens is you stand on one side, you get a big mirror, and you reflect the sunlight over to the other side. And at 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. So that means that they should not be able to see the reflection of the sunlight.
Yes.
So that's an easy, very cheap way. Nice, easy way to take your friends, some on one side of the lake, some on the other side, and maybe drink some beers, have fun, and do mirror flash, and see how it goes.
Hey, I don't have a boat. Did this experiment ever happen? And do you know the results?
Oh yeah, there's other guys that use lasers. They don't worry about using mirrors to reflect sunlight. They use lasers and shoot them over large bodies of water. Actually, I'll get one for you and post it up, the video.
I like how this video only has 300 views.
Yeah, it just shows how well hidden it is on the internet. So back in, what was it, 2014, 2015, 2016, there was a meeting with Congress about how they're going to control the conspiracy theorists, especially those flat earthers, and what are we going to do about it? And so they started limiting and controlling the information on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so
Hey,
a lot of
you can
YouTube
actually
channels
see
got
that.
deleted. Yeah, a lot of YouTube channels got deleted. A lot of information blocked. A lot of channels ghosted. It was to the point where unless you typed in the exact name of the full video, you wouldn't even get to see it. Whereas now, at least if you type in flat earth, you actually start getting some videos back.
Okay. Think of this. Where are you from?
Australia.
Okay, Australia. You have freedom in Australia. You can go ahead now, get your own company and get enough money to buy your own private jet, and you can go to the edge of the planet, of the Earth. What would happen?
Don't know. Because it's some hypothetical I've never, without actually having done this, I don't know what the result's going to be.
Has anybody ever done this?
No.
They did
To the best
in
of my knowledge.
They did in the final experiment, but it was probably faked.
If the Earth is flat, if you go to New Zealand, for example, if you go to New Zealand and get a telescope, and then look to the west, can you see South America?
That's a long way. It might be easier for you to grab
Too
your
far.
mobile phone and have a look at the weather conditions for the day and see what it says, how far you can see on your weather app. If it says you can see 20 kilometers and you're trying to see a couple of thousand kilometers, then I don't like your chances.
Which weather app provides this information exactly?
Most weather apps on your phone, or if you're on your computer.
Yeah, believe it or not, air is not purely transparent. Like, after enough of it, looking through enough of it, it begins to absorb, reflect, and scatter light.
Just out of curiosity, how long can you see before the air makes it impossible to see?
I don't understand, like, everything about it, but there's something called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Coefficient of extinction, yeah, something like extinction coefficient.
Yeah, which apparently that says, it's around about 300 kilometers.
Just under 300 kilometers. Yep, 180 miles.
Yeah. Right.
186 miles, something like that. Yep.
I guess it could also vary on how humid the air is and other factors.
Yep, on perfect conditions, if everything is absolutely flawless, just under 300 kilometers at sea level. So you've got factors, humidity, dust, and all sorts of other nasty things, smog, fog, that can get in your way and make it harder to see. But yeah, if you've got absolutely flawless conditions, just under 300 kilometers.
Okay, forget about the telescope. If you get a boat from New Zealand and go west, will you arrive in South America or Alaska or United States?
Apparently, yes.
Australia.
Well, yeah. Because I read this story about these convicts that stole a ship from Tasmania. I can't remember if they went east or west. No, they would have had to have gone west. Yeah, they went west. Yeah, they took off west and they landed in South America. Yeah, so apparently that's true. Like, I don't know if you can believe, stories, but apparently that's what happens. Yeah. I don't even know, like these convicts, right? So they hijacked this ship. I don't even know if they had any, like, sailing, experience, like, maritime experience. Oh, I guess they had maritime experience, but I don't know how good they were at navigating and, you know, reading maps and using compasses or sextants or anything like that. Like, this is like in the 1800s, I think. Early 1800s, yeah. This one convict that he was the ringleader, and he like gained all this confidence in his overseers, right? So they actually kind of made him like head convict, right? So he's like, yeah, beauty. He organized this crew and everything, but I don't know how well they were, like, whether they just winged it, you know, like they were just like winging it and just went, we'll just go west, right? And hope for the best. I don't know. Crazy story though. Like these guys ended up they somewhere in South America, this community that they basically gave them refuge, right? And the mayor of this town said, yeah, while ever I'm in charge, right, you know, like you guys are safe. And then he retired or died or something, and then the next guy took over and just handed them straight over to authorities, and they got sent back. Or something like that, anyway. Yeah.
Crazy. Oof. My questions have run out.
There's a lot of unknowns, man.
Huh?
I was just saying there's a lot of unknowns, you know, like, you know, we're not going to be able to answer every question, you know, like basically we're just focused on, you know, we can demonstrate that, you know, over large bodies of water, like even small bodies of water, yeah, they look and measure flat. And then you get bigger and bigger, you know, larger and larger bodies of water, and they still look and measure to be flat, right? We're just pointing out that if the surface of liquid is flat, then Earth can't be a ball the way they tell us, right? So, because they claim that the Earth's surface is covered in 71% water, and you know, then they try and show us these cartoon pictures of a ball Earth with curving oceans, right? So we know that that's not true. You know, it can't be true because, you know, we observe and measure the surface of water to be flat, and that's really our main focus. Like how it looks from far away, where all the land masses are in relation to each other, and all that stuff. It's not really our focus, and it's kind of a big unknown, you know, like how far can you go and what's there, and, you know, like you were asking earlier about like what's out then, like what's out there, like what's at the edges, you know, like we just a lot of stuff we don't know because, you know, obviously people, you know, they don't have those capabilities of answering those questions. We don't know.
I don't even think that NASA knows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a huge possibility. I mean, like these people, you know, there's certain people and authorities saying we know things, right? And then they present things like what they say they know to the world, right? But do they really know that, right? Like, so often people have this impression that they're deliberately trying to tell us the Earth is a globe because they know it's flat, but they don't want us to think that. I'm not sure about that. I couldn't prove that for the love of me, right? That idea, right? It is conceivable that they don't know, but they just tell you they know, right? It may even be that these people believe what they're saying, even though they're aware that they're pretending to be able to do things that they can't, right? Like go to space. It doesn't, just because they're pretending to go to space doesn't mean that they actually know what the Earth is, its overall shape or anything, right?
Do you think the President of the United States knows or not?
No, they're puppets, bro. They're puppets on strings. working for someone else. I mean, like they're not really even focused on that, right? Their drive, their motivation isn't about geology or earth science or anything like that. It's all political and economical, and they're focused on the people and that sort of thing. That making money and all that. They're not interested in that. They just go along with whatever else that they're told, like whatever everybody else is saying, right?
In my opinion, I don't know much, but in my opinion, I think that the president does know because they decide who's the director of NASA, and they would have to pick somebody who's good at lying and keeping secrets.
Believe it or not, but NASA have actually in the past had a hard time with Congress. Like there has been times when with the I don't know if it's Congress or the Senate or whatever, like they've had to sit down in front of panels of politicians and convince them to give them money, right? Like to justify a budget that they're requesting, right? We need this much money for this and that, right? Like, and there's you can watch videos where they're like these politicians are like coming back at them saying, really, like you really need that much out of our budget because like what have you done so far, right? You haven't even got us back to the moon yet. I mean, like they're like giving it to NASA, like saying, why should we give you, why do you deserve all this money, NASA? Like really, why? What benefit, what is it to my constituents? Is these politicians will say, like, how's it going to benefit? You're asking taxpayers to pay all this money out to you for what? Give us a good reason.
Yeah, and now they want to go back to the moon, and I think before the end of Trump's presidency, but I guarantee it won't happen. And if it does happen, it will be fake. Also, I think Elon Musk is a big liar because he is sending up rockets, and what are they even doing? They put satellites in the sky, but we already have lots of satellites. We already have enough satellites. Why do you need?
I think he's just a face, man. He's just a face. He's not. I don't think he's really anything special.
Yeah, I think the system just picked him to be the richest man in the world because he was good at lying.
Yeah, often it, Sorry, go on, Ray's Go for it, man. Go.
On the Elon thing, there was the book written in, I'm going to get the date wrong, I want to say 1974, in which there was a man called Elon who would take everybody to Mars. And I do think Elon is quite literally a plant. I don't think the guy who openly talks about wanting to put literal chips inside of your head is the savior some people believe him to be. He's just a character.
He might even be fooled into thinking he's that smart, really. It might be that good of a setup where he actually believes some of this stuff. But yeah, it ain't really coming from him, seems like. But I feel like that about Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, a lot of these guys.
Where do you think the rockets go when they shoot up into the sky? Do they stay up there or do they come back down? Where do they go?
They go up, then they lean over, and then they fly out of your visual range.
Yeah, it looks like they fly out all over the ocean, all the same direction, really. Unless they're doing it from California, but they're always just out of the ocean, so they probably just land out in the sea, it seems like. Or some of them are probably not even CGI.
Let's have a look at this. Where's all the rocket bases, rocket launch pads at? So you've got...
They're just Florida and California. I think they did one out of Texas last time I looked.
So Florida, do any of the rockets go up and go to the west, or do they all go up and east?
They all go just out in the ocean. Last map I looked at.
None of them ever go back towards the land. That's interesting.
Yeah, I told that to my friend, but he just created a lie saying that they dropped the boosters in the ocean.
There's ways to spin that particular point for sure, because they could say, well, we're not going to do it over land, because then if there's a failure, it could land on people.
Well, what I'm looking at, Race, I'm not worried about the land thing. I'm going to go with the alleged Earth rotation. Now, if they're launching them from the east coast of the United States and they're flying in a particular direction due to Earth rotation, that means the ones on the west coast getting launched should also be going in the same direction. So one of them has to be flying over land.
Are there any proofs that the SpaceX stuff is fake that I could show my friend I'm trying to convince that the Earth is flat?
I would say there's not a specific video you could show him that would say, haha, there it is. But what you could show him is some of the hours and hours and hours of footage that exists of where they've got it wrong. So I'm talking about things like green screens. I'm talking about things like harnesses. I'm talking about videos of people being in space, but then a big giant man's head appears because they fucked up the tech that they're using to fake these things. And it's what started me off, to be honest, because if you catch them faking it once, it opens up a whole world of debate. Because if they've got however many 100 people floating around in space at any one time, they don't need to ever fake it. But there's hours and hours and hours of footage proving that at least some of the time, it doesn't prove they're always faking it. That's the discussion. But it proves that at least some of the time, they are faking it. And then you have to ask why, which leads you down a hole.
Well, to be fair, I've seen a few videos showing that it's fake, but it looks like it could be real, but it looks a bit fake. But to be fair, when we saw like the Jeffrey Epstein videos of the prison, we could tell it was edited pretty easily, which makes me wonder if the government is even good at faking videos, because they're not very good at it at all.
I don't think it's that they're not good at it, because what you have to imagine is that if you've got literally unlimited money, because fiat currency is just digits on a screen, right? You can pay anybody infinite amounts of money to do any kind of shady thing you want. The technology they will have access to will be far beyond what's available to the plebs, right? So if something is edited shoddily, don't get me wrong, there will occasionally be mistakes because human error. But for it to be as shoddy as it is on the scale that it is, that ties back in, just for me personally, right, my personal opinion, there's an element of they have to do this. They seems to be this pattern of they hide things in plain sight, almost tell you. They kind of put it out in the open, in your face. Granted, it's a bit subtle sometimes, with the idea being that it's part of their religion that they have to tell you. So like with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, for example, they made it look so obvious, but that wasn't because they're bad at it. Quite the opposite. Like if they wanted to, they could pay, best in class to do these types of things for them. It was bad on purpose. It's part of their modus operandi. Like it's how they do things.
How do you think that they keep other countries and governments from telling? Do you think they're all working together? Like, do you think they're actually secretly friends, or do you think they're actually enemies and just uniting on this one factor?
I don't necessarily think they're uniting on this one factor per se. I do think behind the scenes, this whole idea of, Trump doesn't like Hillary and Russia doesn't like China and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's cultural differences between different countries, but it is ultimately theatre in the main part. That's my opinion anyway. And
Yeah.
that the actual presidential figureheads you see in these countries might rattle off on the news, but really behind the scenes, they're A, not in charge, and B, that there is a kind of unified approach to certain things. I wouldn't then say that means all the different presidents all get together to chuckle about space. Oh, they think the Earth's the ball. Like somebody mentioned earlier, that these presidential figureheads, they are just that, the figureheads. They talk economics, they talk policy, but they're not actually involved in this kind of thing. Somewhere down the line, there has to be an intentional an intentional lie being told by somebody, but that doesn't. I don't think that then equates to this shady operation of 4,000 or 5,000 government officials or so who all know the secret. I think it's more people they bought it, they believe it, and so they will passionately defend it, because that's what people do, right? You try and talk to the average person to say, look, maybe what you've been told about space and the shape of the Earth isn't correct. Even if they don't work in academia, they will not just rebut you, like it's vicious in some instances. And the whole Agent Smith metaphor works quite well, to be honest, in this, because in the Matrix, right, everyone's an agent, aren't they? As soon as the system's threatened, each and every person is an agent. And so if you look at academia, you look at teachers, like they don't know, even going up to NASA, it's not that they know, they just believe what they've been told, and they will passionately argue with anybody who suggests otherwise, not because they're in on it, but because, like 99.9% of the population, they were told a story and they believed it.
Whenever I learn anything, I always just take it as false until I can verify it. Like, I heard this conspiracy the other day that Finland doesn't exist, and so now I'm thinking about going to Finland for a vacation to see if it's real or not.
Oh, I've heard that. That's crazy. Yeah. What was it about that? I can't remember why they say that. Oh, I did see a video about it.
Because it's less than 0.5% of all the population in Europe lives there, and some people think it's just a fishing spot for the rich and wealthy to go fishing.
I mean, fair play to them if that's what they've managed to,
But there are some conspiracy theories that I think that they just try to say to make us look dumb, like how birds are robots and they sit on power lines to charge. I think they just say that to make conspiracy theories.
It's what they call poison the well. But the thing is even within some of the most ridiculous conspiracy theory, there tends to be kind of sprinklings of truth. Even take this topic, right? Mainly what people here are trying to put forward is not to present a model of the universe, a shape of the universe. Ultimately, all anybody here is going to say with any real conviction is that the heliocentric model you were taught in school is a lie. And they can be, pretty confident when they say that. But then sprawling out of that, oh, well, what about the ice wall? What about the end of space? What about the flat pizza disc that flies upwards at 9.7 miles an hour? And they throw out all of these just ridiculous notions surrounding the topic, so that when the average person looks into it for the first time, they're not met with, well, get yourself a P900, here's an Earth curve calculator, find a body of water. They're not met with that. What they're met with is the Flat Earth Society. What they're met with is ice walls and dragons, Game of Thrones, bro. And it's classic poison the well 101. And that happens with every topic. What's that saying? You receive the most flack when you're over the target.
My friend said that he will become a flat earther if we have a better model than they do. He said that he would rather believe in something than nothing. What should I tell to him about that?
The
so
irony.
he just believes in a model. He doesn't believe in reality. That's cool. Let him go.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's
says
crazy.
that the model should line up with reality, and
Well,
the Randers
I bet
model
you.
lines
I
up
bet you
with
he
reality.
couldn't even show you the model if you asked
Ask
him.
him.
Like you say, what
I
model?
did. I asked someone in the DC, and they told me to say that, and I said, "Can you show me a model?" And then he pulled up a star tracker, and then he pulled up Google Earth, and he pulled up a bunch of different resources.
So Google
and
Earth is not a model.
How many models is that? I thought he was just going to show you the model.
He said
he's got a bunch of
define what
different
model
ones.
I should show. He asked me to show him what model I should that he should provide to me. So I had to tell him that he doesn't have a model, so he can't show me anything.
How about elevation profiles? Why do they use flat Earth models if it's a globe? You should ask him that.
Could it be that if we're trying to measure elevation, if we curved the elevation on an elevation scale, then it would mess it up?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, like, you should ask him. Like, okay, so why does NASA use flat Earth models? Why do biologists use flat Earth models? Like that, people studying like bird migration or other animal migration. Why do surveyors use flat Earth models? Why do all these people, these occupations, people in these occupations use flat Earth models?
Wait, does not NASA use flat Earth?
Yeah. Like for aircraft design and testing.
Isn't it in the manuals that they should treat the Earth as stationary as non-rotating?
Yeah, like if we were really on a floating ball, the Earth is spinning so fast, you would have to go a lot faster one way than the other way. And it doesn't make any sense to do that because you'd constantly have to tip your plane down so that you fit with the Earth's curve, and you would have to fly faster to keep up with the Earth moving. I got to go for a bit. I might be back in a bit though, so I'll see you later.
Peace. It's a blessed day today, boys. I've got my coffee. I've got my chicken in the oven. It's a good day to be me.
Nice. I was just looking for that list of all the links to the PDF files of NASA where they mention using flat Earth models, flat and stationary Earth models, flat non-rotating Earth models. But anyway, it's on the home server somewhere. I thought I had it saved on my phone somewhere, but I don't.
People can take any one of those things and they can say, yeah, but they treat it like that, but that doesn't mean. And in isolation, you'd be like, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. But then how many of these do there need to be? How many of these? So then it becomes, well, surveyors. Okay, so when people are building the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, they didn't account for even so much as a millimeter of curvature. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's just this one thing. So it's like, how many of these one things, how many of these different industries that would by design have to consider a ball, would have to consider rotation? How many of these separate industries have to say, we don't know any of that before people go,
right,
all right, fair enough. Like how many just ones does there need to be before now you've got 27? And can you say it's just 27?
Right, but it's not even like necessarily like saying, well, like here's flat Earth model, so it's so the Earth must be flat. They demand a model from us, you can turn around and say, well, okay, here's some that your own side uses. I mean, like, what do they say to that? I mean, they're saying how great this globe model, this supposed globe model is. Where's your flat Earth model? And say, well, here's one that your own side uses. Why are they using the flat Earth model? If your globe model's so great, why are they using flat Earth ones? Yeah, sure. Yeah, post them in the side chat, man. Yeah, feel free.
I mean, when they say model, what they mean is here's a cartoon of the planets and the sun, and it is a cartoon by definition. It's not a model. It's just here's.
I can't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, yeah, just here's a cartoon, basically. There's my model. Have a good day.
Hey, I can't post them in the side chat for some reason. I can do like a DM or whatever. I don't think I have that ability. But
yeah, DM to me if you like. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cheers.
Sorry if you can hear it in the background. My dog's just going absolutely nuts on his little squeaky duck.
All right, I'm not sure if they're the ones you're looking for, but I sent you the ones that I have right here.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll just be busy in the kitchen at the moment, but I'll check it out in a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I do find stuff like that interesting. Even when I was still fairly confident this whole thing was just ridiculous and nobody of sound mind should be entertaining it. Some of the railway things stuck in my head. So, like working out, for example, trains from Manchester to London, London to Manchester, a journey I've made many times, and you work out, so how much curvature would they need to account for? What kind of elevation difference would there need to be between Birmingham and Manchester, Birmingham and London, kind of central point between the two? And then just thinking to yourself, well, how on earth, considering when these railway lines were laid as well, so how on earth did they account for this so-called curvature? Because if they did, there will be something in there talking about it, right? There will be talking about the process of how they did it. It would be well documented, and how they account for these things as they're laying down, hundreds of miles of railway tracks. And then there's just nothing. And not only is there's nothing, there's quotes from prominent surveyors in surveying publications saying, yeah, we don't account for the curvature of the Earth. We just don't. And you think, well, what do you mean you just don't, when you consider how much curvature there would have to be between these two distances? You can't just not. It would be like trying to build a house on top of the surface of the ocean. And when people say, well, how do you account for the fact that you're trying to put bricks on top of water when you're building this house? Oh, we just don't. Like, it's not something you could just not do.
Explain that for me.
So when you take the curvature calculator, let's just have a look. So we go Manchester to London in miles. So Manchester to London in miles is 200 miles. And we do the curvature calculator, right? So we go 200 miles. Let me get my calculator out rather than trying to do it on So it's 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it? Like how much curvature there would need to be. Now that does eventually become a parabola, but for the first 1,000 or so miles, it's accurate, and you're good to go with that. So you go 200 times 200 times 8, and that gives you inches. So if we want feet, we divide it by 12. So what you're left with then is, between these two distances, let me just make sure I got this right actually, because that number seems absolutely ridiculous and even worse than I originally would have thought it to be. So we square the mile, 200 times 200. Then we do 8 inches times the square of the mile, which gives us 320,000 inches. We'll divide it by 13 to turn that into feet. Yeah, so it's 24,615 feet of curvature there would need to be, or drop, because obviously if you're on taking the ball Earth model, where you are is always the top of the ball, isn't it? It goes down away from you because you're always the top in how this model works.
Right.
So if you're in Manchester looking towards London and you're on this train, right? You're getting on this train, you have to be navigating a drop over 200 miles of 24,615 feet, which means as they laid this railway track between Manchester and London, they had to account, we'll just call it 24,000 for easy maths, and we'll round up 25,000. That's primary school, should have known that. 25,000 feet of curvature would have had to have been accounted for as they're laying this 200-mile railway. So if that was a process they went through as they're laying this railway, it would be extensively documented. The processes, how they go through it, how did they account for this, 25,000 feet worth of drop as they're laying this railway. But not only
somebody at some stage would have said, well, we joined all these pieces of line together for a few miles, and then we realized we need to support these because they're going up into the air.
Yeah, exactly. or at
Actually,
least
something interesting. After spending a few years working on the rail as an aluminothermic welder, railway track actually behaves like dirty, great big licorice bands. They are actually quite flexible, surprisingly flexible.
You took the words out of my mouth, so that was the next thing we were going to say. What you would imagine there would be is, at least you would say, these railway tracks are slightly malleable, and so as we're laying them down, they're able to just gradually bend with the curvature of the Earth. Like, how easy would it be to just write a little sentence in Engineering Weekly or in the, slightly malleable metal? It just ever so slightly bends, and so it's effectively wrapping round the Earth as we're laying this railway. But they didn't, and I find it interesting that they didn't, because it's just literally a sentence you could put in that puts the whole thing to bed, or at least offers an explanation. And people would buy it, right? Because like you say, it's somewhat flexible, because they're not putting it on perfectly flat ground, are they? Like, the railway tracks aren't going on.
Actually, it does go on flat ground.
Oh, well, you know what I mean?
A couple of options. Number one, you're going along a flat ground. Number two, you're going up a grade. Number three, you're going down a grade. Everything else is just turning left and right. Or there's a turn out, so you can order a switch track. That's it.
So there's actually a clause in some old parliamentary documentation from Great Britain, excuse me, stating that that it's basically a law that for large railway projects, a horizontal datum must be used that remains the same throughout the entire project, or it's not fit. It's not, if you don't use that, then you're basically, breaking the law, or they could tell you that your project's no good. You can't use it.
Please, guys, I have a question, please. Hello?
We're waiting.
Yes, hello.
Jesus Christ, is that you?
Is that your question?
What do you think about Hail Mary?
That's for another room. In this room, we talk about the shape of the earth.
What is the shape of the earth in your opinion?
That's my opinion based on what I measured. It's flat.
It's flat? You think it's flat?
Is it flat?
Yes. I think it's
Are you a
flat.
Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
No.
Yeah, everybody's a Muslim.
All of us.
Who says? Who says?
Do you like Muslim people?
No,
Why not?
because they think they know everything, and they're smug, and their ego is too big.
You're right, bro.
Unfortunately, we are Muslim though.
All right, so do you want to be booted to another channel, or are you gonna stick on topic?
No, I want to switch my religion. Can I?
Go ahead. Here, I'll switch your religion for you.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna boot you.
Well, that's a good start. The red flag religion.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Please feel free to practice it in your own time.
That's railroad tracks.
So you know when you're hot mic and up, you know
oh shit!
Ray,
Sorry,
when
mate.
you're it just sounds like you've got your phone in your pocket rustling around.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I meant to. Didn't realise I didn't.
Have you ever seen the rail plans or drawings? They're very similar to elevation profile drawings. Normally, if you go to a site shed where they've got a major shutdown happening, they'll have that section of rail mapped out, and they normally have, most of the time, it's a pretty long image that's multiple pieces of paper all stuck together, and you're talking sometimes up to 20 meters long, showing upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, or it doesn't show bends left, right, it just shows them as horizontal. But yeah, it shows all the grades, all based off of a horizontal baseline.
I found the thing I was
around.
looking for. It was a quote by, it was in an Earth review, and it's talking about this exact topic. Basically, W. Winkler says, as an engineer many years standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance of curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle.
Ouch.
I'm guessing he didn't get invited back.
You said that was from the Flat Earth Review, right?
No, Earth Review, an engineering publication.
What year?
I'll find it.
Because in the early 1900s, late 1800s, there was a writing called Flat Earth Review, and I can't remember if it was like a magazine or a pamphlet, or if it was a news article that always popped up on a specific newspaper.
I think I've read vaguely what you're talking about. It had a bit of a resurgence at one point, before kind of getting buried again, and then had another resurgence. In answer to your earlier question, though, it was October 1893.
1893. Hot dog.
Which is interesting because it ties into something I find interesting as an idea, which is that there are many people who believe that this whole idea of, oh, we've known the Earth is a ball for hundreds and hundreds of years is actually a lie, and that up until much more recently than we've been led to believe, people understood the Earth to be flat, and that the heliocentric model has only been inserted much, much more recently than they tell us.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, because there was a newspaper in I don't remember. I think it was Minnesota newspaper writing about how there was a gentleman in the UK who was in the school system talking about how the Earth was a sphere, and trying to get the school system to push that through, and they ended up giving him jail time for it.
Blasphemy. It always amazes me how people would, don't you know, in 1920s, in 1432 or whatever thing, near enough 1,000 years ago. But they'll say it with such conviction and such confidence, like this couldn't possibly be a story they were told in school, and they say with such conviction, like this thing they learned about in school that happened in 1327 or whatever else it is. It's just some complete and total undeniable truth. And then they say it with a conviction, like they were there to see it themselves, and it couldn't possibly be challenged. I think more people need to be open to the idea that what they were told when they were children might not be, quite 100% accurate. Crazy thought, I appreciate.
And there you go. There's that, because I'd read something too, like in an old newspaper, in an article or something going way back in the day, saying that in fact it's so like not necessary that they made it a law that you're not allowed to, right? And so I went looking for it. Like I was like searching through some old like I don't know, those like those archive places, and I found that's the closest thing I could find to a law having been made where you must treat the Earth as flat, right? It says in the sections must show the surface of the ground, the intended level of the railway, the height and depth of all embankments and cuttings, and a datum horizontal line which must be the same throughout the whole length of the railway, and be referred to a fixed point near some portion thereof. So it's not allowed to deviate. Like your datum line for the entire length of your railway track has to be the same. Right? It's not allowed to deviate. It's not allowed to curve. It's not right. They're telling you right there, like, and this is like special act and incorporated clauses from for railways in Great Britain. The bill that was passed, right?
And we have NASA papers stating that they treat the Earth as stationary, non-rotating, and a plane. Oh my.
Hey, Killian, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Whisper Jack sent me something, so
No worries. I'm gonna.
do
I
that
mean,
quickly.
I've been digging up my own white papers as well. I'll throw it in the side chat to back you up on that. From NASA. Shout out to Rob Skiba.
Here we go. You sent me 4. Just see if that works. Does it work?
When you're done, I'll post up mine.
No, that's not gonna work. Hang on a sec. Work. Because they're in downloadable PDF file form. I can't just do one at a time. Oh damn! I can't. I have to download them.
You always can do the screenshot and paste the screenshot. Control C, Control V will work for you if you do that.
No, Jack sent me the PDF files. I don't know how to like repost them. Sorry, Whisper Jack. I don't know how to do that.
Maybe
You know what I'm saying?
you can go to the file in your files of your device and then share it. And then Discord app into the room.
I mean, it's all good. I'll try and figure it out later. I'm busy at the moment.
I'm throwing the white papers from NASA in the chat. That's what it came from. There's the date, and there's the excerpt.
I remember being in lobby at the home server, and someone was like, "I want a peer-reviewed paper." So I just started posting those documents, and they're like, "That's not peer-reviewed." And then I took a screenshot of the signature section, and I was like, "Are these not all affirming that the document is good?" That would make it peer-reviewed, because these people are supposed to be saying, "Yeah, I read this. I agree."
Nicely done.
I feel like the vast majority of people who bring up a peer review as a rebuttal don't actually understand the peer review process, and more importantly, understand the inherent flaws within said process that would make it all but impossible for somebody to challenge an existing paradigm, not just with regards to the shape of the Earth, but with anything, whether it's medicine, whether it's health, whether it's geological. Like if you've got a theory or an idea that goes against, like the idea is supposed to be, you put it up there, everybody piles in, tries to tear it to pieces, and then if they can't, they're like, oh, maybe there's something here, but they just don't go near it. Because when your funding relies on you not going near said thing, well, lo and behold, people don't go near it. So when people say like these people aren't allowed to study it, the first thing people's minds go to is, oh, well, so there's some nefarious, shadowy figure stood over them saying you're not allowed to. So no, it's much more simple than that. It's just funding. Funding keeps everybody in line.
A question for you guys. Have you looked into the distances that microwave frequencies can broadcast to?
I want to say the last time I looked at this, it was greater than 100 miles.
Oh, it's 160 miles. That's the world record. It's like over 200 kilometers. And the thing about microwave frequencies is that they require line of sight. So with that, that's one thing that literally disproves a curvy Earth. Oh my. Thanks for responding, brother. Appreciate that. I hope all is well tactical.
It's going good. They took me off night shift, put me on day shift, so I'm struggling.
Snap.
Aren't there similar observations with submarines using sonar to detect things just inconceivable distances away? When there should be a hump of, a hump of the earth bed in between them and what it is they're seeing. I'd have to refresh my memory of the exact distances these submarines are supposed to be able to detect things using sonar, but it's a similar kind of idea.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, even though there's a plaque dedicated to the first wireless, message received from England to Australia in 1918, a distance of 10,000 miles, apparently. That there's amongst like scholars, there's doubt about the legitimacy of that claim of and because back in his day they said like just even attempting something over 1,000, 2,000 miles is ridiculous because the curvature of the earth will get in the way, it block the signal. And he was successful, right? They had to like, something's obviously, like they couldn't be that the Earth is flat. No, right? Like, so they eventually made up the excuse of the ionosphere, right? It's just, I think that they still doubt to this day that that's such a broadcast over such a long distance using his technology is not possible because the Earth is curved. That's what they think, right? Like 10,000 miles, no way. I think that they doubt that even like that bouncing signals off the ionosphere would help achieve that sort of broadcast.
Yeah, the reflecting waves would just get crazy. I don't know why they don't just like say, yeah, the signals are just traveling horizontally because gravity is keeping them on the same parallel to the surface course all the way around the Earth from England to Australia, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, that don't make sense. That it probably wasn't true. Probably didn't happen," and just destroy the greatest real event in human history. LOL.
Well, even entertaining the idea that Marconi achieved that, right, is kind of like, well, then why do we need satellites? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, like even if it was like a weak, really weak signal, but they, like he got the message, right? And they confirmed later on with each other, yes, this is the message I sent you. This is the message I received. Yep. Like definitely we connected, right? You could do that's warrants development of that technology, right? Like you could improve upon it, right? And utilize it. It could be really useful.
Yep.
Paradigm shifting technology like that, though, never really gets to do its thing, though, does it? And I know it's slightly off topic, but I always remember the guy who he claimed to have invented a motorbike engine that could run on water. And his last words, as he lay dying in a restaurant, were, "They poisoned me. They poisoned me." True story, by the way.
Yeah, somebody posted a meme about that earlier. Yeah.
There we go. I wasn't actually here for that, but that's just fortuitous. Now,
Yeah,
whether or not he had an engine that could run on water remains to be seen. But it's well documented that he was poisoned. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Well, I would say that if you really wanted to do that, all you'd have to do is run a few volts on water, have electrolysis happen, and then burn the gases that's being released.
Just don't go to Nando's anytime soon, yeah?
There's the meme. Yeah, Stan Meyer. And you know what? Like the $1 billion that, like, let's say that that's true, right? They offered him $1 billion. If he turned it down, it probably wasn't because of any moral, right? Like incentive or anything like that. Like he probably was. They probably said to him, "Here's $1 billion, and you keep your mouth shut forever," right? And he was like, "No way! Like, I want the credit for this. Like, that here's your $1 billion. That gives us all rights. You get no recognition whatsoever, right? Like." And he was probably like, bullshit. It was probably a pride thing. It was probably like, bullshit, I don't care about your $1 billion. Like, this is, if it's true that they did that happened, that they offered him $1 billion, offer, right? They offered him $1 billion for his ideas or his
The deal
invention.
would have been slightly more specific. It would have been, here's $1 billion, we own it. But it wouldn't have been, here's $1 billion, we own it, and then we're going to usher in this new age of the end of dependency on so-called dinosaur use, fossil fuels. It was, here's $1 billion, we're going to bury this, and you never speak of it ever again.
Right. Exactly.
Like,
and you'll make no more. You won't. Yeah. You tinker in the garage all you like, right? But not outside of it.
Like, imagine the fallout if that actually happened. Like, the worldwide crash out domino effect that would happen if it turned out oil was now as valuable as tap water. Like entire countries would collapse. Like entire economies.
Nah, they would just shift.
I think within a month of that happening, it'd make Mad Max look like the Teletubbies.
Nah.
Whether or not he actually invented that technology remains to be seen. But in my mind, it stands to reason that if somebody did genuinely invent something like that, it's not just probable that they'd be silenced one way or the other. It's a given.
I think I read years ago that the inspiration came from him watching a hydraulic drill shut down. That even after there was nothing else, like nothing fueling it, it just kept going for a little while after everything, after its fuel source had been cut off, and that sort of like he was like, oh, how's that work? Like, and it inspired him to look into it more and exploit that, whatever was going on, right, with the drill after it had been powered down.
I feel like if you pursue this research further, you need to get a T-shirt that says "I will accept the bribe."
Yeah, don't shoot.
yeah, like just
let's talk.
I'm good. I'm good with the billion and my guaranteed silence. Like, just it's all good.
I have an idea that's worth the money.
It does link back to something I talk about quite a lot, though, because a lot of people would say, "I wouldn't take the billion if I thought I could free the world from the clutches of oil dependency. There's no way I would take the bribe." Or people get to positions of power for arguments. I'm above corruption. I wouldn't betray my countrymen for 2 pieces of silver. But it's really easy to say that when you're not the one in the room with the briefcase in front of you. Very easy to say that your principles aren't for sale when no one's offering to buy them. Like if somebody said, "I will pay you, $1 billion," but what you have to be now is like a McToon or a Duffy or whatever it is, right? So we'll pay you $1 billion. Financial security for you and the next 300 generations of your family tree, right? And all you have to do is make a YouTube video every other week talking about how dumb and how stupid flat earthers are. Everybody, no, not me. And I would say that now, right? And I would mean it, and I would believe it. But then I imagine it's very, very different when the guy's in front of you, right? With the metaphorical briefcase, because obviously no one carries around briefcases of money anymore. Otherwise, it's a James Bond film. But yeah, in front of you, $1 billion, $300 million, I mean, whatever it is, right? Life-changing sums of money. I think most people would take the money. Not everyone, but
If
I
I was
think
going
most.
to turn in, if I was going to turn in some mechanism, I would have made a good product and then changed it to not so good, and then sold them the not so good version, and then issued the good version for myself.
It's like you want to get poisoned in a McDonald's. I'm only saying McDonald's. I don't actually imagine you eating McDonald's, but it reminds me of something I've been trying to look into a bit recently as well. That if oil, so-called fossil fuels aren't, effectively dino juice, then could it be that, how trees secrete sap? There's not a finite supply of sap, is there? It's just a byproduct of trees existing, like it's just a natural secretion of trees, that the earth secretes oil much in the same way that a tree secretes sap. And then the so-called, oil's going to run out, there's only so many dinosaur bones left. It's just a way of creating a fake shortage. There's a way to, obviously, one, falsely boost the value of this stuff that just literally secretes within the, secreted from within the earth naturally, and will be forever. But then if you think of everything that justifies the control it allows, when you're the sole custodian of this finite resource, inverted commas, that the whole world relies on, which then ushers in all the climate bullshit and all the things that will be done to justify slowing down climate change, all the carbon calculators and everything else. The carbon calculators that'll be tied to your ID. Sorry, Mr. Goats. You can't get a train this week because you bought too many eggs on Tuesday.
You have too many goats.
Yeah.
Travel.
And none of that's possible if oil is actually just a natural byproduct of the earth, much in the same way that sap is a natural byproduct of trees. The whole narrative falls apart and is held together by oil effectively being this finite substance, because there's only so many there's only so much dinosaur juice left. Just an idea I've been kicking around in my head anyway. If they lie about literally everything else, then I don't think it's such a crazy idea that maybe they lied about that too. And it kind of rings true for me as well. Because if you don't believe in dinosaurs, how can you believe in oil as a finite existence? That's basically dinosaur juice. There's no dinosaur juice without dinosaurs.
No, I'm willing to hear you out about your like how you measure it flat. Sure, we can get into that at some point. I genuinely am more curious about the other stuff, though. That's why I came to ask.
Well, we talk about flat Earth in here and our measurements, so you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So one such measurement was at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. A group called FE Core Field Engineers Core, they're an independent research group. They conducted a long-distance laser engineering test over Lake IJssel. This measures about 25 miles across, or 40 kilometers. So they positioned their laser at one end, 1.5 meters high. They positioned a target at the other end, 1.5 meters high. They took measurements of the water, of the surface, I should say, and of the air. And the laser was able to shine a beam onto its target. The target was able to see the beam, and not just like a beam dispersion, but the actual centroid, the very middle of the beam. So if Earth is a globe, there'd be 90 meters of curve of a hump in the way. Instead, there were no meters.
You look, bro. I'm probably too much of a sheep. My brain is too small to understand, like, how the measurement like that works. Because that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know how that proves it.
I think some basic context. Is that what you're looking for about what we mean by flat Earth?
Yeah. Treat me like I'm an actual baby.
Hold on 1 second. My wife's just calling me back in a second.
Oh, good, bro. Treat me like I'm a baby, bro. Like, treat me like I don't know shit, because I probably don't, and probably don't. Because I understand, obviously, a lot of the world is flat, from our perspective, right? Also, what I find really interesting, the photos of Earth are Photoshop from space, right? I find that interesting. But I don't understand what you mean with this laser thing. I don't understand how that denotes it. You're gonna have to explain the context as to why that would be proof.
Do you realize you just said treat me like a baby, and then talk about space, and then return flabbergasted to lasers not having curvature on the surface?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm just having a conversation with you, man. Is that so hard to believe?
What's the radius of the sphere that you believe in?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere you believe in?
I don't know. I haven't come here to argue that the Earth is round.
So how do you falsify the claims that
I'm not
you've
trying to
been told?
falsify anything that you've telling me. I'm not trying to falsify it at all. Stop assuming that I am. I've told you how many times now?
Okay, so
how many times now, man? How many times?
The radius value is 3,959 miles.
Sure.
So that would mean that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you go out and you make your own observation and you see farther than what that claims, you are not looking at the radius value of the Earth that they claim. And then when you watch the horizon change distances to you, then you are not looking at a sphere, you're looking over a flat plane with visibility changing your distance based on the environment.
That doesn't make sense.
Your sphere from school is falsified by math and reality. You being on a sphere is falsified by reality itself. The horizon being the conjunction of the Earth and the sky, objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up due to the ground, its shape, causing obstruction, similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill. Walk away from each other, and the hill is now in between the two of you, and your feet are covered, and then your waist is covered, and now you're only staring at each other's heads, peeking over the hill.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen with the horizon. You can see boats disappear bottom up. There's plenty of reasons and why that happens, and it is not the case that it has to be due to the ground. You could put a little sailboat on a driveway that's flat and then lay down on the ground and watch the boat disappear bottom up because the heat from the concrete begins to distort the base of the boat. You can put a coffee can on the floor in your house, walk away and lay down, and then you'll see that as you get further away from the coffee can, the base of that coffee can will disappear because its angular size is shrinking.
Yeah. Bro, I don't know, I don't know shit about measuring anything. You know what I mean?
This is even easier than that, right? Because like I'll give you an example. If we have a 10-mile body of water, let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Doesn't matter. It could be any.
Wait, I don't use miles. What's like?
Oh,
what's in kilometers?
okay. 10 miles is like 16 kilometers.
All right, yeah, gotcha.
Okay, and over 16 kilometers, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which would be like 1/3 of that would be in meters. So like 22 meters of curvature. Okay, that's kind of like a 6-story building, 7-story building. Okay, so if we go to a 10-mile lake and just say I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and wave at you or see you. But
wait, how much curvature should it have? You said
22 meters. Like you would have to be 23 meters tall, and then I would just be able to see the top meter of you, giant head sticking out over the horizon. So yeah, but what we find is that there's zero curvature, right? We can go out and test any 10-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, but on the globe you would have to have that 22 meters of curvature over that 16-mile distance. And then we go try double that distance, okay? Because it's exponential, because you've got to square it. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot. So whatever, what's that in? 200, so 20 miles, that's like 30 kilometers approximately, and then that would be 266 foot of curve. So it's like 80 meters or something like that, 85 meters. But once again, we can just zoom in and we can see the shoreline clearly, and we just see flat water the whole way across the 20-mile body of water. That's not possible on a globe. You have to have that curvature there if the Earth's a globe, because of gravity, because of the way that it's explained to work on the globe model. And we can test that over and over again. We can go to different countries, different places, and then we could shoot lasers across. We could shoot radio signals across, all sorts of different ways. And this has been done hundreds of times. It's been done by engineers, PhDs, all sorts of people have gone out and done these tests, and some of them trying to debunk flat Earth, right, and becoming flat Earthers in the process. But yeah, it's just about testing the claims that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And then in the context of what flat Earth means, it's just large distances that don't have any curvature. It's like a surface description, rather than, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet. We're just saying, hey, the surface of the Earth seems like it's a topographical plane. Like topographical, like it has like landscapes and mountains and stuff. But most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. 70% of the globe, they say, is covered in water. And if water's flat on the surface, then it can't possibly be what they're telling us. So then you would probably start digging into, okay, how can I refute these tests that are being done? Because you can go and do it yourself. Or you could just go online and look throughout all of history. Anyone up until this time, throughout all of history, that's actually gone out and validated that the water is actually curving over distance. And you're going to get disappointed. The more you look into it, the more holes you're going to find in the globe model, right? You're going to find it's a whole bunch of it. It's more of a mathematical concept, and that's how it was originated, conceptually rather than actually empirically.
Okay, you explained it in a decent way. Like the lake analogy is a good analogy. Because I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna pretend I'm good at it and measuring, and I'm not an engineer or anything. So. The concept of it even measuring around is I'm not here to argue that, genuinely. And I'm not trying to be if it's around, if you guys believe this and you just believe in all these wacky conspiracy theories, no, not at all. I'm genuinely curious about what that would be then, because, fair play, why don't I just go out and test if it is? It's just, I don't know.
You don't need to, and we're not even trying to convince you. We're just showing you some information, and then encouraging people to think critically and weigh up the information if you want to. If not, that's cool. But look, here's some doors you might not have looked through. Here's some tests in the real world. You can go and repeat them. And we're trying to sort of help people understand, which you already admitted, that they just believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what we're fed from a young age. And then it gets reinforced by teachers and college professors and stuff, and they're just regurgitating the information as well. Most people have never gone out and tested it. Like we talk to physicists and engineers, satellite engineers, all sorts of people come through here, mathematicians, and they suck at providing empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. They're just good at memorizing the books of bullshit that they studied.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, then there's a ton of questions. You'll be like, oh, what about this? And then you'll think of something else. You'll be like, oh, what about like the boats over the horizon claim? And we hear the same set of like 20 questions from pretty much everyone that comes through you.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. That's a very fair reason to believe it, right? You guys are believing this based off like empirical, evidence. Like you're making your measurements, you're doing your stuff. Like what do you think about these explanations though? Like that measure it around, you know what I mean? Like curvature of like eyesight and stuff like that, or like sea level,
Yeah, sea level, according to the globe earthers, is why the water would be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. So that's why that curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Whereas we would use the proper definition of level, or a different definition would be like actually just a flat surface. Kind of like if you wanted to level a section of land to build a property on, you're not going to make it curve, obviously. You're going to make it perfectly flat, right? And that's what leveling something means. So we would say that it's just horizontal, just like what we experience, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container, whether it be a pool or a pond or a lake or a bucket, whatever. You need to have a container, obviously. You can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. That's retarded.
Sure.
Okay, but they'll tell us that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, and then they'll have like a magical solution for all of these things that defy logic and common sense, being gravity, which they, where does gravity come from? What is gravity? Oh, they say, well, we have no idea. We just know it has to exist, right? Otherwise, you can't have all of these things.
Yeah.
So if you have gravity, that means that 22 meters of curvature over a 16-mile lake has to be there. And if it's not there, then that debunks quite a lot of things that we get taught about this reality.
That's a great point. Like, because like gravity, right? Like, so what would you just believe? Like, I'm not going to make the claim that you guys don't believe gravity exists, but like, do you believe? Like,
we believe gravity, depending on how you define it. Okay, so if you're just defining gravity as that things fall, if you lift them up and drop them, like most things will just fall. Yeah, if you're just thinking that that's what gravity is, then sure, we agree with that happens. But if people start saying it's because the Earth's a globe and it's a big mass, and then that mass is attracting other masses towards it, like that's different, right? That's like a different claim. That's something you're not going to be able to prove, like in an experiment. That's something you have to have that type of gravity to have a globe, and then you have to have a globe to have that kind of gravity. It's kind of something that it's like a globe thing, right? In reality, we would say we live on a flat plane. That's kind of, you could think of it kind of like the foundation or the basement or whatever, or the floor of this system that we live in. And then, we have celestial bodies in the sky that are like lights in the sky that move like a big giant clock. And they're responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, a whole bunch of other things. But gravity, like, why does something sink when you lift it up and it's more dense than the air? Like, air is a very light medium. So if you lift something up, most objects are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through the air, and they're going to go back to where they were, basically. Like, if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move, ever. Unless something comes along and like displaces it. So if you displace it, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Just say it was not a rock, it was a helium balloon. Okay, it's going to go up because it's actually less dense than the air. And then if you change the medium from air to something else, the object's going to behave differently. Like, you can drop a tennis ball through the air, it's going to sink. But if you drop a tennis ball in a medium of water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water. So yeah, it's pretty easy to explain why things like go up or down, like rise or sink on a flat Earth. On a globe, you need to bring in magical forces and things like that.
things like gravity, right? Yeah, you know, I kind of get it. Is your basis of reality just based on like what you can see with your own eyes? Then, like, is that
No,
what
because
reality
if the
means?
Earth was a
No?
globe, you would still experience the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So you would have to go and test the things to find out further. So we got kind of like an axiom or like a baseline. It's like everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, but they say, "Oh, you're so small, and the globe's so big that you just experience it as flat anyway." But really, it's a ball. Really, it's curving. So we go looking at. We're like, okay, if it's a ball, then what characteristics or byproducts of that curvature would be present in nature? And that would be a physical geometric horizon that, you know, like boats go over the horizon argument, or things, you know, things get hidden by the curvature of the Earth, that kind of thing. So we can go and easily test for that in reality. But most people don't know how big the Earth is. Like you say, oh, what's the radius? Most people are like, oh, I have no idea. I'd have to Google it. And if we say how much curvature there is over 16 kilometers, they'll say, oh, you know, that's not a big enough distance because the Earth's so big. That's not big enough distance to test. And then we'll say, oh, how much curvature would there be over that distance? And once again, they're completely clueless. If we ask them to guess, they'll say some completely incorrect answer. Yeah, we're just like, first thing flat earthers do generally is like learn a ton about the globe that most people don't really think about. The motions, the size, all of the geometry that would go along with it, that kind of thing. And then look at how they actually came up with that in the first place. And what you're going to find is it's not like they went out and did measurements and experiments. It's crazy people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him that were like mystic leaders of like the cult of Pythagoras, and they worshipped spheres, and they thought like the universe was a musical instrument, and the sky was like this big celestial sphere with the stars on the inside of this big giant celestial sphere. And then because that's a sphere and spheres are perfect, and the divine creator would have to have made the Earth a sphere as well. Otherwise, you know, and then so the Earth must be a globe. And it's kind of crazy the way the globe came to become a thing. But we're just testing it out and seeing if it matches up with reality, and it doesn't.
Cool. Yeah, I totally respect that. I think it'd be really cool if the Earth is flat. Like, it'd be way better than it being a globe. That'd just be way more interesting. It's like reality to live in my opinion.
Definitely, man.
It's just cool. But like, how would you explain stuff like the southern stars and like the northern stars, for example? Like,
So there's two big like points, they're called celestial poles. So there's two points of motion in the sky where the stars seem to revolve around. Exactly how that, like, we don't make definitive claims about things we can't go and check. So a whole bunch of assumptions need to be made. But yeah, there's some, like, what exactly is a star? Like, the heliocentric model says all those stars that you can see in the sky, they're all like suns, these ridiculous distances away, and they're in a space vacuum. And all of this story that goes along with it, and there's all dark matter and diamond rain and diamond planets and all crazy claims. We say we're not sure. Like, we all observe the same thing. All the stars will just rotate around the celestial point, like depending if you're in the north or the south, or if you're at the equator, you see kind of like a mixture, kind of like a vortex, kind of like if you were to swish your hand through a pool in the water, and you'll see like a whirlpool spinning one way, and then on the other side it'll be spinning the other way. So whatever medium the sky's in, however the celestials work, like, I don't know, there's some crazy electromagnetic stuff going on up in the sky. I think people like to pretend they know more than they do actually know about it. Even the astrophysicists and stuff like that. There's a lot of guesswork, and they even admit that. But like if you're in a different place on the Earth, you have a limited range of perspective, and you can only see a certain, you know, distance around you, and things will kind of like project into your field of view, in a sense. Kind of like if you stand, just say you're out in the ocean, and you can only see like a certain distance in every direction. So you're seeing like a big circle. Like the horizon might be 5 miles in every direction. So you look around 360 degrees, it's just a big circle of vision. And then if a plane was to come from, say, in front of you, and you're going to see it, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, right, due to perspective. It's going to make a big arc over the top of your head, and it's going to fly away and do the same thing in the other direction. Even though that plane was the same altitude, because of the way our perspective works, it looks like a big arc. So we kind of view the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything like in a big, like kind of like a dome of perspective, not a physical dome, but just due to the way our eyes work. Because things get lower in the distance when they move away from you. So yeah, there's a lot of mysteries about the sky. We definitely don't claim to have a counter claim for every single claim that the heliocentric model makes, but we're just testing what we can validate. Because if we made a claim about the specific claim about the stars, like what's a star? We're like, it's like an electromagnetic orb, it's like solar luminescence and blah, 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 it's frequencies. And you'd be like, can you prove that? And we'd be like, well, and then we would get,
It's hard to really prove something you've never been to, right? Like,
well, it's too high for us to get to. So it's there's gonna be assumptions and stuff like that have to go into it. Like when they measure the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? They had to make a bunch of assumptions. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and a whole bunch of assumptions get thrown into all of the mathematics that are behind the globe.
Not to sound like not to this, we probably get asked this all the time, but how does that like fit in with like humanity saying, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to space"? Like,
yeah, well,
does that change anything? Like, because like if we've been to space and we've been to the moon, then like, I don't know, like does space change that sort of at all?
Yeah, we would say outer space, as we get told in the heliocentric model, is impossible to have a big vacuum of space and then to have a planet Earth that's covered in water and gas inside a big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 more times powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create on the Earth. It goes against natural laws. It's not something we can demonstrate. It just exists as a theoretical concept, basically a mathematical model. Yeah, so like the moon landings, I don't know if you've actually had a good look at the footage. There's some good films out there, not even made by flat earthers, right? Just like experts in certain fields of like camera work, photography, and they're calling bullshit on it. And then on top of that, the actual footage looks ridiculously fake as well. It looks kind of like like a studio. And when you see the lunar thing orbiting around the moon, it looks like a little model inside a studio. The way it moves is very unnatural. And then you've got I
agree, like they're sus, Yeah,
and they were kind of like fighting for world power in the sense of like, oh, we're the first country that can get to the moon and we're in this space race with Russia.
Yeah.
We want to be seen as the country that can do what no other country can do. America, rah, rah, rah. So yeah, I think that they faked the moon landings because of so many different reasons. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon landings.
Same, yeah. Buzz Aldrin even said it was fake. Like he straight just said it.
Exactly.
Goal,
he leaks little things, whatever he can say without getting himself freaking killed by the CIA or whatever.
Right. Like crazy.
Little bits and pieces. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like it's information that we can't verify or validate 100%. It's belief. Like you could believe it or not believe it. You're never going to be able to go and check it. Whereas we say, you can go to a lake, you can buy a $400 camera and go to a lake and zoom in across the lake and validate if that curvature is there and go test the shit out of the actual surface of the Earth over and over and over again, try to find the curve. Yeah, big difference. It's like empirical evidence versus faith-based claims.
Yeah. Well, it's like obviously there's going to be like a billion reasons why it's round. You know what I mean? And like there's going to be some very strong reasons as to why it's flat. I'm assuming. Like, what would kind of make you say that you were wrong? Like, what is missing?
Yeah, curvature. That's all we need. It has to be there. It's like the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe. Just a sec. I just got to go on mute because my wife's asking me a question.
All good, man.
Anyway, we talk to younger generations all the time, and it's shocking to find out that many of the people we talk to, they haven't looked at the original Apollo moon mission movies and photographs. They haven't done it. Like those of us older folks who were maybe born not too long after those missions took place, we were surrounded with this stuff in our childhood, and there was controversy
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
even growing up. But yeah, like the Zoomers today, a lot of them haven't even bothered to check, but they believe that the Apollo moon missions were real. So we encourage them to go check. And often when they do, they come back to us and say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I bought that horse shit." Looks so bad.
Yeah. It looks fake. I think it's fake, to be honest. I think a lot of space stuff's fake, like genuinely. Like, I don't know, like even just being, believing the Earth is a globe right now, right? Like, the whole Katy Perry going to space. I think that's all CGI. Like, that's going to be fake. Like, there's a few things, man. Like,
Yeah, it's like a propaganda.
Yeah. I understand. Like, maybe I'm coming in here being like, like, I don't really want to hear about the measurement. Like, I just don't understand it. Well, like, he's making great points, but I don't know. Like, how does this might be a funny question, maybe not funny, but like, how does flat Earth fit into like religion? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
does
Well,
it
most of the
intertwine
world
at all?
religions are like the old religions are.
Yeah.
They all describe a flat cosmology. Christianity through Judaism, the
Yeah.
Babylonian cults all had a flat Earth cosmology. The ancient Norse and their pagan myths, they believed in a flat Earth as well. The Vedic texts from India are flat. The Egyptian texts are all flat. Ancient China was flat. In fact, the Chinese were flat earthers until the 1600s.
Yeah.
So we are really at a curious point in human history where we don't accept the flat Earth as a culture, as a species.
Yeah.
All of our forefathers, our ancestors were flat earthers.
Yeah. Good point. That's really true. That is a great point. Because it would be really
When's
funny
all
if,
the
like,
water gonna fall off the sides?
Yeah, it doesn't fall off the side, does it? It's contained.
What if
That'd be
the
really
Earth is
funny.
flat, just not from our dimensional perspective? What if it is a sphere, but it's technically flat, and we just see it
Yeah.
as a sphere because we see wrong?
That'd be interesting. So that'd be like a 4 spatial dimensions, right? Like a hypersphere.
No, dimensions aren't like outside of each other. They're packed on top of each other. Our
That's exactly what I
perception just
mean.
determines the dimension that we essentially, like, quote unquote, live in.
Well, right. So
Like,
in this case, it is a 4th spatial dimension that we don't perceive, but is nonetheless there. You could have a curving
well,
radius. in a 4th
cosmology dictates
dimension.
that there are infinite dimensions stacked on top of each other. Well, not really stacked on top of each other, just folded into each other or out
I
from
don't know
each
if
other.
it dictates it, but
Well, it's kind of the prevailing theory. Like, you can't.
yeah, until you get down to the Planck scale and you're like, "Fuck, what do I do now?"
Ah, well, that's why there's we're just in a glass box in a laboratory theory.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, we measure Earth flat. Even geodetic surveyors who are paid to measure a globe measure it flat first, and then they calculate it into a ball based off of a chosen coordinate reference system. Like pilots, when they fly their planes over a flat Earth, their coordinates on a screen show a ball that's spinning underneath them, but they're flying over a flat Earth. And all of their measurements, all the instrumentation, like the inertial navigation system, it's taking physically flat Earth measurements the entire time.
Well, no, it's not. There's a computer system in it that actually predicts the curvature of the Earth based on.
Well, it predicts, the air data inertial reference unit, right? So when that thing is spun up on the tarmac, you have to
Yeah.
provide latitude, or it has to be given a latitude entry.
Yeah.
And at that point, it'll take your location and it will calculate your position for WGS
It's just a
84.
line on a graph based on how high you are. It's not really that complicated.
Well, yeah, and it's not measuring a globe Earth.
No, it's not. It's measuring how high you are, and then it's calculating based off of how high you are the curvature of your flight path.
Well, yeah, the curvature is called the transport rate, the rotation, and that's calculated in order to provide a coordinate system on a globe that doesn't exist.
There is curvature.
Well,
but
that's funny
because
it's not measured; it's calculated.
Okay, there's curvature in our perception. The Earth is flat, but it is round to us because, and hear me out here. Any significant mass, due to like entropy in the glass box theory, essentially, is like slowly leaking out at the center. Like that's why suns slowly get smaller, and planets get smaller, and everything it's like at the very center of each planet there's a very, 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 very small Planck scale hole where something's leaking out.
Cool
Someone's
story.
like draining us for energy.
That's a cool story. So,
Or
is
badly.
gravity reversing entropy?
Well, gravity is more of a byproduct of entropy.
Really? So, do you
Yeah.
believe that gravity is compressing gas towards the surface of Earth?
No.
So then, what's containing the gas in the infinite space vacuum?
Gravity doesn't do anything. It just affects perception.
Oh, so then what is the role of gravity then when it comes to the atmosphere? Does it have any effect at all?
Yes, perception is like the state of the universe.
Not
like,
perception, any physically measurable effects.
Okay, no. Think of it like this. You put something near a black hole and you take a picture of it with any camera, any sensor, what does it look like? It doesn't change in shape, but
Who's
the
ever done that?
perception of it changes.
What, like on a computer?
Anything.
nobody's
You can
ever
take
done the black
you can look at it. You can look at something through just a magnifying glass, or I mean a telescope, that's next to a black hole, and it warps its shape. It doesn't physically warp its shape. It warps the perception of it. That's because
really?
a black hole is just a larger hole in the fabric of reality, or the big glass box we live in.
How do you know that there's gravity around a black hole?
There isn't. Gravity's not real. It's like the force of entropy.
The force of entropy, so it's a force?
No, it's like nothing. It's like you poke a hole in the bottom of the pool. Like the suction isn't anything. The water is just falling.
So the air is just falling?
No, the nothing is falling. Space is. Energy.
Well, what about
anti-energy.
Then why isn't the gas that we're breathing exploding into the outer space vacuum?
Because it's a tiny, tiny Planck scale hole at the center of our planet and every other ball out there. Because it forms it by its very nature. And the mass dictates how fast that leaks. We can track this with math. This is an actual theory, by the way. Like this is like
this doesn't make any sense because we can actually test the behavior of gas and know that it expands without work, without any energy.
Yes.
So if the space that we occupy within the universe is expanding, then
it's not.
Why is the gas? Well, it's not. Okay.
Okay, so it's more like, you know that force on a yo-yo when you throw it out and it's pulling back as it's going out? It's like, again, like imagine you have like a kiddie pool and you have it propped up and you swirl the water in it, and at the bottom you poke a hole. That swirling is our universe expanding. It's inconsequential. What's consequential is the hole at the center of literally everything.
Well, I mean, the hole doesn't have any space in it until it's filled up with the fluid that flows into it.
No, it's leaking out through it. It's like it's
What,
because
a cold drain
no glass
the
box
bathtub?
can be perfect. No glass box can like never have any leak whatsoever. You can't make a perfect structure that resists entropy. So the structure we live in is just slowly leaking, and that's what creates gravity.
So what prevents gas molecules from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Us spinning. The atmosphere being created by gravity and our centrifugal force.
All right, so wait, gravity causes the Earth to spin now?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you measure Earth's rotation? Like, is there a torque vector that we can analyze?
You can't really measure the force because you'd have to like build something really, really big to do that, or just have a different understanding of physics than we do at the current moment. But you can measure the speed of the rotation.
Yeah. Well, how do you know it's the Earth turning and not the sky at night?
Because we rotate around and through different planets, and you can make a three-dimensional model.
How do you know
And
Earth is the planet?
because we've like sent a lot of people into space, and they say it's a planet.
So is that the only way you know that Earth is a planet? Because we sent people to
No.
space.
I mean, you can like. There's also been like lots of like high altitude balloons and shit like that have taken pictures of like the entire curvature of the Earth.
Really?
Holy fuck,
I've
this
never seen
argument's
one.
falling apart. Holy fuck, you guys are right.
I'm kind of
fuck,
curious.
man.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in order to strike an orbit?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean to put
What
something
did
in
you
orbit.
say? No, what did you say? I didn't hear it.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in the first place to have orbital mechanics work?
I don't think we need to measure things for orbital mechanics to work.
Why not? If it's too big, then you don't accelerate enough.
Well, I'm just saying things are going to accelerate without us having any input. They did when we were monkeys.
Oh yeah, like what?
No.
I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's been spinning long since before you perceived it to be.
That's a cool story. Now, how do you know it's spinning and it's not the star field that's spinning? Oh, the astronauts. So how do you know how the astronauts measure the Earth in order to go out into space and orbit? Well,
Well, they don't really need to. You can just look at it.
how do
But
you?
that proves my
I take a
perception theory.
telescope, I
The
look
Earth
at Jupiter,
is
and I
actually
see
flat.
Jupiter's like Earth. Like, come on.
You know?
You've
It's
never
just
seen the
round to
globe.
us.
Like, you've never seen the globe. Nobody's ever seen the globe. And if you're shown a picture of it, you don't have enough knowledge to judge whether or not it's correct. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth to know that it's a globe?
Yeah. A lot of people from different
like-
countries and stuff too.
I'd like one measurement. Please, for the love of God, can somebody get us a globe curvature measurement that we can verify?
I'm sure I can look that up.
Yeah, we've been looking for about 10 years as a community, and we talk to people through all walks of life. We record our conversations 24/7 and have for the past 10 years. And so far they've been unsuccessful. So maybe you're the one, Neo. The entire cosmic distance ladder depends on this.
Cosmic distance ladder, what's that?
So this is the foundation for the astronomical unit, essentially, that provides the structure of distances for the solar system and the back-engineered supposed masses of the planets to explain their orbits using, Keplerian Galilean mechanics.
Okay.
Providing some kind of physical reality to them, even though.
Oh, the most common test to prove the Earth is curved is you can go on any spot on the ocean, and if you go far enough away, then the ships start to disappear on the horizon from each other.
That's a great urban myth. Everybody says this, but nobody can produce the results. What we do have is extensive evidence of a well-documented and well-understood marine layer. There's an inferior mirage that takes place very commonly just above the surface of the water, where the water is often evaporating, and you have a temperature differential between the air and the water that's below it. And this distortion is often confused for ships that are being gobbled up from the bottom up as they recede into this. And as they recede further, they recede into the atmospheric haze, subject to Rayleigh scattering. There's like an atmospheric fence, and
No, there's you can look up a video of like the ship slowly. You can see like less and less of the ship.
No, that's like I grew up on the coast. I grew up on the east coast of Australia on the Gold Coast, and we have there's like a hub there where we have cruise ships that go out all the time, like giant ships. I grew up fishing a lot at the ocean and surfing a lot, sitting there waiting for fish or waiting for waves, watching the boats go out. What you see most of the time is just the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll just kind of like fade off into the distance. It'll get too small.
Because you can't see it with
to be
your
able to
eyeballs. It's at like several
You
miles,
just-
60,000 feet.
Yeah.
You
so
need a
if
very
something was
powerful telescope to see it.
Okay, so in the side chat, I just put an example at 28 minutes after the hour, and now we have consumer grade cameras that have crazy zoom capabilities. So we can use these cameras, and it can look like the ship is gone, right? From when you're
That
just
is
standing
not
there
like
looking,
8
and then-
miles.
Oh,
That is like
no.
that's
The
like
horizon
2.
should be at 3 miles away if you're 6 foot
No,
tall
I'm
and you're
saying this.
standing at the beach.
No, this effect occurs at like 8 miles away, is what they're saying.
Well, after 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear if you're standing at the beach looking out, and that's well within the
So
range
the
of
calculation
not
I'm
even
looking at is 60,000 feet.
feet. No, I said 3 miles.
Yeah, that's like. I'm saying the
Yeah, so if
calculation
you're
I'm
6
looking
foot
at
tall-
says like it starts at 5.
Kilometers.
I'm saying miles.
No. It doesn't start at 5 miles unless you go up higher. Like, say you're like 12 foot height or something like that. It might be 5 miles. 6 foot height is 3 miles. I remember them teaching me this at school, but I've been researching this for a long time. I know it's 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. And then at 3 miles, that should be the line where you can't see any more water, like where the horizon's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
It'll be easier
And
to
then-
see the effect if you're like up on something taller than 6 feet tall, though. Just get up on a platform.
I know, but we can get up. We've got observations all the way up to the height of airplanes where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We've got observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of an airplane, where in every single instance, we can see so much further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And we can't find that curvature. We can't find that geometric horizon that should be there at a certain distance.
I'm like looking at videos of this right now.
Yeah, I just put some in the side chat there. If you think you've got a video where someone's done an observation and it matches up with the globe, then that's what we're looking for. But no one's ever been able to produce one that's legitimate. So if you think you have evidence of this kind of thing, then we'll go over it in good faith, right? We'll check all of the details, we'll analyze it critically, and we'll just come to a logical conclusion. But you'll be disappointed once it starts getting broken down, if you can find one. Because we've got thousands at this point where we have crystal clear conditions and we can zoom across like a 20-mile distance and we can see something completely unobstructed that should be hidden by the height of a skyscraper.
Have you like not been in an airplane?
Yeah, plenty of times. I like airplanes enough to
What's
have
an,
research.
what's an airplane? What's an airplane? Define airplane.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
It just doesn't even look flat.
What, through 3 panes of glass on the passenger side?
I've looked out of open windows while flying. I have family members who are pilots.
Yeah, so if Earth is a globe, you might not still be high enough to see the curvature, right? Because if you're
I
seeing horizon
absolutely have
curvature,
seen
then,
the
then there's something wrong.
Both on land and on sea.
Which way? Curvature like left and right, or curvature forward and backwards?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. It's a very important question.
Just can't help some people.
Well,
Bro, don't
Google
don't-
it.
gone.
Google.
That's just an
Google
that's an ad hom, my friend. Yeah, that's
He
if
left.
you can't answer the question properly.
left.
Like if you then you start insulting people instead of answering their question. It's an ad hominem fallacy. Like try not to do that. You're having a good faith conversation up until that point. Okay, it's a fact that you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane at 40,000 feet. That's not high enough mathematically to even see any curvature. I've flown all over the world, and you don't see curvature from a plane, man.
Listen, so from the beginning, when I was child, I studied everywhere I see. They say the Earth is oblate shaped, which is kind of like round, and you're saying it's flat. That's weird, and that means the Google is lying. Everyone is lying. So it's flat now, right?
क्या जाओ नहीं ना यार जो सही है
Dude, I'll just put footage, like a time lapse footage from a flight in the side chat. Even from like 5 times that height, they say you wouldn't be able to see curvature. Even astrophysicists say that from 300,000 feet height, you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth. Relax, bro. MSK, chill, man. Calm down, sir. Please calm down.
I'm calm, man. You can give your
Remain
explanation
calm.
to my question. All right, dude. Don't worry.
I'm like actually like amazed. Like I'm like you guys are actually on. Like I'm not even trolling. Like that guy's argument fell apart in like 2 minutes. Like, that was actually crazy.
The guy said the gravity's like pulling a drain in a bathtub.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is he on about? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys actually make compelling points.
Thanks.
So, if you
Stick
don't mind
around.
me just saying, my friend, just for the sake of just pointing out that, we were sounding a little adversarial earlier on, but debates, or what do you say, people stopping by like that, I think you'll see why we sometimes get a little aggressive a little quickly. So I appreciate your patience and sticking around with us, friend. It's been quite my honor to have you around.
Oh, Elvis, brother, I understand. You guys like flat earthers, right? So it's like you're gonna get people like that every day. Like, that's not an insult either. Like that's just gonna come with the territory. Like you guys are going against the beliefs of like probably like a very vast majority right now. But you guys make excellent points.
Yeah, it's usually like hardcore soy boy atheists that are the most furious about flat Earth, or like extreme degenerates. It like completely triggers them because they think that we're coming from a religious point of view, which we're not even. But yeah, like it seems like the more degenerate people are, like the more flat Earth angers them and enrages them. So you passed the not a degenerate test for sure, bro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I'm genuinely like curious, like because like if like you're right, like I've been told like my entire life, like oh that's round. I really just like as a kid was just like hey whatever. I really care, like to me what they said made sense at the time. But you're right, like you guys have some very good points. So like like, but it's a genuine curiosity, like what that does mean then for reality, right? Like if the Earth is a flat plane, that's what I'm like. That's curious. Like that's curiosity. Like
I still remember the first time I was like driving home from work, going through this early on, and I'm looking at the sun and I'm looking at the clouds, and I'm like, "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is the sun for real? Like, no, seriously, what is it?" And the whole sky just felt like it was closer, like the ceiling was a lot nearer because I knew the outer space Big Bang vacuum story was fake.
Yeah. Fuck. Wait. Does that make is a Big Bang fake? Is there like big holes?
Yeah,
in there?
totally fake, dude.
Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth basically unwinds everything that we've been told, and
yeah.
get to see much more.
It would, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, because it really would, like, genuinely. Good point. It's all bad. Like, it's kind of like they need this system to work for it to actually like everything else to make sense. I don't know.
Right.
right?
They've had hundreds of years to build this up mathematically and provide
Yeah.
explanations. So, we took up the task of unwinding that. Like, we can tell you exactly how the globe was created and how it's not a
Yeah.
measurement at all, and it's just a concept in people's minds that they've reified into reality. It doesn't
Yeah,
exist
yeah.
in reality. The territory
Yeah.
is not the map, and in their case, they created a map in their minds that became the territory of the real.
Hmm. That's interesting. Oh, it makes a lot of atheists angry. Is that what you said? Like,
Yeah,
because
atheists get
they
really mad.
super attached. Yeah, like they're very attached to their science, right?
Right, their
Yeah.
materialism. They think they have it all
Yeah.
freaking figured out.
Yeah.
So
Well,
then
so
you
like,
say, okay, humbly asking for a curvature measurement of the Earth. Do you have one? And what we get are excuses, just tons of excuses and redirections.
mhm. Well, what other major scientific kind of theories is like a flat Earth, like kind of like falsify them? You know what I mean? Like,
Pretty much anything having to do with astrophysics or any kind of theoretical physics. But I mean,
yeah,
we're champions of science, mainstream science. We're champions of applied physics, of chemistry, biology, and so on. Like, we're not
yeah.
we're not proposing some alternate like laws of the universe. We get to keep the actual laws, the same ones that people who believe in the globe get.
Yeah. Because like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like smart enough to debate you guys. You guys definitely seem like you're way more into this aspect of science. You know what I mean? Like I'm really built for this.
Well, there's different approaches that people can take. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Some people are not going to be swayed by the technical discussions, but they'll be swayed by the philosophical discussions or the social aspect to it. Like, one of the things we found is it's going to be much, much harder for people to believe that the world is crazy with its globe delusion than it is to accept the verifiable facts of your direct sensory experience that Earth is flat and stationary. That's a fact.
Yeah.
It's harder to accept that the world is crazy sometimes than it is to accept that the Earth is exactly as you see it. And that's what's kind of crazy, effed up about it.
Mm.
So the societal struggle is true. There's a social cost. Like, if you go out and declare yourself a flat earther to your boss, to your coworkers, friends, and family, like, there's a high probability that they're going to think you're crazy. Maybe want to get your head checked.
Yeah, they're gonna want to make you defend. Same thing with like being religious, almost this day and age. Like
yeah,
it's very interesting.
Right. Right. So, the funny thing is all you have to do is say, well, what if Earth is as we experience it? It's the opposite of being delusional. Like what's delusional is when you watch the sun set, but then you say, well, it's not really setting because the sun's stationary and Earth is rotating backwards.
Yeah.
Which one of these is delusional?
Yeah.
Pointing at the moving sun in the sky, like you can point at it and move your arm as it sets.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Right. So that's it. We try to align people's sensory experiences with how they think about the world too, so that they're one and the same. When those two come into alignment, a powerful thing happens in your mind. It starts unlocking doors, and you start to be able to think critically through things in a much different way, a much faster way. Because right now, basically, the entire world has been brainwashed into accepting paradoxes and contradictions as truth. So if you can brainwash people to think that the Earth is rotating backwards as the sun sets, even though they directly see the sun setting and Earth is stationary, you train people's minds to accept paradoxes, then their minds become more pliable to accept other contradictory terms. They're more pliable to brainwashing and other avenues in life.
Do you think that's how it started? How did this doesn't sound like too conspiracy theorist, right? But like how did we get to like a flat Earth, a round Earth as like an accepted point? You know what I mean? Like how did that even happen? Because I just got told it was flat one day and someone pulled out a globe, right?
Right. If you talk to different members or different people in our community, you'll get different answers. My take is that this is almost like an urban myth that got out of hand. So I think it started in the age of sailing. Like that's when it started to get picked up. People were using the stars to navigate, and they're running into mathematical problems trying to get linear distances calculated on a flat surface when they were taking angular measurements of perceived rotations in the sky. As the stars move. So they developed a globe where they started taking the land masses of Earth that they were sailing to and from, and they plastered them into the celestial sphere. And they called that a globe, and it was useful in navigating. And then people started to believe that that was real, that map was reality itself when it isn't. And that's it. We've just been stuck with it ever since. It's been a convention. And you know what? It works. Like, I'm not denying that spherical coordinate reference systems, latitude and longitude, will not get you from A to B. I mean, it will get you there. But the question is, what route are you really taking to get there in real life? And until you have an actual measurement without using the spherical coordinate reference system, that is to say, you're doing physical measurements apart from that to externally validate it, you have no way of knowing for sure what's going on. So, so our community, when we've done these laser tests all over the world, and we've done these long distance, high altitude observations in infrared, the very fact that we're seeing things too far away and not measuring curvature means we know for a fact that the unmitigated coordinate reference system that we use, latitude and longitude on a ball, is wrong. And the orientations of land masses as depicted is not going to be accurate. It's not what's really happening in the real world. Their sizes are also going to be off. Because those are created by calculated distances between points on the coordinate reference system, regardless of what distances they're actually measured to be.
I see.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, maybe a bad example, but illustrative is, you ever use like the old GPS devices, you plop them on the windshield, and like you're driving, and your car looks like it's going off road somewhere. And then a second later, it snaps back to the road again.
Yeah.
While this is not happening for this reason, but if Earth is a globe, or if the spherical coordinate reference system is a globe and Earth is flat, then your navigation system is going to have to snap your little car to the grid against where it's actually going on a flat Earth.
True.
So I think this is happening on a massive scale. The errors between a flat and a globe Earth do not accumulate much unless you're going over vast distances. And most people don't have the resources and time and manpower to actually go out and perform an independent survey to determine what the true distances are. It's so much easier to just use GPS and to map things to stars, which they had done before GPS. Yeah, I mean, this goes deep. So you'll hear flat earthers going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, almost to say like NASA knows the Earth is flat and they're hiding it from you. And I don't think that's the case at all. My take on NASA's story is unique.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Sean.
Yeah, so let me pop open some references I got for you. I saved these in another server. The history of NASA, it's quite fascinating. Most people don't know this, but what I'm about to tell you is openly verifiable. Where the hell did I put it? DJ, you there? Where did I put it? Is that under space and rockets? There it is. Okay. All right, so there was a presidential directive in 1951 in the United States. It's called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So why would America need a psychological strategy board? Well, a few years prior, America was one of the victors in World War II, and there was this great campaign to cement the Allied victory into the minds of everybody into the world. to make sure that everybody knew that the Allies won definitively and that America was number one and not to be messed with. So the Presidential Board, Psychological Strategy Board, was developed for this propaganda campaign purpose. The whole point was to strategize psychological operations. And this is actually the genesis of NASA. A couple of years later, in September of 1953, President Eisenhower rebranded it. It was no longer called the Psychological Strategy Board because it was too obvious. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. So now, he starts to bury it. And then in 1957 came an executive order that organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating psychological operations within the national security framework. One of their documents that came out of the Operation Coordinating Board, titled NSC 5814, it came out in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes specific psychological exploitation objectives. This is in this document. It's calling for a judicious selection of outer space projects to include those with even limited scientific value or no scientific value, whose primary function is to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact for the United States, essentially creating a space program that projects U.S. technological superiority at all costs. So we also have, around this memo, we've got letters, working group memos. There's one where CIA Director Alan Dulles appoints his representative to this effort to build this burgeoning space program. The OCB Working Group on Outer Space agreed that the Department of State would be the organization to provide a chairman to head up NASA in its very founding. So the OCB Working Group, the Psychological Strategy Board for PSYOPs, chose the Department of State to nominate somebody for this, for the first director of NASA. And immediately the CIA appointed his representative. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It is fucking crazy. There's language in here like how they plan to use satellites as a psychological exploitation tool to strike fear into the enemy. And I mean, the whole thing is psyops, and missiles.
Can you send me that?
Missiles.
Yeah, that's great.
So I don't get that they're hiding flat Earth. Like NASA's primary objective, if you ask me, based off of its historical founding, the primary objective for NASA, which might be oblivious to 99% of the people working there, is propaganda, to project technological capabilities that may not even exist.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, that does make a bit of sense if you actually look at what they do. To be honest, genuinely,
they can still think Earth's a globe.
Yeah, genuinely, man. I agree with you. I've been seeing, because I guess the big part of me that actually makes me question all this shit is how unverifiable space really is. Because people it is so. It just looks fucking faked. Everything that they do around it just looks like fake bullshit to me.
Yeah, it really does. CGI and green screens, all kinds of crazy crap goes on. And you know what? There might be a cadre of people at Jet Propulsion Labs or somewhere like that that are still trying to work out how to actually go to space and do real orbits. And maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they think Earth is a globe, and that's why they're fucking up, because they think Earth is a globe and it's really flat.
Yeah, it could be. It could be genuinely
right.
It's right. Yeah,
very thought too.
That's actually it's weird to think about. It's super weird to think about because I don't trust them. You know what I mean? I don't really fully trust these fucking people. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the moon landings are so obviously fake. So what else are they faking? There is stuff that we can see in the sky, and these objects in the sky do appear to be broadcasting some radio telecommunications. but
Yeah.
even that might be in contention. But there is stuff in the sky. But you know what's really weird? Now, this is where it gets weird. The subject of transients has come up again recently in the media. There's, I think, some kind of like Harvard graduate who is enamored with this UFO phenomenon that's resurging in the news. And she and her team actually studied some old, like U.S. Army, U.S. Navy research on the upper atmosphere from like the 1940s and 50s, and found that there were what they called transients. That there were lights that were seemingly orbiting the Earth, but flying in constellations, like patterns of 5 equally spaced apart, and that they would reflect light as solid metallic objects would. This is before satellites.
Yeah.
And those transients are now coming up again in the news. So what's really going up there? I don't freaking know. It's possible that maybe satellites are explained by a technology, but they really have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And in order
very interesting.
in order to keep us from going into a panic about aliens and shit like that, they tell us, "Oh yeah, it's just Starlink."
Yeah. Could be aliens. How'd that work? If like flat I don't know, aliens?
Well,
like
I would say they're
aliens still
interdimensional.
existing?
Yeah, I think
yeah, interdimensional. That's a good point.
exactly.
Yeah.
Or
That's not-
the
true.
flat world could be much bigger than we thought, and there are other regions
Yeah.
where there are other
true then.
people living, and who knows?
Because if it's flat in the terms of like it's like the ground, if it's like the ground, you know what I mean, like the floor of like I don't know, like that's how I'd say. Like if there's no edge, for example, it's just flat floor for as long as it goes, but then everything else is above that. I don't know, like
Yeah, could there be other worlds with other suns that do like a 24-hour Antarctic sun thing?
yeah,
You know?
yeah. What about like digging underground? Because like if you dig underground, it still gets hotter. You know, like
Yeah. Well, it just so happens, that this world is structured that way, right? Like if you go up higher and higher and higher, things get less dense and less dense. And if you go down, things get more dense and more dense and hotter. And as you go up, things seem to get colder. As you go down, things seem to get warmer. Yeah. Yeah, the farthest, have you heard this? The farthest they've ever dug is just barely 8 miles.
Yeah, it's like fucking nothing, eh? Like, yeah, that's so true.
And what was funny is like the world's top geologists were working there and made all these predictions about what the drill would find, and they were wrong every step of the way.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
I don't know.
Yeah, so how do they know? How do they know what's really under the earth? You've got all these seismologists that are like, yeah, we've got this big karst layer here, and we got this mantle over there, and I mean, just making shit up.
Yeah. I think part of this is it could be just attributed to like ego too. You know what I mean? Like people really want to be right about everything. Like,
yeah. That I find this topic, if you approach it right, does require humility. You have to be open to being wrong about everything.
Genuinely. Yeah, that's so true.
And you do this like knowledge inventory. You're like, okay, so I need to know the difference between knowing things and believing things. So let me take inventory of everything that I consider to be true. And let's separate it into 2 buckets, one of knowledge and one of belief. And when you go through this process, you find out like, holy shit, there are very few things that I actually know to be true in this world. And the things that I know to be true are things that I've directly experienced myself, or that could be true based off of the likelihood of me experiencing that thing. So all the beliefs go in the other bucket. And you start to find that most of the things in that bucket are things that most of the world people accept as truth, as knowledge, when it's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I can tell you that for what little knowledge we can actually acquire in this world, knowing that the earth is flat and stationary as we experience it is something that you can know for sure with 100% certainty, and we can teach people to go find out for themselves. And we do. We give people, we help them with methods and
Yeah.
and execution.
Yeah. Right. Well, you know, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for letting me babble.
Well, good. It's like genuinely, I got an open mind about pretty much anything. You know, like it does make a lot of sense to question it. You know, like because if they can't prove it's round, then by definition, like it should be flat. You know, like just based on
Right.
what you see. You
They
know?
can't prove it's round. Yeah, everything they claim is a measurement really is not. And that's what's so striking about this whole thing is not only do they not have a globe measurement, but we figured out how they calculated a globe to become Earth in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, so we know how the magic trick is done, so to speak. We saw the little trap door under the magician's desk that
Yeah.
he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
It's just been like global warming.
So we have that, and on the other hand, we have our own positive proof claims of flat Earth because we have people who've conducted these extremely well-engineered laser tests in Hungary and the Netherlands and across the UK. In fact, one of our members of our server, he doesn't come around much anymore. His name's Dr. John D. He's actually a physicist and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows how the optics of light works, and knows what refraction is, it's going to be a guy who's got a PhD in this and specializes it for work.
Yeah.
And he tried to prove that Earth is a globe. He heard about us and flat Earth.
Yeah.
He thought it was crazy, so he took his laboratory equipment and ran all these tests to try and measure the curvature, and he couldn't freaking do it. He's now a flat earther. And he actually takes his laser gear on a roadshow throughout the UK from time to time and sets up demonstrations on the shore, and people can come and watch, and he'll show them flat earth measurements in real time. So
that'd be really
cool stuff. He's got a YouTube channel. Yeah, man.
That's interesting.
So, this is where we are in 2026. If you Google flat Earth, you'll find all kinds of crazy shit like on TikTok and Facebook or X that does not reflect what we know or accept as true. You're going to find like people with fantastic, I call it flat Earth science fiction stories. Flat Earth sci-fi is out there and it's thick and I hate it. Makes us look like a bunch of crazy retards.
Yeah. Well, true that. Yeah. True that. There's a lot of stuff out there trying to discredit flat Earth. But they really want to people really want to shut you guys up. You know, like it's sad because you should just let the facts speak for themselves, to be honest. Like it should be if the Earth is really round, I shouldn't have seen that guy fumble as hard as he did. You know what I mean?
Right.
When he came in questioning, guns blazing. He fumbled so unbelievably hard, and he was coming in here trying to prove the Earth is fucking round.
That's what's amazing for bystanders to see, right? I mean, they hear people come in like this time after time after time for months and years, fumbling around. Like, come on! I thought it was so easy to prove that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah. So this topic really attracts a bunch of nutters too, which is what I was going to say before. I mean, there are people that call themselves flat earthers who are flat Earth believers, and they consume a lot of flat Earth content, but they don't really know how to think critically. And and that stuff is frustrating. This topic was also congressionally censored. We've got a video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is a channel in the United States where all they do is set up cameras inside the House of Representatives and in the Senate, and they just record legislators. There's not even much commentary, if at all. It's just set up and live stream stuff all day. They've been doing this since the 70s. We got a C-SPAN recording where members of the tech industry were subpoenaed to come up and testify in front of Congress. And in this segment, one of the members of Congress is asking the head of YouTube, "What are you doing to censor flat Earth?"
It's crazy.
A topic so freaking stupid and ridiculous, right? That it requires Congress to have YouTube censor us. You know what was crazy? If you were to like check Google Trends during this time period for the search query flat Earth, you see it climbing. I mean, it was more popular than like Britney Spears and Justin Bieber at one point. And as soon as
Yeah,
that
it's getting a big
censorship
traction,
went in
yeah.
place, boom, flat Earth as a search query dropped down to the bottom, just straight down nosedive to the basement. And suddenly flat Earth was no longer a trending topic. Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying? You know, like what's the old saying? Like if you're guilty, well, like if you're not guilty, you got nothing to hide. You know, they wouldn't have to censor you if it wasn't true. You know what I mean? Like the fact that they're censoring you says something, like genuinely. You know, like
right. So
because if it is flat, like somebody like we would have the capabilities to like actually travel beyond it. Like governments would have that. You know what I mean? Like they would have that if it is like if there's no edge, for example, if it just continues on. You know, like that's the plane of existence, right? Like you would be able to continue on. Like I don't know, and it'd be easier just to keep it like a globe secret. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, they still believe that Earth is a globe, I think, and what they recognize is that if flat Earth becomes popular, then it just it creates a divide, a distrust of government and institutions. That's what they're worried about. But here's the thing: since we know the Earth is flat, we know that governments and institutions actually have a lot to lose in terms of credibility. And
true.
And I think this topic needs to be handled delicately to make sure society doesn't fall apart.
Mm.
So,
that's fair.
You know, and that's why I think it's gracious to also almost give the benefit of the doubt and say, it's not that people are hiding flat Earth. The government's not actively hiding flat Earth so much as they're just projecting technology and power that may not exist.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
And everybody working there still thinks Earth is a globe. So,
well, do you think like the what's it called? Like the whole, because I like this idea that NASA is just projecting stuff that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like, because it does make like it honestly makes a lot of sense to me. Like, just with everything I've seen, like the moon landings and stuff. Do you think like the Mars rover is real, or do you think it's just like out in the desert somewhere? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I'm pretty sure that it's out in the desert somewhere, or potentially near Greenland.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this? Near Greenland?
No, I haven't. No.
So there's an island. There's an island called Devon Island, west of Greenland. It's in northern Canada. NASA has a Mars expedition test site where they have full-size Mars rover replicas cruising all over this island. It's like uninhabited, never inhabited, desolate and sparse. And I tell you what, if you take their footage and you apply like a red filter, the rain looks just like Mars. Oh, dude, yeah, totally. Absolutely does.
Really?
Yep.
That's, you know what, man, I will look into that, like, genuinely, because like it like I don't trust NASA, like, genuinely. It's just, you know, like everything with space just seems like such bullshit to me. Like, I don't know.
It is crazy, dude. Really... And here's the other thing. I think that facility was actually not publicly disclosed. So what happened is people were wearing fitness trackers. And when you wear a fitness tracker, your app will connect you to a community and you can see where other people are in the world wearing your fitness tracker. And people started noticing all these fitness trackers on Devon Island. People are like, what the hell? What's going on in Devon Island? Like, you're not supposed to go there. Like, it's a nature preserve. And then NASA's like, oh, guys, hey, yeah, hi, we have a Mars expedition test facility here. We're just testing rovers.
On the one place that looks exactly like Mars on Earth. Lovely. Love it. Wow.
Yeah.
You're fucking stupid. Oh my god.
I don't think...
Are you fucking serious? Is this true? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. What the fuck is this, man? What?
Are you pulling images up? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what? Holy shit!
Holy shit's right.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What? Yo, I kind of like. I asked that like not expecting an answer. Like that's such a strong answer too. Like that's fuck, man. Neil deGrasse Tyson must be like spewing when like, holy fuck, man. Like, poor guy. Like, holy shit. Damn.
And then it gets bad, right? Because we've gone through footage from the Curiosity rover and the other rovers on Mars. Their panoramas. We're finding like we found a barrel, like a rusted barrel.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of the desert. We found a crushed up juice box. Don't know how that got there.
Also,
really?
There was an iron gate. I've seen an iron gate.
Birds,
yeah. Iron gate, birds. Yep. I've seen several birds.
Oh, a lot. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Nah, like I don't trust them for shit. Like ever since I saw that Katy Perry space video, that just obvious CGI, like, no. Like that's like 100 times more compelling. Like that, just explain that. Like can someone explain that?
I know.
Probably not, man.
Oh yeah, the Arctic Lemming. DJ just posted it. So there's
that's
Arctic
crazy.
Lemming. Yeah, and Devon Island. The top images were supposedly from the rover. But there it is. There's a little Arctic lemming between the two rocks. Sniffing around.
Some guy didn't cash it, got fired. Or got executed. That's a joke.
Right.
You know, like that's... What the fuck?
Right. So they're doing this. They're not hiding flat Earth, man. They're just projecting...
Yeah.
They're just projecting this for like technology sales or something, you know?
Yeah, like they want people to think that they have the power to like leave Earth or something. Or like,
and here's the thing: wouldn't it be great if you were invited as another member of the space community to come be a part of this? And now you're faking space too for your people. And then what you say is you tell them this is for national security, for international security. We're all going to blackmail each other with the space program fakery. And if any one of us gets out of line, we blow the lid.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a bunch of mafia bosses getting together who all have dirt on each other because everybody had to murder somebody to get a seat at the table. And now they can trust each other with mutual blackmail. So what if the space program is the mutual blackmail program for international security?
That's a good point. That is such a good point too, to be honest. Like that is a great point. Excellent point.
You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, man. Like that's actually crazy. What the
the Apollo the command module or what lunar module. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's
that
fake.
thing.
Bullshit.
It's like wibbly wobbly. It's on strings in a warehouse. They're rotating it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude.
I've never seen that footage before. I've only seen them like on the moon. That's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to show you the goofy shit. They're embarrassed about it.
That's like straight out of Star Wars, man. Like what? That's like straight out of George Lucas. Like what the? That's worse, to be honest. Like they did a worse job. What the fuck? That Devon Island thing, that's crazy. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
It's the biggest rabbit hole that you can go down, man. This flat Earth thing. You'll never be bored. It's true. Like David Weiss says this a lot in his videos. I don't really like his style and stuff, but he's right. You will never be bored in your entire life when you start digging into flat Earth. You will learn things that you never thought you'd learn in your whole life, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
You just can't like share it with people that unless they're into flat Earth too.
True. I mean, like right now, honestly, like I have no reason to believe the Earth is round. So, like, apart from what I've been told, you guys have made a compelling point about it being flat. I don't understand it enough yet to be like, oh, I'm a flat earther, right? But I'll look into it. I'll come back and talk some more. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, man. You're welcome anytime.
appreciate you guys, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I thank you guys so much. Very interesting stuff.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you, man. You too, man.
Catch you later, man.
That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self-level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? Maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? It just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of a globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying for that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level, and the water level being not a bubble level, but a water level, and the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube on the other end. And then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is and go to the other side and mark off level. And now you got a level between, that 200 feet, right? Maybe you had 3 points on it, so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So I just kind of wanted, like, maybe there to be where you said, like, yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the
right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earther arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before, because you'd be on the quote unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and up and down be down, unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. Like, so if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the X and Y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the Y axis up and down, right, then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the Earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. So if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the Earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote unquote edge is, or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the Earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you reach a part where the Earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from You know, everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat Earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. You know, maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different because notice how I say you could keep, you have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the Earth. I know the extent of the Earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There'd be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within the accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Sorry.
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you could live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight, and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt? The Earth is flat," and he kept not answering that. It's like he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. Okay, there's a double speak. If you're okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically. I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right. So you heard AI. It's just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead. Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Like, hey, is there any way you could tell the audience? I'd like to know. Yeah. In a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient. Outside of that range. Now, within it, you can. Yeah. Outside of it, you can't. So if something was, greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well,
And now
not
check
to
this out,
muddy the
brother.
waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right? Where you
Okay,
wouldn't
that's
expect
fair. But
curvature.
before we lose the point, I just want to point out that other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay, I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay, let's be clear. Do we all agree? Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay, period. Lasers lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but Overlord, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the Earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No. I didn't. But
I want to answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
The point is, even if we assume that you get those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So you have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within a millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to claim a trillionth accuracy, and so that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity. That's So before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe. Well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the truth. Hey, bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think, does anybody have, I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying? Or you'd like to raise any comments? Or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed? I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in. And they're just like, is he saying the Earth is a globe? Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said. And he understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved or not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave, millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch. Who knows in the future?
But that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're going to get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you going to define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
the definition.
Well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, you know. But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah. For me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, yeah, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, you know, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, yeah, there's already these ideas going around. I don't see this being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level, and horizontal is horizontal. So in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, what I just explained would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think it depends.
No, it's not. It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But not only is it a straw man,
at the top, right?
Yeah. Right. So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds, that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you
outside of
another
that
hypothetical. Go
falls
ahead.
into No, I was just gonna say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. So the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball, is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole mental exercise is if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Hey, can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball. And they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem? Anybody not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what if that thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way? You know what I mean? Like that's because you're on the thing that physics is being utilized.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different entity.
Right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. So, for example, if you deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts from the way you used to think when you were a glober and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment, right? So you're still being railroaded, right? You got to look down and see the railroad track on your left and on your right and realize how many of the left railroad track is from the globe artifacts and how many of the railroad tracks is from flat earthers who are still stuck in a paradigm of thinking that isn't actually being honest with itself.
AI, aren't you opening the door to gravity on a bigger ball? Somebody would be upside down somewhere. Yeah, but somebody would be upside down somewhere in some part of the universe. Well, a ball is spherical, right?
So
somewhere in existence, if it was hypothetically a bigger ball.
No, doesn't follow.
Why? Why not?
You missed a step. Because you missed a step.
Okay.
If I take a ball in my hand right now, and I put something on the bottom of it. Actually, I'll do it. I'm gonna. So I got a. It's not a ball; it's a cylinder, but it'll work for now for this example. So I'm holding a cylinder in my hand. It's a soup can. I turned it perpendicular, so now the curve is facing down. And I'm going to take this nut driver, and I'm putting it on the bottom. So now I have a curved surface. The bottom of the curved surface, I put a nut driver to it, and I let go, and it went down. So something being a curved surface has nothing to do with the direction of down at all.
So I am struggling to understand. So are we talking about? So the argument is a body of water can't stick to a ball, right? But in the scale that you're talking, it's no longer a body of water. It would be something like water tension, and your water tension could stick to all parts of the ball. Right?
Water tension, dude. Water tension can't even stick to the side of a soup can. So how in the world could it stick to something bigger? The amount of water on the side of a can, it's only going to have droplets on it. As soon as you add more water to it, it runs off. So how would having a bigger ball mean that water tension would mean water would be sticking to the sides? That doesn't follow either.
You need air pressure for that water to do that anyway.
Yeah, I understand how Roots is thinking about that. So Roots, it's not about the scale. It's not like you're thinking about a droplet of water sticking to a pool ball, for example. No, that the surface tension, I agree with you. But in that scale, because you can, no matter how big is the ball, you can't make those droplets like a quarter of a cup, the third of a cup of water. You can't do that. Even if you make that ball with a rough surface, no, you can't make the droplet bigger. Little bit bigger, but the surface tension will break. So it's not about the scale. So if you scale that ball, you can stick an ocean. You can, if you scale that ball to billion times bigger, and you can stick the ocean to the side of that ball, and you call it a droplet sticking because of the surface tension. No, it's not because of the scale. About the scale, it's about the molecules of water and how they work and how they create that layer on the surface of water that we call surface tension.
All right, I understand that, but how would up and down work on a bigger ball?
There is no up and down on a ball in reality, like Overlord exactly said. The up and down are in reference to horizontal. And in a ball, you can have in, out, or away from the surface of the ball, close to the surface of the ball, on the surface of the ball. But there is no up and down in reality.
Are you confused, Roots?
Right, there's Austin.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody. I think AI should start dropping some bombs here. I mean, he's going to lay them. And then I can come in here. I was just waiting for him to reach a crescendo that he feels like he wants to move in.
Dude, I'm happy for some people to be confused right now and some people to get it. That's fine. The fact that they're scratching their heads is sufficient. Because that's what they should be doing, rather than making bold claims about the nature of reality beyond the scope of what they're available to access. Right? For example, uniformitarianism, right? The physics locally are the physics everywhere. That's part of the Glober's problem, right? They're making all these claims about things trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away that they have no direct access to, assuming that everything that works here also works there. So real quick, like let's say in our previous hypothetical with the crater Earth, and then you're imagining water sticking to the right-hand side of it, right, like on a piece of graph paper. Well, that's not necessarily true, nor is it necessarily false. Nor do you have to have gravity in any kind of traditional conception that Globers would believe in. So, for example, you could just, when you go to the side of the Earth, if it exists, the creator of the realm could just have a completely different set of physics there, for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. This is the point I want you guys to get through your heads. The answer is you don't fucking know. Do you get it yet?
Dun dun dun. That's it. I was waiting for you, dude. I was waiting for you to say that, man. But so you understand, Roots. The problem is when you're trying to upscale to a level that you can't possibly understand what it would be, you can't then therefore make a claim as to that's how it would be. You get it? Because hold on, Nicholas. It far exceeds the amount of knowledge that we could comprehend within the realm that we are in right now. Does anybody get that, or is it just?
If someone
I don't know.
remembers my discussions, when I talk about the surface and the property of the surface, I always explain and explicitly say that it's about the known surface to a human race, the known surface to us. And I'm not talking about what is not explored. If there is something to explore or there is none, I don't know about that shit. So I'm talking about the surface that we know, we human, it is flat. The oceans, the water, the surface of water, on the known Earth to us, the known Earth that we can go to we can verify that we already measured and explored and navigated through. That's flat. And I agree with you 100%, Overlord. It can be whatever it is. And be a concave, it can be non-reality, the end of the reality. Reality is this known Earth. Away from that, it's the end of reality.
Yeah, bro. Exactly, brother. So let me posit this for you guys thought processes. There's a predisposition, especially on the Glober side, and especially on the secular, materialist, atheist, evolutionist side, to put God in a box that he must operate within the laws of the universe, right? So there's certain things that occur within the universe that even God can't undo, like gravity or like this or that or the other. But remember, if God is truly the creator, then he transcends all of that, right? And the same token, on the flat earth side, people are making claims about the nature of reality and the way it functions that also puts God in a box to where his limitations are strictured to the creation. In other words, the creation is imposing limits upon the creator, not the other way around, right? So, for example, in my metaphysic, which means, my overarching understanding of the way the natural, the supernatural, and all reality work together, is that the creator is on a level of omnidimensionality that is beyond our comprehension, right? And so if there's an area of free space that we could actually travel to where down is no longer down, and it's now flipped, I would have no way of knowing that that exists, and I would have no way of claiming it can't exist. I simply can't, because I know that the nature of the being that created this place is sufficient to be able to have that if he so wants it. And who am I to tell him what is out there, what is over there, what is down here, and what is up there? Because just like he told Job, hey, bro, who are you to tell me what I created?
Yeah, I get your position now, AI. Thanks for going over it again. People make assumptions, especially when you talk about, say, multi-dimensions or something, like they have an idea of what that is or what that would look like. For all we know, it may be connected physically, to this place, and who knows? So I think I get what you're saying. It's not that you're making any claims or even trying to push any ideas. It's that stop living inside this paradigm like you think you know how things work. Because, like AI said, physics could be completely different, and it could be a physical place.
Well,
just
just one second. Hold on, Nicholas. There is that the Creator has given us a sound mind to understand the nature of our Earth, in so much that we can identify it as what we see it and be able to rectify it with some sort of a semblance of knowledge. Right? It's not going to be just like leaving us out there like, babes in the woods. Like, He's going to give us a way to understand the nature of our Earth. At the same token, only so much to say that we can identify it as what He's made it as, not what its constituent parts are derived from, and like the length of it and all that. That's far beyond the comprehension of any human. You know what I mean? Like, there's the nature of what He did and how He made the laws of our reality, and that's far beyond anyone's understanding. So we can only know what we know, right? And be able to tell people what we know based on our common experience. Is this making sense? Like, it's been my position to always have, like, tell people about this, because I have the same sentiment,
Ultimately, it's about keeping an open mind, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because every time we talk about the flat Earth, you've heard me say it. I've always said that the known territory is a horizontal plane, like as far as we know. I don't say anything beyond that.
Yeah, it's simply about not making a positive claim.
If we do like AI said, like AI overload said, we will not fall at the crisis that the heliocentric model have now. So they have now to create that idea of multiverse, because they created those assumptions about the unknown world, so the cosmos and those unknown places and the edge of the universe, and if the Earth is the center or not the center. So they created many assumptions that it led them to change their theories over the time. So from gravity, attraction between masses, so to the bending of the curvature of space-time, to adding materials to the world, unknown materials like dark matter, dark energy, now to create the idea of the multiverse, because they can't stand that their background, microwave background reading got that the Earth is in the center of their known universe. So they created the idea of multiverse. So if you followed what AI overload said, we will not fall in that trap. You will be always in what you know. You don't assume anything about the unknown, so no one will debunk your ideas because they are not founded. You don't have anything to defend them. So you will create something, a new explanation, a new excuse to defend that.
Right, that's a fair point, but for the Glovers out there who didn't understand that, because some Glovers come in here and say, oh, the reason why you don't make claims is because you don't want to be debunked. It's the reason why we don't make claims about things we don't know about is because we don't know about them. That's why. Not because we just want to stop ourselves from being debunked because we're afraid of being debunked like you Glovers are. It's like, dude, if I don't know about the fundamental nature of certain things, why should I make definitive claims that I do? Like, that's just stupid.
Let me highlight an example. So we all see the effect of what everybody understands, what the word gravity, when somebody says that, right? We see the effect. Everybody sees that. You can drop something in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. We all see that. How does that law function in a perspective of understanding the causal nature of that? That's unknown, right? You would say that like I would. It's unknown. So if that's true, then everything AI said is also true. Because then the creator made something that nobody can know how it operates, to then therefore say that it can't operate in a specific way by putting water on a ball. Do you get what I mean now? But there's this idea of a causal mechanism trying to be defined by our common experience, and then, fumbling around like, 3-year-old kids that are trying to learn about like quantum physics or something. You know what I mean? You're not going to get there.
Well, there has been examples of flat earthers who had this philosophy, which is falsification of somebody's idea doesn't mean you have to replace their idea. Falsification is independent of having an alternative idea, right? You can just falsify somebody's claim. It's perfectly fine. And so they went from that sentiment to this sentiment, which is, I feel obligated to give people answers for the answers and stories that the globe side had for certain phenomena. So now I have to come up with something to tell them about how gravity works, how this works, how that works. It's like, why? Why is that your responsibility now? Why is it your responsibility? Here's why. If you feel this urgent sense of responsibility to replace just so stories for someone, the odds are that you're going to replace that with another just so story rather than the truth. And that is why you should always have the humble attitude of I, a don't, a no. So for example, well, if the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? I don't know. Why make some stupid story up?
Want to hear something funny? I use I don't know at work, even when I do know the answer, so they got to go find somebody else to do it.
Excellent idea, brother. So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that I do know and I'm holding out on you?
No. I'm just saying I always
All
say,
right.
I go like this. Oh, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, here's my challenge. Next time someone asks you to speculate on something after you just proved their claim wrong, and they just stick to your guns and say, I don't know. And then if they say, well, then how can you just prove my point if you don't have an alternative? You'd be like, I don't know any alternatives. I just know yours is wrong. Also, when they clip this out, because our friends over in 24/7, who watch clip out our convos, it'll probably be titled. Feel free to share it with Neil from FED so he can get butthurt about it, and then go out and tell everyone that I'm a Glober now, because they can't even think for themselves to realize that I'm actually just putting out logical arguments that really don't actually have conclusions. Because the conclusion of all of what I just said, who can tell me the conclusion of all of what I just said? Anybody? 3 words. 3 simple, humble words.
I'll wait till somebody else says it.
I don't know.
I don't know. There you go.
No, good point.
Let me see if I can give and you gave a great analogy, you gave a great explanation, but for anybody that's listening that still doesn't understand it, if they're a Glober, like, oh no, you got to have a replacement. No, if I tell you to hand me a red crayon and you hand me a blue one, and I say that one's not red, and then you're like, well, that's the only one I have. What else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't give them a. You don't say, "Oh, that you're right. That one's not red. Here's a purple crayon, but it's red." Right? I mean, why would you do that?
Because you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to help them like understand what you're saying. So you'll admit that the purple crayon is actually red.
Well, there's another sentiment from a famous flat earther that they're happy that all the stories have been taken away about reality because now it's an age of wonder and new surprises on the horizons, so to speak. There'll be new discoveries. There'll be new things to learn. You won't have to hear about endless drivel about, stupid space stories about something happening a trillion miles away that nobody cares about and it's never going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form. But they can actually focus on the wonder of what's here, what we actually have available to us.
Yeah, it's just they stick on the title. The title says it all, even what you have to follow, which is flat Earth. We are talking about the surface. We are not claiming any shape. It means that we are agnostic about what is over the known Earth surface to us. So you stick to that. You don't talk about the sky. You don't know what is the sky. What are those stars? Who are those stars? You don't even know what are those things.
Yeah, I like how you said that. Who are the stars?
Yeah, who are the stars?
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know whether the stars are sentient entities or not.
I know. I know. Can you debunk the claim that Apollo is the sun, is a guy on the chariot and something like that, and have superpowers, and can appear like that to you? Do you? Can you? You can't, because you never verified what the sun is.
Hey, you know what's interesting, bro? Here's what's interesting. A lot of people in the world, in fact, the majority of people in the world adhere to the great religions of the world in the billions. And in their scriptures, it says things, and in their traditions, it says things about the nature of the cosmos. Some of them, it says that the realm of earth is given to man, but the realm of the heavens is for God. So there's already a separation there. And then it says in other places that the stars were disobedient. Well, how could they be disobedient if they don't have sentient agency? And then in other places it says that the stars will fall to the earth. Well, how could that happen? And et cetera, it goes on and on. But they claim that this is the scripture from the creator of the world they live in. But then when a quote unquote scientist comes along and says, no, a star is not a sentient agent, it's actually just a burning ball of gas, they just lap it up like it's the gospel truth without even thinking twice because some scientist mook in a lab coat said so.
Yeah, I lived that, and I talked about that with the Muslims because in their scriptures it say the same thing, that the stars are like that. They will fall to the earth and some kind of things like that. But they don't follow the scripture, but they follow what they are told from the so-called scientists, not scientists in reality.
How could they? Yeah, how could they fall to the earth if they're billions of light years away?
And bigger than the earth, and would incinerate the earth as soon as they landed on the ground.
Yeah, Betelgeuse is like what, a million gajillion times bigger than our sun. So crazy.
Wait, did you say Beetlejuice?
Yep, Betelgeuse.
Y Canis Majoris is 1.8 quintillion times bigger than the sun.
There you go.
Oh yeah. So a lot of people will never touch Canis Majoris. Of course, they'll never touch Labia Majoris either.
Yeah, and you don't know if it is the thing that you just know the name, its name, what it is, and if it is those dimensions that they are telling us, of or if it is just an inanimated matter, not a sentient, like you said earlier. Yeah, you don't know. No one knows. You can't know.
Hey, if you want to see smoke come out of their ears, tell them that they don't know that the light on the moon is actually reflected sunlight. Like they can't know that. What you'll see, they'll be spinning around. What do you mean it's not reflected sunlight?
You don't know that.
Yeah, prove it.
Or like an ambulance light. You know that ambulance light with that cover that spin inside the lamp, and that light will spin over and over. If you make that ambulance lamp like spherical, like the moon, and the same mechanism inside, you will have moon phases.
Well, they were actually telling me too. They were like, "Well, so you're saying that it has its own light?" I'm like, "No, I didn't say that either.
Yeah,
Never said that. I'm just saying you need to prove how you know it's sunlight being reflected on the moon."
Crazy times, crazy times.
Wouldn't it be the same if the Earth was flat? You know, we would still be in an Earth next to a vacuum, floating in a space.
No, bro. I don't know how you've been here for this long and you still think that you're still trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the universe, which is a big giant space vacuum. The flat Earth does not reside within the fantasy heliocentric model of outer space.
No, I'm generally talking about the space, you know, the space, the stars, the sun, whatever we see may not be whatever the scientists are trying to tell us, but they do exist, right? I mean,
yeah, but why is it a vacuum? Why, we don't know what they are. We don't know if it's a big, giant, vast vacuum. In fact, it's not possible for it to be that, and there's no evidence of it as that. Okay, that's just a story that we were told growing up about what we're seeing in the sky. And it came from a whole bunch of assumptions made by ancient philosophers and cult leaders like Pythagoras and whatnot, based on crazy ideas, right? Based on just guesswork, right? Not actual empiricism. So, yeah, if you want to claim that there's a big giant space vacuum in the sky and that the Earth is an object inside the space vacuum, that's a crazy claim, right? You're going to have to back that claim up. Like the image that you posted yesterday of the disk in space, that's propaganda made up by the media.
the images I uploaded,
Yeah, like the disk. Yeah, you put it in the chat yesterday. You asked us if this was flat Earth, and it was like a disk floating in space with a dome over the top.
oh, it was not yesterday. It was, I think, 2 weeks or maybe.
No, it was just a day or two ago.
Either way, you know the meme that he's referring to, or the image that you posted. You do recall that, right?
I mean, yeah, in that time, I thought that was the model all of the flat earthers were agreeing
Okay.
on. But later,
He's explaining to you that that's propaganda. That comes from the Flat Earth Society, which is a group that tries to propose that the Earth is accelerating upward at a certain speed, and that's what causes things to fall. Okay? That's not what we propose here or promote or think. And if I may add, because I have been listening for a quick minute, as far as all your space stuff there, you know, the theory that's proposed is a Big Bang, a little tiny dot of pure energy that exploded and started expanding outward, and everything started becoming into existence, whether it's Mars or Earth or anything that they tell you. Backup theory to that is the Big Crunch, that eventually one day it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start falling back in on itself and crush back into that small little dot of pure energy. Seriously? Like, these are people telling you stuff. They have nothing to back it up with. They pull it out of thin air. In fact, the Big Bang Theory itself was proposed by a priest. Like, the guy just thought it up, spewed it out, and everybody went with it. Yep, that's what happened. Nothing, bang, everything. So I just want you to chew on that for a little while. Big Bang, Big Crunch. It's moving outward. One day it's going to move inward. I don't know who came up with that, how they came up with it, what evidence or any research they have to back any of those statements up, but that's where we're at with the mainstream NASA, astronomy, Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff. You know, we're going into space, people. Sure we are. Screw the homeless. Screw the problems here. You know, the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, what we're observing up there is just what we're observing. To claim that it's raining diamonds on one of those lights in the sky, I have no right to say that. Nobody has the right to say that.
no, actually, that was not my problem. Actually, a few days ago, one of these flat earthers actually explained to me that there is no certain model that every flat earther agrees on, and I accept that. Okay, it's okay. I was just saying that regardless of the shape and the situation of the Earth, okay, we are living in some kind of condition with a huge amount of oxygen and gas around us, and whether the Earth is flat or ground, I mean, it is going to be like beside a vacuum or space. I know you want to say that the space is fake, yeah, but I mean, what the shape of the Earth has to do with it? See what I mean?
Okay, no. The shape of the Earth, what the topic is that it is observably flat and stationary. We are told it's curving and spinning. We do not observe that. The only time we observe it is when we're given an image from NASA, or when we look through a fisheye lens, we might see the horizon bending left to right. But we don't see it moving. Any experiment done to prove that it's spinning or moving has failed. We don't see it bending left to right, front to back, no matter the height we go to. We see too far. There's no drop over distance. Whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats or a large body of water. Water doesn't bend or curve. You want to go to waves? Okay, yeah, waves bend and curve, but long distances, large bodies of water, it doesn't drop. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told the Earth curves, it spins. We went to the moon, we're going to Mars. We're being told things about space that we can't verify. Right? The topic was space, wasn't it?
Yeah, I see where are you coming from? But the thing is, I am beyond this. Okay, it's been about 1 or 2 weeks that I'm in this channel, and I have been explained all of the things that you
So where are you at?
trying to explain me. No, just DJ was, saying to the guy that just left the channel that about the vacuum and the non-existence of the container and how the gas is not being spread into the space, so the space is fake and stuff like that. And I was just wondering and asking him that even if the Earth was flat or even if it is globe, like this atmosphere, this gas must go somewhere, right? So I just am struggling hard to understand what it has to do with. Because if debunks the globe Earth, it must debunk the flat Earth too. See what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not following you there. I don't know why you're saying it has to go somewhere. And if the Earth is visually flat, I don't know how it can debunk that it's visually flat. It's observably flat. You don't see it curving. You don't feel it's moving. You don't see it spinning. Any experiment done to prove it's moving has failed. So it's stationary. In other words, the airplane can take off and land on a solid surface that's not moving. If it was moving left to right, up or down, it'd have a bit of an issue getting off the ground or landing back on the ground. It would either have to land in the direction it's take off in the direction it's spinning, or failure. You'd always have to be landing and taking off in that one direction. You couldn't land north to south, whatever. You couldn't have runways running in different compass directions: northeast, southeast, north, west, east. You couldn't have runways running like that. They'd all have to run the same direction. So it's not moving. It doesn't curve left to right. That supposed boat you saw disappear while you were standing at the edge of the ocean, it disappeared pretty quickly. It should come up behind you pretty fast. That's a pretty small ball you're living on. And if you take out something such as a telescope or a camera that can zoom in beyond where our naked eye saw it disappear, lo and behold, we can see the whole thing further out. So it didn't go behind any hump. It's not gone behind a curve. So it's visibly flat. Space, as far as up in the sky, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that stuff, it's all what we're told and shown. Either from the European Space Agency, NASA, Elon Musk and his SpaceX stuff. It's all visually shown to us on screens. You know, Hollywood fakes it better than NASA does. I believe Hollywood movies and films that I watch about space more than I believe NASA's footage. And Hollywood admits that's all, smoke and mirrors. It's all special effects. None of it's real. We did it all down here on the ground, but we made it look like we were floating out in space. Yet for some reason, the average taxpayer and hardworking man or woman seems to accept all of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing lettuce on the ISS. We're really going into space. And, gas went up another $1 a liter? That's okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I have.
I'm not sure where you are with all of this, but space, what we're told is just that, what we're told. We can't go and confirm it ourselves. Earth is visually flat, not bending, not spinning. It's not a disk in space accelerating upward. When you are thinking on the flat Earth topic, you have to remove your heliocentric paradigm altogether. You can't think of the Earth the way you did when you're thinking of your globe spinning water ball. You have to have a new perspective. Open your eyes, open your mind. Mind's like a parachute. It won't open if it's closed.
Actually, no. I have seen the videos too about the NASA, like the famous astronaut guy who is brushing his teeth in a satellite or something, and the video goes in fast mode, but the background, the second layer, the objects were not in fast mode. So I have seen those videos too, and I'm here to just increase my vision and increase my.
Yeah, Mohammed's very good faith, Flatman. He's been here for quite a while, and he's just going through the different thought processes that are required to come to a conclusion. He's doing the right thing. I think at the moment he's a little bit confused on the gas pressure argument, right? And the outer space, right? And how Earth, like how the atmosphere would work and that kind of thing. Right, Mohammed? Or wrong?
I mean, I know that asking you about a model or anything would not be right because that's not even the subject. But could you please give me your perspective about what is keeping this amount of gas toward the Earth and avoiding it from like spreading into the outer space or something?
Yeah. So there is no outer space, right? That's why it's not spreading into the outer space, right? There's no outer space as you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so outer space in the globe is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That's it's about 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth here, right? So to have an ecosystem, to have gas pressure in itself, you need to have a container. Do you know what a terrarium is or a vivarium?
It must be some kind of container or something, right?
Yeah, it's like when you have like a big glass tank or something like that, right? And it's got like an ecosystem on the inside where you have like plants and animals and a little pond and fish, and it's completely enclosed. But it's a self-contained ecosystem. It looks after itself. Essentially, you could just keep the container closed, and you don't ever have to open it. Okay, and it has all its own systems inside of it, condensation and gas cycles and things like that. Let me show you an example. This is an example of a very small one in the side chat that I'm going to post. Just give me a second. I was just looking for this to show you.
Meanwhile, you are searching.
I've got it. All right.
Yeah. I just want to ask that, so the air is, getting thinner and thinner the more we get high. So
Yes.
it is like it must get stopped at somewhere or something.
Well, there's only a certain height that we can measure the pressure up until, and it's not that high. I think it's about 40 kilometers high. Okay, because you can't use a barometer above that height. Okay, and we can't really get up higher than that as well. Okay, so once you get to what they call the mesosphere, nobody has any pressure readings, right? It's just done on a computer model based off the globe model. So they're going to tell you that it's a certain pressure once you get up higher, except we can't validate that. Okay, even the meteorologists admit that you can't use a barometer above about 20 kilometers. Okay, you can get a special type that can go up to about 35 kilometers, but above that, you can't use a barometer. Okay, they're not calibrated for that, and they're just not able to. They don't work above that height. You can look that up. But this is the thing. You look up the definition of gas pressure in the first place, okay? Gas pressure, the definition is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container, okay? As kinetic energy makes the gas particles move, right? And the gas particles move in all directions, okay? And the gas pressure that you're reading is when the gas particles are bouncing off each other and off the walls of their container. You need to have the container or the area to be able to have the gas pressure in the first place. I'll get you the definition. Yeah, do you need the definition? I can pull up the definition for you.
No, I have searched that before, like yesterday. I just understood about this concept.
It's an antecedent. It's a requirement to be able to have gas pressure. For example, if you have a car tire, okay, or if you want to have any gas pressure higher than the atmospheric gas pressure, you need to have a container. So if you have if you want to have like a balloon or a car tire or a soda can or something like that, obviously you need a physical container to contain the pressure. You can't have it without having a container. Now, what happens when you put a hole in a car tire? The air is going to rush out of the high pressure system every single time, right? Because that is a gas, that's a natural law. That's what happens. The high pressure will go to the low pressure and the gas particles will try to fill the available space. So very quickly, it will equalize with the outside pressure. Like that's why stop me because I want you to understand it. So if I say something that you're not sure about, just stop me and
No, the
clarify.
thing is, I had been watching some debates on the YouTube. Like right now, I am watching this guy, Whitlist. I'm sorry,
Whitsitt,
yeah,
Austin Whitsitt.
yeah, versus William Harris, and a term that I am hearing so often is collapse of the gas. Is it the same as like what you are trying to say, like feeling the empty space, empty?
Yeah. So the reason gas particles move is because of heat, right? So as soon as they have any heat, they have kinetic energy, and that's what makes them move, right? And then they will move in straight lines. Okay, they'll move in a straight path, and they will only change that straight path if they bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Okay, they don't have like a downward bias or anything like that. They'll just move in random motion. Okay, and as long as you have heat, then the gas particles will continue to move very, very quickly in random motion, and they will try to fill any available space. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, and don't hit play yet. Can you see what I posted?
I have seen this like multiple times in this channel.
All right, well, just let me explain it one more time, okay? Or can you explain it? Do you want to try to explain the argument here to me?
Well, I think the point you were trying to make, and what is actually obvious, is that when we give the gas some freedom and it is in a container, it will automatically fill any available space that it has any access to, right?
Yeah. So what would the top container here in the demonstration? What does that represent? It's a vacuum. What is a vacuum? Okay. If we're gonna associate this with the thing in question, which is outer space and the Earth and the gas pressure that we have here. So the top chamber will represent outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. Okay. So above us is supposed to be a big space vacuum. Okay, and then the chamber in the bottom, that would be represent what we're breathing right now, which would be the gas pressure here on the Earth. So we have a high pressure system, and then we have a vacuum, okay, above our heads. Okay, and now the only reason that the gas pressure is staying in the chamber at the bottom is because there's a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from doing what gas does and filling available space. So you'll notice that when you hit play, as soon as he releases the valve, the high pressure is instantly going to equalize with the low pressure system. Now that's a big problem for the globe because they're telling us that we are a very, 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 on a universal scale, we're just a tiny little ball covered in gas inside a giant vacuum chamber. Right, and they're saying it's with no barrier, no physical barrier. When we put this to the test in a lab, it doesn't work, right? Gas laws apply, and obviously the gas will fill the available space. Now,
sorry for cutting you right there. I asked this from artificial intelligence, like 2 days ago, and he answered me that for keeping the gas in a space, you must have one of these two conditions. One, a physical container, or some kind of two, like a force that keeps the thing downwards. Like as you said, I'm just trying to say what you said, that we have to give a term to justify this behavior. See what I mean?
Right. So this is the globe's explanation, right? They say gravity acts like the container, and gravity is stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. That's the claim on the table. Notice that magical gravity comes into play once again, right? It's the same thing that's going to be why we can have water sticking to the outside of a globe and all of these things, right? It's say the word gravity and that's just the explanation, right? So it's an explanation that doesn't have any scientific backing through experimentation. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical concept. It's something that's required to be able to have the globe Earth work in the first place. It's not something that's been validated. Now, this is the problem. If it's also contradicting the definition of gas particle movement. Do you know the definition of gas particle movement?
No, I don't.
Just look up the official definition, but it's basically gas particles. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as constant, random, high-speed motion in straight lines until collision occurs. Okay, so gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. Okay, and that's when we ask people right now, show us a test anywhere on the Earth, right, or anywhere in a lab where you can show us gas particles being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. It doesn't exist. It goes against, like, why would they say that gas particles move in straight lines until a collision occurs? Okay, so if a gas particle is going upward at 45 degrees, for example, or any degree up, it's going to continue. It's going to continue going in a straight line.
Yeah, and not even
until
like gravity, any kind of force to keep the gas not, filling the empty available space. I don't think that any kind of experiment exists in that subject.
It doesn't exist, exactly. It's one of those things where you just have to have faith in the explanation. Okay, you can't ever test it. This is what they'll tell you. It's impossible to test because you'd have to have a test that's as big as the Earth, right, and replicate the whole system, which is impossible to do. So they said that basically there's no way to test it. You just have to believe it, right? Because you can never empirically verify it. Any time that we try to do it on a smaller scale, obviously it completely destroys the explanation, right? It doesn't work. There's not a single experiment where we can show gravity pulling gas pressure downward. Okay, you can have, just say you have a container, right? Let's say we have a tank, a glass tank that's enclosed, and it has a lid on the top. Okay, and it has a higher pressure inside the container. Okay, and then we take the lid off the container. Gravity doesn't hold any of the higher pressure down in that container. It all will just equalize. It will just fill the available space, and within no time at all, it'll just be the same pressure as the surrounding air, right? Gravity's not holding any of that gas down. Even if you take a heavy gas, like sulfur hexafluoride, SF6 gas, it's a very, very dense, heavy gas, right? And you put it in a fish tank, within about 20 minutes or something like that, it's all going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that SF6 in the tank because all of the gas particles are going to be doing what gas particles do. They're going to be bouncing around and they're going to mix with the surrounding air, and everything's going to blend in together, and it's just going to become all as one big medium in the room, right? There's not going to be anything left in the tank except for the same air that's surrounding the tank. So I think you were saying something earlier about why is there a gradient? Well, just before we get to the gradient, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. Just listen.
Okay, just look at the image that I put underneath that example there. I'll just read it out quickly, right? So it's the guy, he's got like a big glass bottle, Okay, thriving since 1960. My garden in a bottle, seedling, sealed in its own ecosystem, watered just once in 53 years. Okay, so 53 years ago, he put some water in there and shut it, and he's never opened it. Okay, that system has continued to thrive by itself, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if you got a big vacuum chamber and you put that inside the vacuum chamber and then you removed the container, you removed the glass? Everything would die, right? The water would boil, everything would die very quickly, right? Obviously. Okay, because if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it boils. Okay, so you can't have an ecosystem inside a vacuum chamber. Obviously, you need containment to be able to have the gas pressure system, to be able to have the dynamic system that he has here, where it has all of these cycles and whatnot. Now, there's bigger versions of this as well, and they're freaking amazing. Like if you look up vivariums, like the world's biggest vivarium, I'll post a video in the side chat because it's really cool. Giant vivarium.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Hold on, I am getting to a point.
Yeah, I just had a question about the picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, he poured some water in the bottle, and how that water is not being consumed by the plant species. See what I mean?
Well, it's everything's being cycled. Everything's being cycled inside of the container. Okay, it's being consumed, but it's cycling just like what happens here on the Earth, right? You have evaporation and all of that kind of thing, which is going to make
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just that's what you can do in your house as well. Like, just say you have a completely sealed room, you can have put plants inside a room in your house and keep it completely sealed, and the plants will be able to feed themselves, right? Because they're using the oxygen, and everything's being cycled. Okay, so have a look at these two other examples, right? This guy puts like little crocodiles, and he puts like fish and animals, and it's just kind of like a little world inside these big giant vivariums that these people make. And you don't have to open them, right? it's a self-contained ecosystem. The Earth behaves just like this, right? Obviously, it doesn't work if it's in a vacuum, but it works in a sealed container. Now, these ecosystems have a gas pressure gradient as well, because guess where the gas is being produced, right? And we can use the Earth as an example here as well. Where is the gas produced, right? Most of the gas is produced at ground level, or in the ocean, or under the ground, right? Like 80% of the oxygen in the air is created by ocean plankton, sea plankton. And then we have all of these other complex cycles in nature where we have nitrogen cycles and all of that kind of thing. It's called a dynamic system, right? It's a big giant ecosystem that has all of these different cycles going on, which works in perfect harmony to keep the system going. That requires containment, right? To have the gas pressure in the first place requires containment, right? To have a gas pressure gradient in the first place requires containment as well. And there's no evidence otherwise that you can have anything other than that, other than a container to have gas pressure. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly how this place is contained. All we know is that there are gas laws, there are natural laws, we have thermodynamics, and we can test all of these things over and over and over again, and we get consistent results. Right? None of them match with what they're telling us is happening in relationship to the heliocentric model and the vacuum of outer space.
So, just curious, okay? If such a thing as a a vacuum, and the space we are being told doesn't even exist at the first place, so would you say that like our atmosphere is like going on and on, like without any limit or something? I'm just trying to
No,
understand.
I don't think so. I think that we can only speculate about what's too high for us to test. Okay, so what we don't need to speculate about is that we have gas pressure, right? That the gas is created at ground level, where we have more gas, right? Approximately 14.7 psi at sea level. And then we have a gas pressure gradient, right? It also gets much colder as you go up as well, which is going to affect the movement of the gas particles as well. Okay, we also have these terrariums and vivariums, like I'm showing you now. They also have gas pressure gradients inside of them. Not as large of a gradient change as we have on the Earth, because they're very small, right? The bigger you make them, the more of a gradient that they have. But yeah, what do we know? We know that there's gas laws. Gas pressure needs a container. Okay, all of the ancient cultures all depicted a contained system. Okay, so that's not proof, right? But that's interesting information to take into consideration. All of the ancient cultures all thought the same thing, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. And we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what medium is up in the sky. We don't know how the containment works. We know how we can, you need a physical container to be able to have gas pressure. We know that on a smaller scale. That's how it works. Okay, but above a certain height, we can't keep measuring the pressure. It's not been done. There's no gas pressure readings when you go up 50 kilometers high. Right, where they say the mesosphere is. If you look into how they know what the pressure is up there, they just use computer models.
So, like, all the answers that, like, is going to be said from globers or scientists would be gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction.
Yeah, gravity and refraction. That's right.
But I just want to analyze one kind of logic with you. Okay, I have been watching some YouTube video, and the guy I forgot his name said that, like as you said, nobody is explaining gravity. Nobody is explaining what gravity is actually at the first place. They say that it just exists. Okay, but the thing is. He said that when we see the effect of one phenomenon like gravity itself, if it exists, okay, that's their claim, on different objects, and we see the results over and over again, we can confirm that such a thing exists. Okay, so
yeah,
do you kind of agree that's logic, or it kind of not?
Okay, so this is the case. When we put things in a vacuum, they're going to fall at roughly the same rate. Okay, not exactly. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. But then,
would you repeat
gas particles? Yeah. So when we put things in a vacuum, they fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's roughly the speed at which things fall if you put them into a vacuum chamber. And that's where that comes from. It's an agreed upon average that things fall at roughly the same rate if you lift them up and then drop them in a vacuum chamber. Okay, that's an effect. Okay, that's something that we can all observe. And that's what a lot of people refer to when they say gravity. They think that that's what gravity is, right? Just the effect. But on the globe Earth, they're claiming the cause of the effect. Okay, that's where you're running into the pseudoscience. That's where you're running into the make-believe or the mathematical concept of gravity. When you start trying to claim the cause of the effect, we all agree on the effect that things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, unless we have gas, right? They say gas has mass as well. That's what the mainstream says. But gas particles don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They should if gravity existed, but they don't. Okay, gas particles don't have a downward bias. So it seems gravity's forgotten about gas particles, but You'd need gravity to be affecting gas particles to be able to have this ecosystem that we have here on the Earth in the heliocentric model. So there's big contradictions. Huge contradictions. But yeah, the effect of gravity, if you're referring to gravity as just things falling at a certain speed, sure. But when you're starting to claim the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's when you start getting into the weeds. That's when you start getting into textbook definition pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you try to explain such a thing, such a phenomenon, you have nothing except giving an assumption. See what I mean? Like gravity, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So
Yeah, they'll say like the Earth somehow, like an object somehow generates gravity. How does it generate gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no freaking idea. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous when you really ask them questions. It's like, what is the gravity, and how does the mass, the massive object, how does it generate gravity? What is the gravity? They don't have an answer for any of that at all. They'll just say, oh, we have no idea. It just has to be there to have this globe model.
just trying to be fair, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can't we like resemble this to your situation? Like there are things that you flat earthers cannot explain neither, right? So there might be that some explanations that they cannot explain either. Am I right?
Like what? Yeah, like what? We don't claim to be able to explain everything. We're not claiming a be-all and end-all model of the entire system that we live in. We're not claiming to know everything. Okay, we're claiming that the things that we can test empirically debunk the globe, and that there's no empirical evidence of the requirements to have a globe in the first place. But we don't. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to have a replacement answer to some bullshit, if you know what I mean, right? If they say that they claim to know how something works, okay, and then we say, oh, well, you can't validate that at all empirically. That they can't turn around and say, oh, well, now you have to explain it. You have to explain how it works. It's like a burden of proof reversal. We're not making the claim. Okay, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily. Okay, we don't have a crazy claim here. Okay, we're not claiming a ball covered in water inside a vacuum, a giant space vacuum. We don't need to make crazy claims like, to have that, you need to have gravity. You can't have the globe without gravity. You can't have gravity without the globe. They go hand in hand. It's kind of like the Band-Aid for all of the logical holes in the heliocentric model. Okay, you just say gravity. Oh, gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of this. Oh, refraction takes care of this. Refraction takes care of that. It's nonsense. But we don't have that claim, right? We can say, well, why does a helium balloon go up? Because it's less dense than the air. Okay, why does something more dense than a helium balloon go down? Because it's more dense than the air. Okay, why does it go down in the first place? Because it got lifted up, it got displaced. Okay, a rock sitting on the ground isn't ever going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Okay, it's already on the ground. It's never going to go anywhere else if nothing else moves it. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. Okay, because it's more dense than the air, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Or if I push a tennis ball down in the water, it's going to go back up to its place of rest, right, which will be at the top of the tank of water because it's less dense than the water. It's very easy to explain this. It's something that we can test and repeat anywhere, anytime, and we get the same results every single time. And it explains why every single thing in nature goes up or goes down.
I mean, I would like to give this to them, to the scientists, that yeah, okay, we should not expect them to like demonstrate what actually gravity is, because they don't have the literal experiments and tools and technology to like experience the center of the Earth. It kind of is impossible. But the thing is, when you are trying to justify a thing, by you I mean globers, okay? I mean scientists.
Yeah.
When you are trying to justify a thing, you cannot just like justify it with an assumption. See what I mean? That is what is kind of annoying. But
Yeah.
because just to make my point, as I have been in here like for 2 weeks or less, maybe all the conclusions and the lines that cross each other between you guys, you flat earthers, and globers is like just refraction and gravity. Okay, that's it. These two things, and sometimes
Yep.
religion. Okay, just these two things. It is not much more. So yeah, as long as we do not like demonstrate gravity, we cannot like go further in the discussion.
Well, yeah. So until then, it's just a concept that they come up with. It's pseudoscience, right? Because they're claiming it as a scientific, something that's been proven scientifically, but it hasn't been put through the scientific method, and that's the definition of pseudoscience: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. So yeah, space science, a lot of the heliocentric model is based on pseudoscience. Okay, we can back up everything that we claim. Okay, we can back up that everyone's experience, even the globe earthers' experience, is just a flat Earth, right? A flat stationary Earth. That's what we experience. Then we can back up that there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be curvature. Now that debunks gravity at the same time, because if gravity is real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. Has to be. Have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles on a globe. It has to be there. And if it's not there, you can't have gravity and flat water at the same time. Impossible. So that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Flat water debunks the entire heliocentric model from the start. Okay, because that's the requirement for any of the heliocentric model to be accurate. Now, we can back up what we're saying about gas as well. Okay, so any test that we do backs up what we're saying about gas. All of the mainstream science regarding gas, right? That also aligns with what we're saying. So, then what is their motion? Even Einstein said there's no way to prove if the Earth's moving, orbiting around the sun. There's no way to prove that. He said there's no optical experiment to prove that. It's impossible. So there's no proof that the Earth orbits around the sun. It doesn't exist. It's just a model, theory, a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a model, especially not a scientific model.
In reality, Einstein did talk about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. That was explicitly said, but in reality, he's talking about any type of motion, because for him, all motions are relative. So not just the orbit, it will be the spin of the Earth around itself too. So for him, you can't distinguish between stationary, a real stationary Earth, not orbiting, but it's still spinning around itself. No, a complete stationary Earth, and the one that is moving. So you can't tell which one you are in using relativity. So he explicitly talks about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, but implicitly he talks about every type of motion that the Earth can do.
and even worse than the gravity, the lack of scientific validation for their gravity claim is the refraction claim. The refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? Even though it's one of their copes, right? It's the only thing they can say. It's the only way that they can try to resolve these observations where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. They're forced to have to use mental gymnastics and spit out a word like refraction when most of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about whatsoever. They learn how to say that word with their mouth, right? They don't, most of them don't know anything about it for beyond that, right? And then you ask them to define it, they'll just say, oh, the light bends, and then that explains, right? That explains the observation. It's debunked. We debunked it by saying refraction. They have no idea what they're talking about. As soon as you start questioning them, it's like, what's the mechanism behind it? What's the formula? Who accounted for it in a single observation throughout all of history? And then that observation matched up with the globe. Not one. There isn't one. It's not even possible to account for in totality to say that we've accounted for this particular observation's weather conditions and it matches up with the globe. Now, if we just assume the Earth is a globe, right, and use refraction as a hostile witness based on what the mainstream globe earthers claim about refraction, it still debunks the globe. Okay, because standard refraction is 7/6R, right? So they're presupposing that the Earth's a globe in their calculation, in their formula, right? It's also calculated by the refraction coefficient, whereas 0 would be making an observation and it matches up perfectly with the globe geometry, right? As if you're looking through a medium that doesn't have any refraction at all, like a vacuum. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles every single time. Now, then they say that we apply standard refraction, okay, and that increases the size of the globe, right? That's how it's kind of like a fallacious way of talking about refraction, because they're pre-assuming a globe, and then they say, okay, standard refraction is 7/6R, so it makes the size of the radius a bit bigger. Okay, and with the K factor, right, I was just talking about the K factor of 0, it's the same thing. Now, all of a sudden, standard refraction would be a K factor of 0.17, and it would mean that you would be able to see like 15% further. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height, it would be at like 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that because of standard refraction. They're just inflating the size of the globe by a little bit. Now, there's also not one observation that matches up even with standard refraction. Okay, so you can account for standard refraction, and they say it's standard, right? This is like the average. This is like what it's like most of the time. Okay, so you make an observation, and then you can apply for standard refraction. Okay, account for standard refraction. So, now the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. We'll account for refraction. Now it should be at, like, say, 1.4 miles or whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit further. But that doesn't exist. There's not one observation where the horizon is at that distance, accounting for standard refraction. Okay, so where's the standard refraction? That's another thing that doesn't exist either. Okay, we're seeing consistently orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. We're seeing the horizon 500% further away. Not 15% further away. Not 20% further away. But usually a minimum of 500%. Usually thousands and thousands of percent further than it should be on a globe. There's not one observation that matches up with the globe to prove that the geometric horizon exists at all in the first place. So refraction is the globe earther's worst nightmare. They butcher it, and they don't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot when they say the word refraction.
May I ask you a question, DJ?
Mm-hmm.
So Are you sure about what you said? Because I don't know. I never researched that. So about refraction, standard refraction. So when you use standard refraction, instead of like for 6 foot observer 3 mile point 4 or 6, it will be like 3.8 or 0.9. So that will be the difference if you just take account of refraction?
Standard refraction, yep. It's 7/6R, or it's like it's usually 8 to 15%.
Okay. And have you ever tried to verify about extreme refraction? What would be the difference?
Yeah, so with extreme refraction, once you start getting more extreme conditions, you start going into miraging territory. Okay, you start getting obvious inferior and superior mirages. Okay, because what's right, so let's go over atmospheric refraction. Okay, we don't even need to talk about flat Earth. This is just using it as a hostile witness, right? This is the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction in the side chat here. So essentially, the light will deviate towards the denser medium, the denser portion of a medium. So it's similar to Snell's law. Okay, that the light will deviate towards the denser medium, except we have a different situation where we just have a gradient inside a single medium. Okay, so instead of instead of it just deviating at that sharp boundary layer between the two mediums, it slowly deviates right towards the denser portion of the single medium. All right, and that will cause these small effects when you don't have much of a gradient within the single medium. You just have a tiny little change in the refractive index, and you just get very slight effects of like a little bit of looming or sinking. Right, but once you start getting a steeper gradient, which would be what they consider like more refraction, strong refraction, super refraction, these kinds of things, that's where you have like a very steep gradient change, where you have an inferior mirage, for example. The easiest one to test, you get a hot piece of concrete and then you look across it. You get down low and you look across it. And because the hot concrete heats up the air just above the surface, right? The air, it goes from very hot to very cool very quickly. And the light will deviate upward towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's when you'll start getting that inferior miraging effect. And it will cause things in the distance to look like they're displaced downwards. And you'll get total internal reflection because the deviation of the light, it goes over your head. Okay, it doesn't go into your eye, it goes over your head, and that's when you see that mirroring effect on the ground. So once you start getting beyond this standard refraction, you start getting miraging effects. Okay, we're not presenting observations that have these miraging effects.
Yeah, and the point of my question was because I was surprised by that small difference between no refraction, and if you account for standard refraction, it would be that small difference from 1.2 miles to like 1.6 or 5, something like that. So it's just small difference. So we may say that, yeah, we accounted for standard refraction on those observations that are magnitudes farther than that that horizon and where it should be with that standard refraction. Like, for example, with our black swan observations. So if they say that, you didn't account for refraction, we can say that, yes, we accounted for refraction, standard refraction, and that's magnitude farther than where it should be. Accounting when refraction is there. So 10 miles is not like the 1.6, or even you can give them 2 miles with standard refraction, but that's not 10 miles like in the black swan.
Yeah. So 1.2 miles plus strong refraction, say 20%, right? That just makes it 1.47 miles. But we see the horizon way beyond 10 miles.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's over 1,000% in that situation further.
So if someone says that you didn't account for refraction. So are you denying refraction? We can say that yes, we accounted for refraction. So with refraction, it won't be that far, 10 miles. It will be this and this, those specific distances that they give in the proper model.
Yeah, it's atmospheric refraction just in itself has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. The definition doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe, and you can demonstrate it in your living room, like Skyfreeze observations. Okay, you can set up some blocks across your flat floor, and then you can manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and you can make it look like the blocks start to go over a horizon. The only thing that was manipulated was the temperature, and that fits with the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. It has nothing to do with the globe. The globe earthers, they take that, and then they hijack it, and then they try to bake their radius value into it. That's when it starts getting into the fallacious territory, right? Because they're begging the question, and they're trying to account for certain observations by including the globe in, and they're just basically trying to increase the size of the globe. Now, this is the crazy thing. So that's why I was saying earlier, we don't need to worry about flat Earth. We can just say, if we assume the Earth's a globe, to explain the observations that we have, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay? Because you can use Walter Bislin's calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance,
So all that's out the window. I don't know which one you want. Got a whole bunch of them.
Right. So when you say, I don't understand 5 or 6, what vectors are you talking about?
Well, you got to spin, right?
Of what?
And you have to spin the ball Earth. Then you have to move the ball Earth around the sun. That's 2. Then the ball Earth has to follow the sun. That's 3. Then the ball Earth has to follow the sun through the galaxy. That's 4. And then the sun has to follow the galaxy through the universe. That's 5. Somewhere around there.
Then you got the wobble.
Oh, and the wobble, that's 6.
Okay. So you're talking about vectors to define the Earth itself. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up, dude. You're right. I wasn't trying to discount you. I think you're right. Yeah.
The Earth is a sphere. Its radius is 3,959 miles. The distance to the horizon.
Oh, dude, I don't want to. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave this VC. I don't do
He
math,
did
man.
his. It's my turn. All right.
All right, man.
Pass the buck.
Sure.
Okay.
As long as you
The
don't
Earth
make
is a
me do
sphere.
math, that's fine.
The Earth is a sphere. Its radius value is 3,959 miles. The distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. If you see farther than that, you're not looking at the geometric shape. Because the horizon is the part where it's the geometric sphere edge and objects are disappearing bottom up because it's going down the ball.
This part I understand. Curvature I get. I understand curvature. It's not rocket science. Like I get curvature. So yeah.
Okay. So you can also simplify the amount of curvature with 8 inches per mile squared. Yes, it's a parabola, but we also don't see the 500 miles of accuracy that it is for the sphere of 3,959 miles.
Can you
So
can you say it
at
in
10
can you
miles
say it
and
in
66 feet of
can you
curvature, at
wait
1 foot,
can you say it in plain English? Like say it like I'm a 5-year-old. Like
no, I'm
explain it to
being
me.
absolutely precise with the
No,
language
I know.
because this is a geometric
No,
claim. I'm
I know.
sticking to the
So
geometry, and I'm going to use the
okay, I
geometry to
know.
murder the
I
ball.
gotcha. I gotcha.
I
All
know
right.
you got
So
me. That's why you don't want me to
well,
be
I would like
precise.
you to let me
Okay,
explain
all right,
first,
here.
not argue.
Instead-
Let me explain
You
myself
want me
first.
to actually explain it like a
Let me
5-year-old
finish my
talk
thought.
through me
Let me finish
simultaneously?
my thought before
Finish your
you.
thought, drunk.
All right, thanks. Please, I want you to be detailed as possible
Yes.
and explicit like you are. But before stop talking. Before you do that, I would like you to give me an analogy so I can follow your thought process. So give me an analogy for what you're going to do. Explain it like I'm 5, like I'm a 5-year-old, what you're about to go through analytically. Give me a overarching non-analytical view of what you're about to go through and what you're about to talk about. And wait, I'm not done. And then go through
Well, you're
the
contradicting
analytical view.
yourself already. So I want to be clear. Do you want an analytical or a non-analytical?
I would like a overarching summary of what you're about to detail, and then the analytical view after that. And that's not contradictory. That's not anything. That's a basic like engineering approach. That's how any. That's how. That's how any.
And you want a
That's how a paper would be written. That's how
That's
anything is written. That's
Good.
so. I would like
I'm
that
glad
from
things
you.
are done that way.
So please go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the horizon is where the Earth apparently meets the sky. Okay, that horizon line is the limitation of your field of view. That's where objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up because they're going down the ball. Similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill, and then you walk away from each other and watch your buddy's feet, legs, waist, and chest disappear because they're going down the hill. That's what it's like to go down the curvature, to see away from you, watching it disappear bottom up, drop over distance.
And I got an
You
issue.
follow?
If there's a edge of the flat Earth, why have I haven't seen any live pictures of it?
How about
Real
you
live
just
pictures?
wait patiently while the other two are talking? Thank you.
Okay. Now, since the sphere has a geometric claim, it has a radius value, which is derived from measuring curvature of the Earth, right? That drop over distance, right? Like Al-Biruni. You see something in the distance, you measure its distance from you at the observation point and the horizon in reference to it. Okay? You see an object 10 miles out, and it's, I don't know, 100 feet high. Okay? And then you take your observation point. You're at 1 foot observation height. And then you look out towards that object. You see the base of that object, and you see the horizon beyond that object. You can now create a triangle between your observation point at 1 foot observation height and its height. And then you can create your own little triangle so that you can find the length between you and the radius and the height of that object to the radius. Finish making the triangle, and then you can derive how
Oh
big the
man,
sphere
I
is.
can't post in the side chat. That's so annoying. God damn it! All right, excuse my language. Damn it.
So
What did you want to
Can somebody
post in the side chat?
Can somebody post in the side chat parallax?
Send it to me.
Just Wikipedia parallax. You're literally describing parallax, which is a
parallax.
Yes, you are. You are describing parallax.
I'm sitting in the car and I'm driving and I'm looking out the window and I'm watching trees, and the tree that's farther away from me is moving slower than the trees that are between me and the farthest
So
tree.
extrapolate that to infinity. That's parallax. Extrapolate that to infinity and consider the speed of light, and that's parallax.
What I'm talking about is not parallax.
No, it's just not parallax because you haven't considered the speed of light and the extremes of physics. It is parallax. I just realized that. That's why I thought it was so interesting.
In the distance. And I said specifically its height, your height, and the distance between to help make a triangle to identify the radius. How is that parallax?
It's not. It's definitely not. It's not parallax. It's not exactly parallax. It's akin to parallax, though, considering... I don't know, man. I don't really want to talk about this stuff anymore. To me, it's boring.
Because parallax has nothing to do with this.
I know. I got it. I want to talk about interesting stuff, and you guys want to talk about stuff that I learned wasn't true in the 8th grade. So you guys have fun.
So how did you validate that for yourself in the 8th grade? When you were in the 8th grade, they went, blah, 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 you live on a globe. Now, did you put your hand up and say,
in the 8th grade, I was an evangelical Christian Science. I was
in 8th grade. Yeah, that's great. In 8th grade, did you put your hand up and say, excuse me? Hey, dude, I haven't finished asking the question yet. I didn't say you believed in physics.
I was a flat earther, too.
Hey, Rita, I haven't finished asking my question yet. In the 8th grade, when they told you about this stuff, did you put your hand up and say, excuse me, miss, or excuse me, sir, how are you going to back up your claims?
No, in the 8th grade, I agreed with everything that...
You just swallowed it whole. So you're a believer. Yeah. They gave you some information and you believed it wholly. That's fair enough. I've got no problem with that. That's cool. The reason these guys are in this panel is they questioned what they were taught. They questioned all the information and they went out and went, okay, let's go and test this. Let's see if it is true.
Yeah.
And it comes back as not true.
And I was indoctrinated into that. And then in 10th grade, I started to disagree. And then in 12th grade, I graduated. I went to college. And then I disobeyed everything that you're saying is right. And I went against the grain that you're saying is against the grain. So actually, we're both going against the grain. Isn't that weird? And I went against...
You going against the grain is having a beer when your mum said don't drink.
No. You think you're going against the grain by being like, oh, no.
No, I don't think I'm going against the grain.
You just said...
No, I never mentioned anything about going against the grain. That's some drunkard thing that you brought up.
Okay.
All I asked you was when you were in the 8th grade and they taught you about this ball-tard you believe you live on, did you put your hand up and say, excuse me, miss, excuse me, sir, how are you going to back up this claim? Did they offer you any information to verify their claims that you live on a ball, on a sphere? Did they back it up? No, they didn't. You were cleanly indoctrinated.
It's like you don't listen.
It's like you're not listening because you're drunk.
I was raised in evangelical Christianity. So
that's nice. High five.
They didn't ask me that question. It's like you're not listening. They
didn't ask you what question.
Hey, dude.
Hey. They didn't ask you what question.
You like to listen to yourself.
What question? I'm asking you. I'm asking you to clarify what question. What question? It's really simple.
Fuck up.
I'm asking you to clarify what question. You said, hey, they didn't ask that question. What question didn't they ask?
If God exists.
I never put forward that and suggested that God did or did not exist. That's something that's come out of your mouth.
Do you believe God exists?
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the
Now you
ground.
want to ask
No,
him that
that's a direct
question
question to you,
so
Con.
the
Do you
conversation
believe God
can be
exists?
on that topic so that you could justify bringing
Hey,
in the
are you
narrative.
going to dodge
Yeah.
that question? Do you believe that? Do you believe?
No, I'm not going to answer your question because it's
No,
irrelevant.
not
to the
you.
topic.
I wasn't asking you.
I don't give a shit if you're
Rita,
talking to me or Matrix.
how about this? How about Rita can have a cool off because he's probably had too many to drink, and Liminal can ask her question because she's been patiently waiting.
Please.
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to bring up the fact that if the Earth is flat and there are edges around the Earth and it's so flat and everything, why hasn't anybody gotten to the edge?
Let's do this step by step.
Why haven't I seen any
Liminal.
live pictures of it?
Liminal, let's do this step by step. If the Earth is flat, well, it is flat because it's measured that way. So, if the Earth is flat, well, yes, it is flat. What next? Something about an edge.
Yeah.
Okay, what about this edge? Where did you get an edge from? All we're claiming is that the area that we dwell upon is measured as flat. So you've come up with some kind of edge. So where did you get this edge from?
Because anything that's continuous will have an edge.
Anything that's continuous will have an edge.
I can agree that if you're going to have a finite distance, there would be a farthest from center. There would be a limitation to volume. However, my conversation topic is not about the limitations of volume. I'm not talking about an edge. I'm just describing the surface of the floor you walk on, the earth being the floor of all of existence that you will ever experience. If there is an edge, I have not gone to it. I haven't experienced it, so I couldn't give you a specific pick a direction and go this distance and you'll get there. I don't have that answer for you. Your ancestors, they believed that they was in a flat environment that was enclosed and not moving. Now, if you don't experience something, does that mean that it doesn't exist? Because I could ask you a similar thing like, have you gone to the Congo?
No, but I know that if there's an edge of the world and it's such a big thing and stuff like that, we'd
I can
have
agree with that.
thousands of millions of billions of egotistical YouTubers
Yeah.
going to it and
All
making
these
videos of
people
it too.
on Earth, and none of them go to this
You can't
thing.
argue it. You can't argue it. It doesn't exist.
I don't care to argue
People
it.
haven't come up with it. I've seen no
If the
visual.
Earth is flat, right?
I haven't
If the
seen
Earth
any
is flat,
visual,
then
proof.
is everything that's happening on a flat Earth?
And how can I believe in something that I can't see that's true?
Did you hear the question?
Me listening to you is like listening to the man over here that told
Me
me I was going to
listening
get
to
my
you
head cut off
is
if
like
I went to
listening to a
Morocco.
drink.
I went to Morocco and I didn't get my head cut off. So I'm not going to believe in everybody in every case.
If the Earth is flat, then is everything happening on a flat Earth?
It isn't flat.
No, the question is hypothetical, okay? So, if the Earth is flat, then is everything happening on a flat Earth?
I can't feed into this word salad. This
What complex language am I using? What
question you asked.
glittering generalities am I using? What language am I
I can't
using
answer
that's
your
considered
manipulative
jargon?
word salad
What is
question.
confusing about what I said? If the Earth is flat, then is everything happening on a flat Earth?
I'm not answering your question.
I know you're
Because it's
not.
manipulating me into
No, it's not.
answering something.
It's a very
that-
simple question. Liminal. If the Earth is flat, then whatever happens is happening on a flat Earth. If the Earth is a ball, then whatever is happening on a ball Earth. The problem is, we've measured the ground, and it's not a ball. So the Earth is flat, so whatever happens on a flat Earth. So if you drive to work on a flat Earth. If the sun moves over your head, the sun moves over your head on a flat Earth. Just because you don't want to say it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
It's measured flat. Sorry for any inconvenience.
Yeah, you need it to be flat and stationary to build and fly an airplane. So I don't know how you guys get away with it on a moving ball.
Yeah. You'll see a cup of water have a flat surface, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, and a pond have a flat surface. But if you say the ocean's flat, oh shit. That's too confusing. That's fucking word salad.
As opposed to just listen to somebody's getting their head cut off. Got a spiraler in here big time. Retard.
No, I just said because people said that I was going to get enslaved and my passport burnt and I was going to get my head cut off and my body mailed back if I went to Morocco. Did I listen to all those people? No.
I don't know what dumb shit
I went to
YouTuber
Morocco
you got
and I
that
came
off.
back on two different trips. It didn't happen.
Is everybody going to be drunk this morning? Because if so, I'm going to go get my brand new bottle of vodka, and I don't even drink. I just got it for Christmas.
It's because it's December 30th. We still got like 2 more days until the 1st. Right now they're on vacation. So they don't have
Yeah, but
to
you
be
just
sober.
wake right up and hit the bottle right when you don't even put your feet on the ground. You just reach over on the nightstand and start drinking, then grab your phone and go on Discord.
Okay, what's probably actually happening is she's on an all-nighter, right? And then somebody in her like environment was like, "Hey, you should go check in on these flat earthers." And then now she's afraid to say that the earth is flat, like it's saying Voldemort or some shit. Like the boogeyman's going to jump in and say, "Oh, I'm going to get you." If the earth is flat, then everything happening is on a flat earth. Yes or no? Yeah, that's fucking word salad. Atlanta.
And no, I don't drink because of my religion. I'm ethanol intolerant and I have multiple chemical sensitivities.
Holy crap. Anyway, so do you live on a ball or a flat earth?
I live on whatever your heart believes it is.
I believe that it's a unicorn floating through a vacuum. I believe in Santa, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, all those things, just like you.
Mothman?
For sure. How can there not be a Mothman?
Ugh. All right. So, what is your religion that keeps you from drinking? Is it Christianity?
Just God doesn't want me to because he makes me so sick when I'm around alcohol. I can't even sit near bars without feeling lightheaded and dissociative stuff and off. I start to panic too with those symptoms that I get from it.
That's unfortunate. Okay. So then,
It's not
are
really
you like
unfortunate
spiritual or
because
something? Like avoidant
it
of
saves my
religion?
liver,
Or...
it saves me from turning asshole, and it I don't stink and I'm not wasting my money on something all the time.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll assume. I don't want to assume. You said you were religious. Which religious text do you follow? Okay. Maybe it's Alcoholics Anonymous. Because they're like, okay, so in order to help yourself get out of this alcoholism, you need to give yourself some form of authority that's telling you you need to not do this thing, right? Objectify that this is wrong and you need to not do it. Maybe that's what she's talking about.
Hello, ladies. Oh, we ain't got no ladies here, huh? Let me see this one. Christian